George Harris, and Harris is coming onto the front foot, pushing this one just wide of a man there at that short extra cover position. So again, let's take a look at the field. There's a slip of gully, a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. Just two men in the onside. Man at short, straightish mid-on, and one backward of square inside the circle. Bennett is in and coming onto the front foot, getting on to bounce a bit disconcertingly. Long onto the front foot is Harris quite early and just having to negotiate a bit of extra bounce. Hartley is still quite early, a 9:30 start here in Barbados. There's bound to be some preparation moisture left in the pitch.
Yes, very much so, and I like what Harris is doing because he's coming early on the front foot and negating any turn if there's any at all.
Here comes Bennett. Harris again onto that front foot. A nagging length and line are maintained here by Rex Bennett. Harris not able to get any room to look to manipulate the ball, just forced to play defensively. And because he's on the front foot so early, Colin, it tends to reduce the number of options a batter has. Again, he's onto the front foot. This delivery right on target once again. But onto the front foot quite early, as I said, I think it reduces the number of options that are possible strokes that a batter can play.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is we played here on Monday, and for about 7, 8, 9, 10 overs, the ball jagged around quite significantly because the wicket was quite wet. But after that, it flattened out and was a beautiful batting wicket. That's a great shot over mid-off for four, raced into the boundary for four. Lovely shot.
Well, yes, going a bit too full. A bit too full on that occasion from Bennett. And Harris this time able to get some arm space, some arm room to get his hands to the ball and lifting it over the infield on the offside and picking up 4 more runs. So he is scoring in boundaries. He's up to 8, I believe, with 2 fours and with Lawrence on 2. The total at the end of 3 overs, 10 without loss.
You know, when watching Rex Bennett bowling, you can will take you to windward cricket ground, and in those days when the farmer and those fellas playing intermediate.
Yes, I recall you talking about the days of the swing bowlers, those and the days of the 2-piece ball also, that which really used to dart around in the air, particularly when conditions were anywhere overcast. And off the back foot goes Lawrence, looking to punch this one into the offside.
Check.
Doesn't time it very well. Ball coming off the bottom of the bat. Am I on there? So yes, Hartley, we witnessed it, especially here on the local scene, the demise of the swing bowler.
In fact, the ground that we are at now.
Hartley, you're looking into my brain. I was just about to mention that the 2 ends here at Wanderers, after this delivery, floated up onto the front foot. Lawrence pushes it in the onside. The 2 ends here at the Wanderers ground, named after 2 of the stalwarts of the Wanderers club, 2 of the legends of this Wanderers club. If you look in the distance, you see the Prof Edwards end.
Yeah.
That represents Richard Prof Edwards. You remember he would have toured Australia in 1968-69 with the West Indies team as a right-arm fast bowler. And we're not going to be seeing it, this sign here, but on the other end is the Stephen Farmer end. Outstanding all-round cricketer, a legend in local cricket for the Wanderers club. Took many wickets over an extended career, and also a fine all-round player, quite a fine batsman.
I can see why people want to play cricket here. It is the most magnificent cricket ground. For those of us listening around the world that have not been to Barbados, There's a lovely colonial-style house at the bottom end of the ground with some bougainvillea in the garden, and it just looks like paradise.
And you described it as paradise. I said picture postcard.
Either of those will cover
Well,
it.
yeah, we both mean the same thing. But yes, that's the end of over number 4 and 11 for no loss, West Indies. Quite a start, hardly. Although we had the 2 boundaries from
Harris.
Harris. Generally, the bowlers have been able to keep the batters under control, more or less.
Yes, and especially the spin, the other bowler, Courtney, he has that spin action, not bringing it too much to the batter, but so it, especially the Lawrence is finding a little difficulty getting what length he should really attempt to attack. So he is being cramped a bit.
Well, Bennett is going to continue, and he is being quite meticulous about his field setting. Let me finish this.
I see they've put the man out on the colour boundary, where the 2 fours went.
Well, yes, that basically an enforced change. So we've got a sweeper in place now. Still only the 2 fielders on the onside. Quite notably, as Bennett over the wicket to Harris, and I can almost press the replay. Harris onto the front foot, long onto the front foot, and pushing it back along the pitch to the bowler. There is no run. So West Indies looking to build the opening partnership. Here is Bennett on the pad, looking to flick it away into the onside is Harris. The ball coming off the pad, low on the pad and running down to short fine leg, and the batsman cross for 1 leg by. So the first extra of the innings brings the total up to 12. Brings, for the first time, Lawrence to face up at this end. Both batsmen have remained stationed at the end at which they started up until this point. So the first rotation of the strike as Bennett is into the left-handed Lawrence. 2 left-handed opening batsmen for West Indies. And this time bowling it a lot straighter is Bennett, and Lawrence pushing it into the onside. There is no run. On the off stump, driven hard into the pitch, ball goes bouncing away to that man at the short extra cover position. So Lawrence.
I think that's Mark Preddy,
Mark Preddy, the man in number 33.
Australian leg spin bowler.
Good delivery once again. Really good control being exhibited here by Bennett, Colin.
Yeah, he's a very fine bowler. I think he's one of the long-term stars of Australia's seniors cricket. He was due to play for the rest of the world in the World Cup, the recent World Cup in Australia, but unfortunately due to some family issues he couldn't make it, and we would have loved to have had him. Lots of the England guys that are in the squad describe him as a minister face, and you could see why, because he's very accurate.
Very much so.
Yes, when he does not leave the leg stump, he camps on the leg stump. The only ball that he moved from the leg stump is when Harris struck him over extra cover.
Yeah, a little bit of width. This first one that's dropped wide. Now he's a fine cricketer, and of course he's not a spring chicken. He's into his late 60s now, so he still have that control. Is very good.
Looks in very good shape. There's something about his action that reminds me of someone. I can't think about it, but that dip with the right arm as he goes into his delivery strike.
That is the English fast bowler. He actually New Zealander who played for England. Can his name just eluded me, but
Andy Caddick.
Caddick.
But yeah, something
Yes,
like that.
he
Similar
moved off that
action.
Caddick.
Similar action to Andy Caddick. So 12 without loss after 5 overs. Quiet start by the West Indies opening pair. Lovely conditions, I must remind. Yeah, he came. Lawrence, I think he may be or Trinidadian, but I think he's resident. I think he's actually resident in the US.
Must be a wonderful feeling for Harris to be playing international cricket on his own ground. What a fabulous feeling that must be.
Actually, George Harris would have, if I recall correctly, was born in India.
Yeah.
He was actually born in India, and his himself, and there were 2 other brothers who were quite prominent sportsmen here in Barbados over the years. And he has a brother who would have gone on to play for for Barbados, and also would have represented Canada at the international level, Joseph Harris.
Peter was an excellent hockey player.
George Harris is a pilot, actually.
The West Indies have a thing about cricketing pilots, don't they? Isn't Mr. Croft, he's a pilot, and so one of the other guys too, I think.
Ricky Alcock.
Oh yes, the photo.
We'll claim him as an Englishman, Ricardo.
No, please don't do that.
Outside the off stump, excellent delivery, appeal for a catch at the wicket, but totally beaten by that delivery. One tossed high in the air, and
instead of off break, that one held its line and went through.
Straight on. Ball bounced nicely. So to the keeper. Some nice teasing stuff here from Captain Courtney, as this one is a flatter trajectory on the leg stump, worked away into the onside to get a single. So a bit of release here for Harris, as that delivery a lot straighter than the previous one, and also of a much flatter trajectory. And Harris coming into his wicket, working the way into a lot of open space on that leg side. Right arm between the umpire and the stumps, and coming forward is Lawrence. Genuinely beaten by that one, I would suggest.
Yes.
As the ball sliding across the face of the bat into the gloves of the keeper. So the end of yet another fine over from Courtney, and the Australians are keeping it tight. West Indies 13 without loss in 6.
But when it continues.
John Courtney is a very steady bowler. 3 overs for 4, opening up. A lot of spinners don't like using a new ball because they find it hard to grip, but John actually does it really well, and he started very well today.
It was just that previous over, you beat the ball, the batsman all ends up.
Bennett bringing Harris forward again. No room to cramping the batsman coming onto the front foot. That ball ending up out square on the offside. I believe may have been off a leading edge, but the ball falling well short of the fielder. So really threatening is Bennett. Quality bowling. And Harris is again checking his shot. First onto the front foot, then pushing back onto the back foot. That ball sliding in off the pitch and cramping him once again. So Hartley, you were correct. Keeping that ball very close to the batter, very close to that leg stump line. But
what we were saying, Bobby, he's coming down blind side of the batter.
Coming down the blind side of George Harris, the left-hander. Umpire Sheena Welch stands as this time Harris has made an adjustment, if you recognize, moving down the track slightly and getting closer to the pitch of the delivery. So he has decided to become proactive, probably getting a bit frustrated with being tied down by this very accurate stuff. So he's looking to innovate, looking to do things. So let's see what comes next. Harris is hitting this one high in the air, out towards
shot.
deep extra cover, gone away from that man, the sweeper on the deep cover boundary. So yes, George Harris given some width though on this occasion and making full use of it.
And I think it's the width that the 2 of the 3 fours have just been slightly wider, and I think that makes all the difference. It's almost not the length, it's the line that you can play here.
Well, yes, and Harris, because he's now showing that he's looking to move quite early rather than just play from the crease. He's looking to get down the wicket.
I would give him the benefit of the doubt and say that for the first 3 overs or so, he was trying to get the pace of the ball.
Here is Bennett, and this time he's changing his length up, bowling this one into the pitch. And Harris off the back foot on this occasion, sliding it away to the fielder there at square cover. So a nice, interesting battle developing here between Bennett and Harris.
You can see that the bowler knows what he's doing.
And very much so, thinking all along, looking to devise ways of deceiving the left-handed Harris, as this one is outside the leg stump, looking to flick and miss, and we have a wide signal by umpire Welch. So straying in line there on that occasion, Bennett, as I said, looking, both batsman and bowler are looking to outfox each other.
It's very cagey, isn't it, this early stages, but a long way to go yet.
Outside the leg stump, swept away, ball heading out towards fine leg. The fielder in pursuit. The ball is going to win the race to the rope at the deep fine leg position. So Harris wins another battle. Again, we see Bennett slightly offline and just helping it along. George Harris just getting enough bat on it for that ball to run away for 4 at the end of the 7th over, 22 without loss. And a much better over for West Indies.
Yes, what we are seeing here is typical cricket. Bowlers nagging on one line, and the batter just waiting for that bad ball. Because as we would say, the bowler has to bowl a bad ball, and Harris put it away.
Very patient approach. But that is the beauty about batsmanship. You know, I remember some years ago, the late Sir Everton Weeks, telling me that the way he constructed his innings is that once he was been at the crease and his eye is in, the good balls went for 1s and 2s, the bad balls went to the boundaries.
He was a bit of a special player, though. I'm not sure all of us can claim that.
I'm telling you, you're being a bit modest when you say a bit.
The 3 W's were wonderful players.
Exceptional players, Sir Everton Weeks. Unfortunately, unlike Hartley, I didn't get to see a lot of him live. This is every beating Lawrence outside the all-stop. Again, Lawrence a bit uncertain with his footwork though, because that ball was floated up. He decided that he was going to play from the crease rather than try to get down the pitch to get to the pitch of that delivery. And that one is outside the leg stump and will be signalled a wide. One that got away this time from Courtney. But Colin, talking about West Indies players, you would have seen quite a number of West Indies players, I believe, over the years. Who were some of your favourite players coming from this side of the world?
I was very fortunate to coming from the UK to see lots of West Indies teams come over, and the list of wonderful cricketers that I've seen, I didn't see in the flesh Sir Garfield Sobers, although I did have the great pleasure of meeting him a couple of times when I was over before. But going into the sides a little bit on from that, the Clive Lloyd teams and the people like Michael Holding and Joel Garner, and I had the misfortune of playing against Wayne Daniel, although fortunately I didn't have to face him. I was getting further and further down the order as he was bowling, and then I was not unhappy about that. But yeah, we had a lot of West. I played a bit in the south part of London for a while, and almost every team had a West Indian quick bowler.
Pro, yeah, West Indian pro.
I will tell you a little story. I used to play for a team in South London called Britannic House, which was British Petroleum's company side, and that was the people that I worked for at the time. And we were playing at a place called Gravesend in April. Now, if it's 20 degrees in 5 miles away in London, it's -5 in Gravesend. It is one of the coldest places in the UK. And we turned up to play, and it was very cold, and they stuck us in, and we were sort of 114 for 8 or something at the end of. And these were time games in those days, but they were fielding with 10 men, and we said, would you want us to lend you a fielder till your extra player gets there? I said, oh yeah, thank you very much. So we did a little bit of fielding, a bit of running about. Anyway, tea time, this chap, I don't know, he didn't seem to be huge, but anyway, sort of gradually sort of rolled in. He just got off the plane, and it just kind of. And we still only got 114 for 8 at tea time. It was Eldine Baptiste. So we were quite pleased that he wasn't there at the start, or that might have been 14 for 8.
Well, it's 23 without loss here after 8 overs. And Bennett to continue.
That's a much better line there, isn't it? It's right tight on leg, middle and leg stump.
What we have here is contrasting batters. Harris, short, relatively short man, coming long forward. Lawrence, a tall man, and does not come out to his crease.
Almost plays exclusively from the safety of his crease, as Harris is this time getting a bit too far forward, almost yorking himself. Coming down on a delivery, well pitched upon that off stump. So not a lot of changes being made here. We've got basically the same field has been in operation. I think that sweeper fielder has. And we are playing on the strip to the westernmost side of the square. Bennett is bringing Harris forward. So, Colin, you've been in Barbados for a while, and outside of the cricket, though, and anything else that you've been able to take in, any trips around the island, or there hasn't been time for that?
No, we've done a little bit of tourism. This is my 3rd trip to Barbados. I played in the Gary Sobers Seniors Masters a few years back. I suspect probably against one or two of the guys that are out there today. And no, my good lady Anne, who's here with me, she and I went on a submarine yesterday, which is a first for me. That was quite fun. A lot of people said we should probably stay down there, but anyway, that was quite good fun.
I wonder who those people would be.
Yeah.
Would they have said that with good reason?
All those that I've been chasing for money, probably.
Well, you've got one up on me. I've never been down under in a submarine.
I'd certainly never been in a submarine before. Oh, beautifully bowled by Bennett. He's taken the leg stump out. Absolute brown of the delivery.
Well, Hartley, you called it correct. Eventually, he did take the leg stump out. As you said, he was living on that leg stump line, and on that occasion, I believe that delivery, straightening on pitching, and Lawrence leaving a bit of a hole through the gate, and finding his way through and taking out the leg stump. Excellent delivery by Rex Bennett. West Indies lose their first wicket.
Yes, and as we all recognize, Lawrence does not come out. So while Harris was coming long forward and meeting and shutting down any apparent movement, Bennett was just on his position, just bowling his line, and Lawrence half caught, as we would say, and the ball went between bat and pad and hit the legs.
Took the leg stump. Bowled for 2 of 24 balls. So, our,
Jeffrey Baker, like.
24 for 2, but never looked to be in control. Never showed that kind of certainty in his play. So it was somewhat of a struggle for him, and the rest of the world are making that breakthrough at 24 for 1, and bringing Jefferson Gibbons to the wicket. Gibbons, a local boy, Barbadian player.
Coach?
His coach.
Maple for years.
Yeah, very much so. Had a long career at the highest local domestic level. Wicket keeper batsman. He's quite a stroke player. Actually, I'll tell you something, Hartley, after this delivery of the first delivery of the new over, and Harris is going off to the back foot, making some room for himself and finding some space on the outside to get a single. When I came this morning to park, I was going to park in the adjacent road on the western side of the ground. And then I looked up and I saw Jefferson Gibbons, and I saw myself, no, if Jefferson Gibbons is playing, this car is not going to be safe here.
Well, you have gone back to the Jefferson Gibbons, or you were when he was a hitter.
Very much so. Swashbuckling stroke player. Jefferson Gibbons of
A
all.
fearful domestic cricketer coach was to Maple. Oh dear.
So he's now going to come on strike for the first time, having just came to the wicket at the dismissal of Keith Lawrence. 25 for 1. And now let's see what the field is going to look like for the right-hander. It's a slip point cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg, and a man right back at long leg. And this one is bringing Gibbons onto the front foot. Again, opting to go around the wicket to the right-handed batsman, Courtney, bowling between the umpire and the stumps.
I was just about to say that. John Courtney bowls right on round to right or left-handers, and he gets an extraordinary amount of LBWs bowling that way, which you would think was unlikely.
Peel for leg before, and there it goes. Out is Gibbons onto the back foot. The ball pitching just around outside the outside, spinning back in to the batsman, and Gibbons on the back foot, missing, struck in front, and umpire Thompson raising the finger. So again, right on cue as if we had it planned, calling that leg before, another leg before wicket victim to John Courtney.
Maybe I should have saved that comment for after that delivery, but it now looks as if I had that completely set up. But he does get a lot of LBWs, John, and he looks innocuous, but he's a very difficult bowler. I believe he's the highest wicket taker for England over 60s, who he's been on 3 Grey Ashes tours, and he very rarely gets collared. I think once in the World Cup against Pakistan, who eventually finished up winning the over 60s World Cup, one of the guys got after him, but other than that he went for very few runs and won the whole tournament.
Well, if you are the off spinner who is going to get the ball to really turn Hartley, of course we know that it is quite effective bowling around the wicket, where you bring that leg before wicket into the equation. And here we don't see a lot of it here among our spinners.
Because our off spinners do not trust themselves, and they do not get that amount of turn. So they would prefer to go over the wicket, so that when they do get the being struck between wicket and wicket, the umpire will let the give them LBW. But in umpiring is where the ball pitches. Once you whether you're bowling around or over the wicket, once any umpire is going to hit the stump, you're out.
Well, yes, and on that occasion, I think the umpire Dave Thompson can consider a quite fair decision.
Yeah.
Gibbons on the back foot. The ball didn't have a lot of space to travel after striking the batter, so it made the job that much easier for the umpire.
And what Gibbons did, he played at length. The ball dropped short, so he just got back to cut. So because he was exposed, opening to cut, when the ball started to come back in, he was dead.
So Courtney to continue. Bowling to the new batsman now, Roy Singh, another right-hander. This time, Singh is prepared to come out and smother the spin, coming onto the front foot.
We saw Roy a bit in the World Cup, and he's a very stylish player. Looks a very good cricketer to me.
Captain of the West Indies side. Take off Trinidadian extraction.
He looks like Adrian Calisharan. Do you know how he stands there?
A right-handed Calijaran.
Right-handed Calisharan.
Again, it's over the front foot and bowled. Another delivery coming between the gate once again, opening up. I believe with that drift, the right-hand bowler around the wicket, getting that ball to drift away towards the off stump, but on pitching, spinning back and leaving that gate open, and barging through the gate was John Courtney. A double strike in this over so far, and the rest of the world now very much on top. West Indies 25 for 3.
Did he get a little inside edge on that as well? I couldn't quite see from this position. I wonder if he might have just dragged it on because
he did go for an expansive drive. So, but we couldn't see from here if it took the inside edge. But what it did, it knocked the something flat to the ground.
I think the rest of the world will be very pleased to see the back of Roy, because we know he's capable of making big runs and he's capable of building big innings. So they'll be really pleased with us. Talking to the guys before the game, they were saying, let's keep it down to 25, see if we can pick up a couple of wickets early on when there is still a little bit in the wicket. So they'll be absolutely delighted with this.
Well, yes, Singh, I think they did get get a score in that 250 West Indies made in the previous series. So did the new batsman Richard Sushan. I think he got a half century in that match, and he is going to fill the breach. But he wouldn't be on strike now because that wicket fell off the final delivery of the 10th over. But it will be Bennett to bowl to Harris, slashing away, ball peeling off the outside edge, high over the field. At that point, they're going to come back for a second run. The return comes in. Harris makes it home safely.
But desperate there, huh? Avoid this outside or something. Just slashed at it. And they brought to the outside edge.
Not a whole lot of foot movement with that one. More T20 than 45 overs, I think.
So going at the line, I think on that occasion, Harris got enough bat onto it to get it over the infield. We'll settle and wait once again for Rex Bennett bowling his 6th over on the trot and bringing Harris forward, stroking it up to cover, and there is no run. So West Indies, yes, I'm looking quickly at a couple of the other matches being played in the tournament. The Invitation 11 after 10 overs and 1 ball, 32 for 1, playing against England. That match being played at the Foursquare Oval, I believe. And actually, this is at the Barbados National Oil Company, BNOC, at Woodburn, also in St. Philip. And then Australia versus USA. Australia after 8 overs and 5 balls, 50 for 2. So it's Bennett to bowl to Harris. Harris comes forward, gets to it on the full, plays it away through mid-on. He's going to get at least a couple of runs. The fielder from mid-on is running after it hard. And hard doesn't necessarily mean fast.
I'll not relay that to Mr. Moses.
He was in great pursuit.
So a couple of runs picked up to break the total up to 29 for 3, 10 overs and 4 balls we've had. Harris up to 23 with that couple. And gets the delivery now, pulling back his length once again. The previous delivery, he went a bit too full. And on this occasion, we see Bennett pulling the length back and Harris having to jump into position as the ball bounced a bit more than he would have anticipated. A very good morning to a man they call Noddy. This ball stroked into the offside. Short extra cover fields. Bennett comes to the end of his 6 over. 6 overs he has bowled so far and picked up 1 wicket for 22 runs with a maiden. And after 11 overs, West Indies 29 for 3. Bennett doing a good job. Do you think he's going to continue on, or maybe we can look at a change of bowling at one end?
I have a feeling that he'll probably bowl through. I think it's probably very true to say that when you've got medium pace bowlers of this age, if you just pull them off after 6 overs and leave them 3 to bowl, they get a bit stiff and sore to come back a bit later on in the day. I wouldn't be surprised with the stranglehold that the rest of the world have at the moment to see these 2 bowl through.
Well, yes, I am of that age, Hartley, that I can tell you coming back is never on the cards. I remember having not played cricket for quite a while and deciding that, okay, I'm going to have a go once again. And I'd be surprised to know how much your brain remembers everything, but the knees and the feet, I don't remember to get into position as quickly.
I think we all can give some stories about that.
So Courtney, full toss, straight away. This is going to be 4. Slushan taking full advantage of a rare loose delivery from Courtney. Full toss, just working the wrist and getting it into the onside. Lots of space in the onside, and picks up a boundary down to the wide long on position.
We saw a little bit of this lad watching on the television when we were playing earlier in the week, and he likes to give the ball a bit of a thump, doesn't he?
Sushan,
Big fella.
left-hander, settles and waits for Courtney, and allows this one to pitch and turn away, going with the tide, just guiding it down to the gully area, and doesn't score. And Courtney stands, has a look down the pitch. Tall man, Richard Slushan, slouched over his back and gets a little bit outside the arm, step and taken. A bit of a juggle there at first slip, but eventually clutching onto the catch. Faster delivery. I did say that Courtney stood and stopped. I think he contemplated, what am I going to do next with this left-handed batsman. Got that one to pitch, bounced and turned. The ball came off the outside edge, flew to the first fielder. He juggled it slightly, but managed to clutch it onto his body to claim the catch. And another very important strike by John Courtney. West Indies lose their 4th wicket. The informed Richard Sluchan gone for 4.
That's a big wicket, I think, in the course of this game. Very sharp catch from Paul Keneally there. Don't see a lot of slip catches in these competitions, and that was a very sharp one.
Very good catch, Hartley. An excellent bowling. Huh?
When you made the comment that Courtney was looking down the pitch, it crossed my mind. He was saying, how did he not touch that ball? Then he came, exactly, but because the next one the ball was the full toss, and then he came out okay. And this one, the batter actually steered the ball into the first time.
Good catch though, because that ball was traveling fairly quickly.
Well, he couldn't go to his left or right, so he went straight to the bread basket.
So that's the guy, is Keneally, Phil Keneally? Paul Keneally.
Yes, Paul Keneally, who actually played for Wales in the World Cup, and is a very fine all-round cricketer.
So how have you found that this team I guess at this age and at this vintage, more mature players, it's easier to blend the players from different backgrounds?
We were the West of the World has been going for about 10 years now through various tours and tournaments around the world, and following England's withdrawal following England's withdrawal from the World Cup in September, we were asked to put together a side to go and try and get people from as many places as we could, which we duly did. And it was amazing, although some people knew some people, not everybody knew everybody. I've been on many cricket tours, and you normally get some sort of flashpoint somewhere, but actually it was one of the happiest touring parties, and obviously we were all very pleased to be there, but one of the happiest touring parties. And again, and there are probably 8 or 9 different individuals here for the rest of the world. The team has blended really nicely. I do think you're right. At an older age, it's probably easier to happen.
Well, Zamin Amin, the new batsman, gets off the mark with a boundary. Not the most auspicious of shots, looking for a big drive and the ball peeling over the infield and running out to the deep cover boundary, but enough bat onto it to get himself a boundary. West Indies in need of repair now after 12 overs. They're 37 for 4.
Yes, man. In fact, while we were just hearing the history of the rest of the world team, the ball before that boundary, the batter lost it altogether and he just batted out. And the ball went past between the keeper and the slip. So the next ball, he just said, well, I am going to go after this one. And he just swung at it over the infield, the cover, and went to the boundary. So it is clear that he has decided that he is not going to do much batting out.
Well, desperate situations sometimes call for desperate measures. And we are going to see that first bowling change.
That's only because I said he was going to go through.
Commentators' curse.
I've got 2 right so far, so I'll take that one on the tune.
Yes, we don't get 100%. Nobody gets 100. So it's Peter Doyle, is it? Number 6.
Yes, this is a Welsh international, Peter Doyle, another very fine left-arm spin bowler.
Well, he's going to be, yes, I see from his warm-up action, tells me he's left-arm orthodox, and he's going to be bowling with a slip, a backward point. There's a man right back on the boundary at cover. There's an extra cover in the mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a short fine leg. So that slip has been moved. He's now got a man at short third man with his first delivery, left arm over the wicket, and he bowls a full toss that is driven hard to mid off and fielded there by Courtney, the captain. That's a single, does Harris, as he continues to dominate the innings. He goes on to 24 out of a total of 38 for 4. West Indies in some trouble here, Harley.
You're being very modest. They're in a lot of trouble, 38 for 4. And but fortunate for them, Harris is still there. So
He's played very nicely, hasn't he? He hasn't looked in any trouble at all.
Yes. He's been able to negotiate whatever the rest of the world bowlers have been able to serve up.
yeah,
Quite an accomplished player, George Harris.
yes, he has made some good runs in our local, our domestic
Cricket over the years. George, Joseph, and Peter Harris.
Yeah.
No. Okay, I was probably somewhere behind cricket. Oh, you know, so let's see now, Doyle getting his field in place now for the right-handed Zamin Amin.
Husbands is batting. We have a correction here. Oh,
Husbands.
Yeah, the right hand is like
That's Biggs. He suggested that's Biggs.
when he was walking out, I was saying that the walk looked like someone that we knew. It's big. No, that is a wicketkeeper being.
So we have been corrected. We were identifying the number 6 batsman as Zamin Amin, but in fact it is Rodney Husbands,
Not a maple.
a long time veteran, well, now retired veteran of a local cricket. Rodney Husbands, another Maple man. Delivery hit up to mid-on, straight past the bowler. Another couple of runs in the making here, as the ball actually runs into the boundary directly behind the bowler at a very straight, long on, full toss, hit down the track. Much too straight for the man from mid-on to be able to intercept the ball running away to the boundary. So Harris picks up his 5th boundary out of the 28 runs he has scored, and West Indies 43 for 4. So Rodney Husbands, in fact, the batsman, the right-handed batsman at the crease, stroked into the covers by Harris and gets an easy single. Yes, Hartley, you were saying about Rodney Husbands?
When we have chronicled the history of Barbados, he would have to go down as one of the best wicketkeepers we have ever produced. Out of Coach John Perry, I must say, the school for wicketkeepers, Courtney Brown, and the list goes on, but he was good. Excellent.
Well, my memory of him goes back to the very first match I played in the first division competition. I was out caught Husbands, bowled Neil Phillips, for 37. On to the front foot he comes. A question asked by the bowler Doyle and the keeper, but umpire Sheena Welch going with the batsman as Husband struck high on the pad. I think he would have been safe for height on that occasion. The end of that over, the end of over number 13, 44 for 4.
Yes, but we are saying now, if there is going to be a recovery by the West Indies squad, it would have to be these two, because two accomplished Barbados cricketers in their day. So, and Husbands is one of those chaps, but in his time, he used to talk and tell the bowler, you will never get me out. So,
Man with a variety of strokes,
oh dear.
scintillating stroke play. The next time I saw him was again, I was out caught behind by Rodney Husbands in the very first night cricket tournament at the National Stadium.
So instead, you were his victim.
So I would always remember Rodney Husbands. So Doyle continues to wheel away, and Harris coming on to the front foot, getting the bottom of the bat onto it, taking the bottom hand off the bat also, and stroking it wide of mid-off and picking up a couple of runs. So you see very, very good exhibition of technique on that occasion. Slightly defeated by the flight, Harris, and having the ability to take that bottom hand away from the bat and control the shot along the ground.
Very well described, and that was a well-placed shot just out of the reach of the mid-off.
Settles again, and Courtney is bringing him forward, playing an immaculate defensive shot, pushed away into the offside. So John Courtney now in his 7th over, 3 for 16 up to this stage. The other wicket taker, Rex Bennett, 1 for 22. West Indies innings very much in need of repair here, as Courtney is around the wicket once again to Harris. Harris this time waits on it, goes off the back foot, slashes it away behind point. There's a man right back on the boundary though, cover on the point boundary. So just the one run to be had. West Indies creep closer to the 50 mark. Runs have been hard to come by in the face of some excellent bowling from the...
I think one of the things the rest of the world team will be keen about, and is very pleased about, is the lack of wides and giving away too many extras. In the first game we played here, the international 11 conceded 43 extras, and that's a lot to try and overcome.
Maybe a sign of rustiness on the part of a number of players, because a few of the players, particularly those from the UK, would be coming out of winter and would not have been playing a lot of cricket, if any at all. before coming here to the Caribbean. So you would expect.
I think a couple of the guys in the UK managed to get themselves into a net, but obviously it's a little chilly in the UK to be out in the middle. We had some very cold weather just before we came away.
You are very conservative with your language. Husbands goes over the top. The ball is going to run out towards the extra cover boundary, and there it goes. 4 runs. First signs of real aggression, real shot in anger are from a West Indian batter, because he made that into a half volley by coming down the track, not prepared to stay at home, and bringing up the 50 for West Indies Husbands with his first boundary, 51 for 4. But I said you were a little conservative because you said it's a little chilly.
We had some fairly low minus numbers just before we came away. Some -6s and -7s, and in some parts of the UK some -10s and -11s, which you guys here in Barbados probably won't have experienced too often.
Hartley, in the previous match, I was speaking to another English bloke, and he was telling me something about 3 degrees, the temperature being 3 degrees. I had to tell him the only thing I know about 3 degrees was a singing group.
Yes.
In fact,
Yes, when will you see him again?
I'll see you again, the 3 degrees. That's the only thing I know about 3 degrees.
yes. England has recorded some very serious lower temperature this year, lower than New York.
And yet, the summer last year was extraordinary. I think for the first time ever, we had 40 degrees recorded in the UK, and it was a very long, dry summer, most un-England-like, but actually very pleasant to experience. I think it was pretty warmer there than it was out here.
Yes, because you would never see Barbados anywhere near 40 degrees.
Nice cooling breeze coming into the pavilion as we speak. Brilliant sunshine on the outside. The trees swaying in the breeze. I guess those of you, any of your friends listening to the commentary here know, I think I'm doing my best to make them as envious as they can be.
I've already had 1 or 2 comments about the jealousy that we're out here in Barbados, rather than being stuck home in the UK. I'm very lucky. I'm in a very beautiful part of the UK in East Anglia, but actually I'm quite happy to be here.
We're happy to have you.
Thank you very much.
You'll be in which county, if I may ask?
I live in the beautiful county of Suffolk, which is just to the sort of north-east of London. Borders the North Sea, so we're sort of as close to Holland as we are to London in some respects. But it's a lovely place to play cricket. And a lovely place to live. Very gentle, rolling hills. And as we had the most extraordinary summer, I could show you some pictures of our outfield, which there is not a blade of green grass on it, sort of July, August time.
Very dry.
East Anglia is the driest part of the UK, but even so, last year was exceptional, and lovely, just great for cricket.
Doyle to husbands pulls out of his stance, not quite prepared to take that delivery. Umpire Sheena Welch signals dead ball. 52 it is for 4. Which county side is closest to you? County cricket side, I'm thinking.
Suffolk are what they call a minor county, so they actually have a very strong minor county and a very good side.
Husband this one high, hard, handsome, onto the roof of the pavilion. We have our first maximum.
That is right.
That's a tremendous blow. I think that might require a new ball somehow. That one's nearly in Jamaica. No, in answer to your question, the nearest county cricket side to us is Essex. And Essex very successful in recent years. Obviously had some wonderful cricketers over the years, people like Graham Gooch and John Lever.
Did Keith Boyce play for Essex?
Keith Boyce did play for Essex. Very, very popular man in Essex. He used to play there for a long time.
Very exciting cricketer, the late Keith Bama Boys, we called him. And
No, they've been very. They had a little spell where they were not terribly strong because they don't have one of the international grounds, and cricket in England is very geared up round the international grounds. But they have a lovely little ground at Chelmsford. It's quite a small ground, so it's quite a good seeing ground, and they have some very good young players. Some in the England squads and some in the fringes of the England squads. They're captained by a young lad called Tom Westley, who I had the great pleasure to coach a little bit when he was younger, and one of the nicest people you could ever wish to meet. You know, could only wish him success, and he's done very well.
West Indies 58 for 4. Husbands facing up to Doyle, coming on to the front foot, and again struck on the prize, struck quite high, and hopeful appeal coming from the bowler Doyle brings us to the end of that, the 15th over of the innings. We're going to have a refreshment break at this stage. The first phase, we can call it, of the innings completed, and I think the honors will go to the rest of the world. West Indies 58 for 4, but George Harris, who was there from the very beginning, is still there, not out on 33.
But the that with the introduction of the franchise cricket, where the money is, so all of the cricketers, almost all of the cricketers have moved away because of the quick earnings in the franchise, so they are not playing the lengthy cricket. So there are a number of issues that the administrators must wrap their heads around for the future of our cricket.
It's, I think, a great sadness to all the other cricketing nations that the West Indies are not strong, because they play cricket in a wonderful way, generally with smiles on their faces. They play in a manner that makes it very enjoyable for others to watch the game, and it is a huge sadness to all of us to see West Indies cricketers. We thought that maybe there was going to be a bit of a revival when you won the T20 World Cup in spectacular fashion against England, and then the ladies, I think, did they not win? I think they won the ladies
And
World Cup.
on the 19, that year, 2016, we did what no one else did. We won all 3 World Cups.
And are any of those under 19s coming through? Have they disappeared out of the game? Or
Sarban was in that under 19, and there are some of them who are still here. Okay, we resume and we continue this one later.
Yeah.
Peter Doyle is going to be continuing his lengthy spell. Courtney Doyle continuing his John Courtney. Peter Doyle, Courtney Doyle.
Yeah, well, he would sound very.
he would sound very West Indian, but unlike Courtney Doyle, I think. We'll just go with John
John
Courtney.
Courtney continuing his lengthy spell. There's a youngster by the name of Anandu who got a century for Guyana, playing in the current series of matches of the regional 4-day competition. He would have represented West Indies only last year at the Youth World Cup. So there's a name that you may want to make a note of.
One of the current West Indian one-day squad, and he's playing with a franchise cricket. We had the great pleasure of him playing at Sudbury Cricket Club, where I'm a member, a lad called Akil Hussain. He is a very, very talented athlete. I'd love to see him playing in Test matches because I think he has the ability.
A very interesting prospect, and of course, again, as we continue this discussion, we wait for husbands to face it to a delivery that is outside the all stump. Really wideish delivery, close to being called a wide, I would suggest. But yes, one of the issues with West Indies, Hartley alluded to it when he talked about the franchise and the attraction of the franchise cricket, of course, with the big dollars that are on offer. And Husbands is sweeping this one away behind square. He's going to get a couple of runs. There's a fielder right back on the fence at deep square leg. He comes around to field and they pick up 2. But as I mentioned, one of the issues with West Indies cricket and one of the problems that we've got to be able to solve is to find a way to get our better players to consistently make themselves available or be available to play for the West Indies, who have been in a large part unable to put out their best teams over the last few years, and that has affected the performance somewhat. Outside the All-Star, I mean, we lost a whole generation of players to West Indies cricket, especially at the Test level. When you think that Dwayne Bravo had a very curtailed test career, Sunil Narain, very, very limited number of games, and the likes of even a Kyron Pollard, who never played Test cricket. I mean, these guys were lost to West Indies cricket, as I said, a whole generation. And I think that is one of the areas that we have got to rectify. We have got to get our best players playing for the regional team on more occasions.
And I guess when you look at it, and you look at the Indian Premier League and the dollars there are in that, and the amount of players that has brought through, it's sort of reversed, where people sort of played Test cricket and then went on and played one-day cricket. Now it's come the other way, but the dollars is enabling them to bring through players, and then they can spring into the Indian Test side from those one-day competitions. And I don't know, but I'm guessing there's perhaps not that amount of money in West Indies cricket to enable you to do that.
The West Indies, we have to compete for sponsorship from the companies that holds parent bodies are in the big countries. They are the ones that have subsidies in the region, so we cannot go to them to get sponsorship when they are sponsoring their countries.
Yeah, it's I worry, like you guys, I've been around a few years, and my favourite form of cricket, although I enjoy 2020 cricket, and I enjoy 45, 50 over cricket. My favourite is still Test cricket, and I still think it is exactly what it says on the tin. It's a test.
Slashed away, diving effort, fantastic stuff by that man at the
Phil Stevens.
deep cover boundary. Phil Stevens swooping around, and when I say swooping, think about over 60s, swooping around the boundary and bringing off a fantastic save, inches from the rope to deny Harris a boundary, a 4.
He'll need a full massage later.
Here he is in action again, already showing the effects of that previous of that previous feat.
Fortunate for him, he's only get a single, because if Harris had gotten 2 and to play another shot like that, I would love to see how he would have gotten it close to the ball.
64 for 4.
Going back to our discussion earlier, Test cricket is a true test, and it worries me that we'll finish up the Test matches are only played between India, Australia, and England, because they're the only ones that can afford to do it, and that would be a terrible thing for the game.
Well, I don't only worry about it, Colin. I lose sleep over it, because especially the state of West Indies as far as Test cricket is concerned. I mean, it would be something of a travesty if the game loses its place. For me personally, as you said, as a purist of the game, a connoisseur of cricket, and I believe that Test cricket is ultimately the pinnacle that one can reach. So I really would not like to see Test cricket die there, but we are heading hard along that road, especially among the smaller nations. I think that is where I saw a comment by Ricky Ponting recently calling on the authorities to offer much more assistance to the poorer cricketing nations, and I think that is where the solution really lies. There is a need for much more resource in helping to keep that game alive at the Test level.
Yeah, one ball there from Doyle, one of the very few that the rest of the world have bowled. I think there's a view in. Oh, hello! Somebody's very upset. They've just thrown their bat about 25 yards into the outfield. I'm not quite sure what caused that.
Well, sometimes when a batsman gets really aggressive and plays a lot of shots, we talk about throwing his bat. Well, that was literal.
Oh, that's a very unusual event. I hope we can get a still in that one for the
Colin,
that
is
brochure.
Not natural in the Caribbean, because your batting gloves get soaked with perspiration. So the force of the swing, bat sometimes flies out of the hand.
Well, he's lost his bat, but he has regained it, husbands, and this time showing respect to a good delivery, covering up.
I am going to tell you another issue about why the cricket is dying in our part of the world. Because the ICC, for whatever reason, changed up the sharing of the money. Years ago, when you paid when West Indies made most of its money when they toured England, because we shared the purse.
Yeah.
Now the decision has been taken that only the host country gets the revenue. So when you come to the Caribbean, Kensington can only hold 12,000 people. The only place in the Caribbean that holds any large number over 20,000 is Trinidad and Tobago, Port of Spain, Queen's Park. So all of the other grounds cannot make the money. And when you are asking us now to make our revenue only when you host a tournament, we will always be in problems.
And there'll also be an element of when you try and buy a ticket for the Ashes at Lord's, it's £125. So what's that? About $300 Belgian or something a ticket. It becomes crazy. I remember in '76, I think I was at the Oval when Michael Holding got his 8 for and I would say 70% of the ground was populated by West Indians that lived locally, and the atmosphere with the banging of cans, I mean, it was just wonderful. You couldn't have asked for any greater sporting theatre. Obviously, as an Englishman, it was terrifying, but generally, I mean, he was obviously a magnificent bowler, and it was great sporting theatre. But the atmosphere generated by the West Indian fans was just reminiscent of, you know, we're going to watch Liverpool or Manchester United or Spurs or Arsenal or whoever, you know, creating.
We cannot allow you to not. While we are here reminiscing and looking at the fortunes of Barbados cricket, West Indies cricket, sorry, I'm sure that our listeners want to hear what is still happening out on the square.
Well, I mean, not a lot. I mean, the game is just moving along at a fairly modest pace. 66 for 4 is the total. We've got John Courtney bowling his 9th and final over, and striking the batsman on the pad. A loud appeal. He's begging, pleading with umpire Thompson for that decision. But the batsman coming onto the front foot, John Courtney, hands akimbo, walking away to the onside, still not satisfied that he had not gotten his man. Quite notably, though, there was not the same enthusiasm coming from the keeper and the first slip fielder. It always tells a story. But yes, I have not given up all hope for West Indies cricket, though. I am very much still a number of good young talent about, just to be harnessed, just to be managed and prepared in the right way.
Well, I think all world cricket really hope so. We need a strong West Indies in the same way we need a strong New Zealand and a strong South Africa, strong Pakistan, a strong India, so that we get proper competition in Test cricket. I don't know whether you guys saw some of the, that's a wonderful spell from John Courtney, 9 overs, 3 for 25, and ripping out 3 of the top order batsmen. That's a really good effort by John.
Tremendous stuff here by John Courtney. 9 overs on the trot, and really knocking off the top part of the West Indies batting. West Indies, a very powerful batting unit, as has been shown by their performances so far in this tournament. And also, even if you look back to the over 50s late last year, and Courtney negating a lot of that power by removing the likes of Jefferson Gibbons, Roy Singh, and Richard Sluchan in conjunction with Rex Bennett with the new ball, and doing a fantastic job for the rest of the world. So John Courtney, just to repeat his figures, 9 overs, no maiden, 25 runs, 3 wickets. West Indies, after 18 overs, 66 for 4.
I think the rest of the world would have settled for that, to be honest.
Well, yes, and we must repeat the excellent batting conditions on offer. We haven't seen the pitch offer a whole lot of assistance to the bowlers. And George Harris, though, has negotiated everything quite well so far. He's 31 of 51 deliveries. He struck some 5-4s, 38 out of the 66 made by West Indies. Partnership now worth some 33 runs between himself and Rodney Husbands. This one is hit in the air but chipped out to mid-off. The fielder right back on the edge of the boundary at long off. Your golf man, Colin?
I'd like to think I was, but unfortunately golf doesn't agree.
So a bit of a chip there by...
Yes, that run out would have been run out of thin through the green from like 5 yards off.
Husbands driving off the outside edge. Ball runs down to third man. He's going to come back for 2. Will get the 2 runs, but the ball traveling exactly the opposite direction as he intended. Looking to hit that one on top of the pavilion as he had done earlier.
It's a very interesting phase of the game, this, because Husbands is really taking the attack to the rest of the world bowlers, and score rate is just beginning to grow. So it'll be interesting to see if he can. Oh, there's just another lovely six. Short ball is just deposited that in amongst the cars on the side road where Wayne's car was, and he moved it for this very, very reason.
That exact same reason.
But we make ours there.
Short delivery.
So
and
we'll shortly be losing commentary from Hartley, who is about to go and move his
his
car.
vehicle, but short delivery, and Husbands glad to pounce on that one, getting into his wicket and lifting it clean out of the ground at deep mid wicket. And he has now struck the second six of the innings, 2 fours and 2 sixes. And this man, Colin Hartley, has a way of of timing his comments. Just as he talked about the aggression from Rodney Husbands, there is
Yes.
the ball out of the ground, and it's actually caused a halt. You say sixth or six? He has a 6-6.
That's a big old boundary, that, and he's cleared that by some distance. It's a lovely
I
shot.
think the ball actually still to be retrieved. I'll use this opportunity to run through the scorecard for anyone joining us for the first time, reminding you that the West Indies won the toss and elected to bat. George Harris, who opened the batting, faced the first ball, is still there, not out on 39. Keith Lawrence was out, bowled by Rex Bennett for 2. Jefferson Gibbons was legged before wicket to John Courtney for no score. Roy Singh was bowled by Courtney without scoring. Richard Sushan well caught at slip by Paul Kinnelly of Courtney for 4, and Rodney Husbands, who has since come to the wicket, he has added some 42 so far for the 5th wicket with George Harris. He's on 25 of just 26 balls, striking some 2 fours and 2 sixes. 3 bowlers used so far by the rest of the world. Rex Bennett, 6 overs, 1 mid and 22 runs, 1 wicket. John Courtney, the pick of the bowlers so far, 9 overs, 25 runs, and is the total, and I think we've had to resort to a replacement ball.
change,
That ball
yeah.
not being yet retrieved, but some recovery being shown here by the West Indies, Hartley.
Yes, man. As I said earlier, any respectable score must come from this pair at the crease, because they are the ones that are compass batters.
As I mentioned, some 42 added by this pair. The wickets falling with the score on 24. That was Lawrence, 25. Gibbons also at 25 was Singh, and Sushan, he went with the total then on 33. And West Indies at 33 for forward, looking down the barrel more or less. But this pair basically retrieved the situation somewhat. And now West Indies looking to ease themselves back into the ascendancy as this wonderful game of cricket. You know, I've always referred to cricket as a game of momentum shifts back and forth. And here we're seeing the momentum beginning to shift slightly towards the West Indies again with this partnership. In the air, straight down the ground, gone for 4, first bouncing to the boundary.
And this is what we have now. We do not see in modern day West Indies cricket, where batters recognizing the bowling is on top, you hang in there and wait for the shift because the shift will come.
Well, yes, very well struck boundary there by Husbands.
Yeah, he's playing very nicely, and from day one he's come in and wanted to take the attack to the bowlers. He's been quite judicious about which balls he's hit. I noticed that the field is a little more spread than 10 minutes to go, 3 men out on the leg side, 1 man out straight, and that of course opens up the opportunity to push for ones and twos, and gives you a much great opportunity to build the momentum.
Well, another expensive over there, sent down by Peter Doyle. 4 overs for 31 runs, and after 19, West Indies 79 for 4. Husbands on to 29, and George Harris, who has been the glue holding this innings together.
Oh yes. In fact,
He's still there at 39.
Seeing George has brought back so many men because the style he's batting, he has always batted like that.
He reminds me a little bit of Larry Gomes.
Always batted like that. Long on the front foot, but very difficult to dislodge. Very difficult.
He's barely played a full shot. He's played very nicely, and provided he's there, you could see the West Indies building a big total around him.
Now, and while we are talking about the batters, I know a great deal about the other batsman, Rodney Husbands, because he's younger than I am, but around my time. And he is one of the unfortunate ones that never played for Barbados or the West Indies, but was quite capable of doing it. And he got frustrated and went, as he saw greener pastures in the United States of America. So, and then he still played cricket in America, but he could have made any team in our region.
He looks a good player. Just to head back out into the middle, change of bowling at the bottom end, Paul Keneally, the former Welsh captain, just coming into bowl.
Well, yes, he's going to be bowling right arm off spin.
I'd say he's more of a sort of slow medium bowler. You get quite a lot of those, I think, in over 60s cricket.
Yes, quite a. I saw a guy from, I think, England called Chris Dearden. Bowls a bit of a push and a pull and a slower. He bowls a slow ball and then a slower ball. And quite nagging. I described him as a batsman myself. I consider him, but quite annoying because he doesn't give you any pace to work with. And Keneally looks a similar type bowler. This one is down the leg side and is going to run away into the boundary for 4 runs it is. So Husband did manage to get just a tickle onto that delivery directed outside the leg stump. And 4 runs conceded. Husbands continues to scoring boundaries. He goes up to 33. Now going at better than a run of ball, 33 off some 29 deliveries. 84 for 4. So Keneally, right arm slow. Husbands coming onto the front foot, walking onto the front foot with the shot. Ball traveling back along the pitch to the bowler. So as Colin would have suggested, field quite well spread now when Husbands is on strike as he gets a full toss, whips it away behind square. This one is going to run into the boundary at long leg for another 4. And wayward bowling, I must say, by Keneally on that occasion. Another full toss outside the leg stump. And all Husbands had to do was get some bat on it. He placed it perfectly away from those fielders on the onside and picks up his 6th boundary now, 92 for 4.
Yeah, nice shot, nice controlled shot. And the outfield is really quite quick now, so once he gets through the infield, it's going to be difficult to stop.
So Keneally, Husbands driving eerily past the extra cover fielder. There's a man protection right back at deep extra cover. So only 1 run to be had. But as we mentioned, now we see the field beginning to close in. Once Harris comes on strike, the field had been quite well spread. So the mid-off comes up into the circle, so does the mid-on. Of course, with the left-hander on strike. As Keneally into Harris, and Harris is driving up to mid-off. He's going to get 1. He's going to get 1. So the partnership, actually, the 50 partnership came up earlier in that over. The 50 partnership between Husbands and Harris for the 5th wicket. So West Indies very much now have repaired the damage somewhat. And now looking.
the pendulum now is swinging a bit in the West Indies' favour.
Looking to build on this partnership.
And interestingly, that partnership, that 50 partnership, Husbands has much the greater share. And right from ball one, he's looked very aggressive and played some lovely shots.
Here he's off strike at the moment. I think that previous over that sent down by Doyle has forced captain John Courtney to look elsewhere for his bowler. At this, the northern end, Stephen Farmer end at Wanderers. And number
I think the new bowler is going to be Mark Preddy, the Australian leg spinner.
So Mark Pretty it is, number 33. Field being put into place.
One of our colleagues sitting alongside Mark Whittaker said, "Don't forget that it's Preddy with an E." When he was first introduced to the management of the rest of the world 11, we spelt his name wrong, and he gets very upset if he doesn't get his extra E.
So Pretty with an E. Right arm leg spin, bowling to the left-handed George Harris. Over the wicket he comes. First delivery is short and pulled away by Harris. Straight up to the fielder in the deep at a straightish mid-wicket and only gets a single. Harris with that single goes on to 42 and the total 91 for 4. We are in to the 21st over of the innings. And now again we see the field beginning to spread. Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on. I would believe there's also a long off, deep cover, deep extra cover in fact. The rest of the field saving one at backward point and extra cover. Captain Courtney himself is in at mid-wicket and there's a man behind square on the onside saving one also. So Preddy tossing the ball from hand to hand. Comes in now and bowls to Husbands. Husbands is whipping this one out to the fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary. The ball going on the first bounce to the fielder, but really growing in confidence now is Husbands and flowing. You can see the rhythm in his play, and a quite wristy player. Quite a lot of wrist in that last shot. The ball speeding out to deep mid-wicket. Outside the off stump, full driven straight to the fielder at clear cover. Misfield allows a single.
Well, that's the first set of midfield we have seen, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, the rest of the world have done very well in the outfield. The out cricket has been good. Good delivery. One bounced quite prodigiously on pitching. Husbands getting quite square on his crease and dropping it back. You know that's the old-fashioned West Indian way of playing short delivery shortly. We know we tend to get quite square behind the ball. The English and the coaching manual tells us to keep the left shoulder in front. Good delivery. Bounce again.
That's the wicketkeeper disturbing his stumps.
Good bounce again from Preddy.
Yeah, I mean, it's leg spinners are fairly. I mean, obviously Mark is Australian, but they're fairly rare in England because you don't get the hardness in the wickets to get that bounce. We've been very lucky. There are a couple have come through in recent times. In Adil Rashid, who's a wonderful bowler, and the lad who plays for England, Livingstone, who can bowl leg spinners and off spinners, and I think he will enjoy bowling on hard surfaces like this.
Hardly. Leg spinners are a very rare species in the West Indies these days.
Very, very. In fact, in Barbados cricket, we are quarreling because the only promising youthful leg spinner we have omitted from the Barbados Pride squad.
I'll tell you another of my little stories here. From my first tour of playing the first Ghost Overs Masters 2009, I think, and we played at the 3Ws ground, which is a magnificent place to play cricket under any circumstances. Under lights, first time I'd ever played under lights, and I came into bat 30 for 2 or something after about 5 or 6 overs, and the chap at the other end said, just watch the bounce, didn't really take much notice, and there was a leg spinner bowling the first ball, and I flopped forward and it hit me on the helmet. It just flipped off straight. I mean, it's great because it meant you could sit on the back foot and play cricket. I think it's the only place I've ever played cricket where I think I could see my reflection in the wicket, because it was just like glass, and and it's a magnificent outfield too. A magnificent place to play cricket.
3Ws over at the University of the West Indies campus at KFL. It's one of the two international grounds here in Barbados.
I could see why they'd want to play international cricket there.
So we've had
This is
Keneally withdrawn from the attack after 1 over.
Okay, this is our former Bermudan captain. Would have played in the Red Stripe Cup against all the great West Indian players over here. This is Arnold Manders.
Arnold Manders.
He's now the president of Bermuda Cricket.
Okay. Now on the field of play, Arnold Manders, right arm off spin, and worked away into the onside by Harris, who's been quite prepared to just feed the strike to the more attacking Rodney Husbands as this partnership continues to build.
It is clear that George has decided that he is the sheet anchor, and he is seeing that Husbands is rather aggressive and successful with it. He's prepared to just give him the strike.
Well, Husbands comes on strike now, long on, deep mid wicket, long off, deep extra cover, 4 boundary riders. Husbands look for a sweet shot, the ball outside the leg stump, signal wide, not taken cleanly by the keeper. So 1 more run, 1 extra, 95 for 4. As Manders now making an adjustment, he's going to send the fielder from short square leg into an area behind square. Is he going to go right back or? Well, yes, basically right back on the boundary at deep backward square. On the front foot comes Husband, sit hard down the ground. Ball traveling in the air for quite a while, but the fielder at mid-off, the fielder is at long off, no one in position at mid-off. Would have been an easy catch or an offer had there been a mid-off. But we all know why there's no mid-off. The way that Husbands has been striking this ball. Now that mid-off has come into mid-on for the left-handed George Harris. Aaron Manders is seeing Harris dragging this delivery. I think he was hoping to hit that ball a bit straighter. Eventually dragging it down to the fielder at mid-on. Dot ball. Manders outside the off stump, driven, a controlled shot by Harris. Again, not quite to the pitch, the ball being quite wide, and you can also almost see him make the adjustment to keep that ball along the ground into the offside, just on making contact. Again, turns the strike over. Again, sends the deep fielders back towards their positions on the boundaries. Coming off the outside edge, down to third man, this one is going to run, and the batsmen come back for another couple. So was that a controlled edge, Hartley, or was it a genuine victory, moral victory for the bowler?
It started as a victory for the bowler, but you could see the batter seeing that the ball was moving, and he actually opened the face and steered it past the wicketkeeper.
So a controlled edge then. 2 more runs to Husbands. He's in the 40s already, believe it or not. 42 from 38 balls. Full toss, swung away. but not really taking full advantage of the delivery. Must have been close to being called a no ball for height above the waist, but umpire Thompson accepting that the ball was below what was a legal one, and that single brings up the 100 for West Indies. Exactly 22 overs have been bowled, 100 for 4 at a strike rate of 4.55 runs per over. The partnership now worth 47, and believe it or not, Husbands has almost caught up with Harris. It'll be interesting for Ashton to tell us sometime later what was Harris's score when Husbands came to the wicket. I didn't necessarily mean you had to do it, no, but if you're going to, Ashton is
She's
that cooperative.
Mathematician.
No, the computer does all the work. So this is Preddy again to take the attack. More of a delivery outside the off stump. Will come in again to Husbands. And Husbands comes down the track, hits it in the air, over the infield on the outside. The ball is going to bounce safely in front of the fielder coming in from deep cover. But looking to hit that one out of the ground, I believe, somewhere into the roadway at the northern end of the Wanderers ground. Only succeeding in bunting it over the extra cover area. 101 for 4. Husbands up to 44. Harris, who is on 45 on strike, gets the delivery short outside the leg stump, spinning away, beating the keeper, and running down to fine leg. The batsman coming back for a second.
That's going to be too wide.
Run. We wait for the umpire to signal the inevitable wide. So 3 more runs to the West Indies total. So the runs beginning to flow now. The game has, I was about to say, getting away from the rest of the world, but I think it has already gotten away.
It has gotten away from it. It has gotten away.
Right
now there's damage limitation now.
So the West Indies very much in the ascendancy for this phase of play, as this delivery is slapped out towards deep cover. Fielder having to come around a long way to his right. Gets there in time, just a couple of meters inside the boundary at deep square cover. And the batsmen come back for another couple. So the race is on. Who will get to the 50 first?
I think the rest of the world are in need of a wicket here, aren't they? They're just beginning to wilt slightly.
Well, Hartley did call it. He did say that as the sun gets more and more overhead, the more difficult it's going to become for these fielders. Not exactly accustomed and attuned to these conditions, these hot conditions. Warm, stifling, sometimes very relatively humid. How do you find the humidity, Colin?
I don't think it's too bad this time of year. When I've been here in November previously, it's been very humid. That's a beautiful cut shot from Harris there. It's gone to the longest part of the ground, and I think he's going to be forced to run through. But a beautiful shot.
Well, 3 runs to bring up his 50, George Harris. If ever a man deserved a half century, it was Harris in this innings. He has been there from the outset for West Indies, held the innings together when things were going wrong, has found a good a partner in Rodney Husbands, and are now beginning to reap the reward of his hard work in the earlies. 50 off 62 balls with 5 fours. Well done to George Harris.
Well said. He has batted exceptionally well.
Husbands gets a short delivery. Looks so evident is given. Leg before wicket. Across the line he went. Missed it on this occasion. And after some deliberation, umpire Welch agreeing with the fielding team that ball would have struck the stumps. And Rodney Husbands having to come back. The race for the 50 having been won by Harris. And now Husbands would be making his way back in. Leg before wicket. to Mark Petty for 44 off 42 balls. His boundary count reads 5 fours and 2 sixes, a strike rate of 104.7. He deserves every bit of the applause that he's going to get as he comes back to the pavilion.
Well said, Wayne.
Yeah, very nicely. Took the game away from the rest of the world for a period there. And I think that's now 3 I've got right, where we've forecast something happening. I'll take full credit for that in the team meeting later on.
There's a lottery in Barbados, the Super Lotto.
I'm just off to the shop to get my ticket.
The prize is 6 million and more Barbados dollars. Could you please give me the 5 numbers?
That was actually a very good piece of bowling by Petty. That was a much quicker delivery. I guess probably would have been a flipper. It kept much lower. Wasn't so much bounce there. Really pushed that through. And well under him, because the rest of the world were definitely coming under the hammer there for a bit. So this opens up the door again. Another couple of wickets now, and it's just going to be very interesting next patch to play.
I did say that the umpire deliberated, and I suspect it was about height. Whether that ball would have been striking the stumps or going, but I think it was a good decision too.
That one dropped short,
Right.
and the batter, he actually played at length for the ball. Took his eye off it and went to pull. And
Right, a shot. He did play a similar shot earlier in the innings, looking for that whip out towards mid wicket. But this
Very
time
true.
that ball sliding through a bit quicker and deceiving him, I believe. Good bowling by the leg spinner, Pretty. So in the meantime, I think so. We agreed that it is Amin who has now come to the wicket, because we had him at the wicket at number 6 when in fact it was Husbands. So Amin. Manders continuing, and Harris driving, miscuing somewhat. The ball coming off the lower part of the bat.
I think that's one of the slowest walked singles I've seen in a very long time. I wonder if the heat's beginning to get to him as well.
No, that is more frustration than anything else, because I am trying to describe the shot he's trying to play. It looks like a sweep and like a cut, and the ball is going from on the offside onto the onside.
It's a sort of a drag, really, isn't it? Rather than
I like that word.
it's. I'd call that the left-hander's cover drive, the one that goes to the man.
I think a consequence of the lack of pace by the bowler too, having to wait for the ball to get to him. So Manders starts and stops. Now to come into bowl to Zamin Allen. With his first delivery, gets some width outside the all stump, slaps it down towards extra cover, goes quickly through for 1, but it will have to settle for the single, as the man at deep cover is in off the boundary.
Yeah, that's a bit too short now, and the wicket is playing beautifully, and you can't really bowl halfway down on this.
1-1-1, full Nelson, as Manders is short. Harris again not timing his shot, because that ball sat up basically and asked to be hit, but Harris ended up just dragging it off the inner half of the bat down to deep mid wicket.
Of course, very famous number in English cricket, Nelson. And the tradition in the dressing room is that when your batting side is on 111, you have to take your feet off the ground. And you'll remember the great umpire, David Shepherd. He used to hop up and down. Fortunately, he didn't take both feet off the ground, because when he landed, you'd have had an earthquake in Indonesia. He was a very big man and a wonderful umpire. Not a bad cricketer, too.
Manders outside the all stump, chopped away out to cover. Single to Amin. So now we've had some 24 overs. and the West Indies at 113 for 5. So still a long way to go. As many as 21 overs are still to come, with 5 wickets down. So
I think this is with the role of Husbands, who was taking the game away from the rest of the world. This is now a crucial phase. The West Indies will not want to lose any wickets, so they've got wickets in hand for the big assault for the last 10 or 12 overs. When the fielding side will be tired, and it's very important that they don't lose too many wickets now.
I just was about to say that's why it's important for the rest of the world to try to keep picking up wickets, to negate that onslaught, that prospective onslaught towards the end of the innings. But having reduced the West Indies to 33 for 4, I think they will be quite keen, or wouldn't be quite keen, to even bowl the full allotment of 45 overs.
I think the sooner they get back into the cool of the pavilion, they'll be very happy.
So it's going to be Preddy again. Bowling to Amin. And Amin is on the front foot, stroking up, beats the man at short extra cover. And thoughts of going for a second run as the fielder from mid-off has to go. Doyle has to run away all of 20 meters to his left to retrieve that ball. So another couple to West Indies. Pretty bowls a full toss, hit through cover, chase around for the sweeper, and he is not going to be able to keep that one inside the rope. This outfield very, very fast, because Amin didn't appear to really time that ball and hit it with any great degree of power, but away from the deep cover fielder, and the ball racing across the ground for 4.
When I saw you looking to see if it was going to go to the boundary, I said, but because to me, it didn't look as if he had really timed it, but it is clearly really struck it well.
And the outfield very quick.
Well, yes.
The outfield very quick. Hard try, but well grassed. And well grassed. Hits this one up through extra cover. A glorious looking shot this time. Amin doesn't even bother to run once he made contact with that ball. And the old Hartley, you would remember, a former commentator, Leslie Shell Harris, says, "Not a man move."
In fact, I thought he actually dug up the ball.
Flowing the
and no
extra
sound
cover
at all
drive.
from the bat. The ball just rocketed through the cover.
Fielder at deep cover gave up immediately. And as I said, the batsman didn't even bother to run once he realized that it had gone through the infield. 4 more runs to Amin. He goes into double figures. He's 12. It's 123 for 5. Again, he's coming forward, meeting this ball on the full, but low on the bat, and this time prepared just to push it up to the fielder at extra cover. No intent in scoring on that occasion. It's again for Preddy. And looking for that sweep shot, getting it down to the leg slip position. The ball probably coming off the pad, but pitching outside leg.
If he's playing that sweep shot, I mean, he's not doing much turning this leg break at all.
Not a lot of turn. Quite prodigious, good bounce. He's been getting some rather generous bounce, Preddy. But that one won't bounce because he bowls a full toss. Not put away by Zamin, though. Hitting it straight to the fielder there at backward square. And Preddy closes out his third over with a dot ball. He's taken a wicket. Relatively expensive, though. 22 runs from his 3 overs. And after 25, West Indies 123 for 5.
This is the stage now that we are going to see if the West Indies are going to accelerate, take advantage of not only the relaxing of the field, but also the slower movement of the players.
As the sun begins to take its effect, the sun actually gone behind the cloud now, so I'm sure the players in the middle would appreciate that, and if I were them, I would hope that cloud never moves for the rest of the afternoon, as this one is struck away by Harris for 4 out to the deep mid-wicket area.
Is that his 50?
Well, he had
Oh, no, you're at 50.
he's already 50.
That ball,
Yeah, that's a very poor ball, and it got exactly what it deserved.
it appears if it's stuck in the bowler's hand, it dropped half the pitch.
A long hop. So Manders would want to
More a flop than a hop.
repair. Bowes a full toss that is struck away for 4 more. So again, we see the runs beginning to flow off the bats of West Indies.
60. Yeah, it is clear that the West Indies side now are going to accelerate.
Well, we've already seen some 6 bowlers used. Of course, John Courtney has already completed his maximum of 9. So it'll be interesting to see if the captain resorts to one of the bowlers bowled previously, or who else there may be left to come into the attack.
There's still one frontline bowler who hasn't bowled yet. I suspect will bowl at the death. Phil Stevens, a very good medium pace bowler.
Matara. Manders, I'm sorry, stroked up through cover by George Harris. Harris once again now beginning to take the lead once again, having been prepared to play that sheet anchor role when Husbands was on the go.
Yes.
You can see him now beginning to take the lead again in the scoring. So
It's interesting to see if, because it was clear what had transpired between Husbands and Harris, but the way how Amin is batting, I don't really think that he's going to give much time, because he too looks like a very aggressive batter.
yeah, he looks to be looking to get on with it. So we've had a few expensive overs of late. Once we saw the introduction of the likes of Keneally, Preddy, and Manders. The opening bowlers did an excellent job in Rex Bennett and John Courtney. And Manders brings his 3rd over to an end. 26 overs gone, 134 for 5. Be looking to come to the end of that middle phase. You know, nowadays in limited overs cricket, we have these terms. We have the power plays, we have the middle stages, then we have the death. Still some way off here.
But I'm hoping that when Husbands struck the ball out of the ground and they had to replace the ball, the run started to flow after the replacement ball came in. We have a lot. This ball now, the change the ball is taking a very long run.
Okay, this is the introduction of Phil Stevens, who's the Somerset opening bowler.
Phil Stevens, you just mentioned him as who would be the bowler, apparently the specialist death bowler in the side. See if he's anything like Dwayne Bravo. Well, at least the run-up is about the same. And nice footwork done by John Courtney there at extra cover. At least a run. Fairly lengthy run, Stevens. And again, this one is chalked up to Courtney at extra cover. Does a good job. Good flowing drive by Harris. again we see Harris stroking it up to extra cover. And Hartley was just going to ask you, do you still remember the feeling you get when a ball comes off the middle of your bat? It sends a thrill through the body.
I wasn't that good at that.
But yeah,
Yeah, but you're quite right. When you
really stroke it,
and you smile,
as Harris is at the moment,
all 4 balls gone fielded by the same
fielded by the
fielder.
same fielder. So
So that means that Stevens bowled to his field.
bowling very much to his field and keeping the batsman in check.
I'm wondering why is it, Colin? Why didn't he open the bowling, Stephen?
I think we quite like the idea of opening with a one medium pacer and one spinner. And I think he bowls quite a lot at the death for Somerset.
Well, this time Harris gets it into the gap, just wide of Courtney, and turns the strike over to the right-handed Amin as the field adjusts for the right-hander. Similar action to Rex Bennett. Phil Stevens. Field settles now. Outside the yard stump, hit hard into the turf, bouncing up to extra cover, no run. I was tempted to tell you, Hartley, there have been some times that I have stroked a cricket ball. That the only thing that I could experience that was greater than such. Of ladies.
Please don't. But I tell you, Colin, the difficulty Stevens will have
135 for 5 in 27 overs. Sorry, Hartley.
here, the difficulty he's going to have is that while at Somerset, he might be able to swing the ball. Here, as the ball gets older, he is not going to get a swing as how he would have got if he's in England, in English conditions.
No, I think the only thing you can say is that the ball will get a little softer, so it's less easy to make good connection to get the ball to the boundary.
We also made the point that these games are being played with the pink ball,
Yeah.
you know, which is, I don't know. I mean, I hardly played cricket with white balls. The only white balls I played with was white tape balls in my time. So the difference between white and a red ball and pink ball, Colin, you might have a better idea. What if there are any subtle differences?
Not being a bowler, basically anything that was coming my way, I was trying to hit. I do think that the red balls, and this could be just a feeling rather than anything else, that the red balls seem to stay harder longer and they seem to keep their lacquer longer. Very often when I have had the opportunity to play with white and pink balls, they seem to go soft quite quickly. Quite why that would be, because it's the same manufacturing process, I really don't know. I will say, as an older man, that bless you to one of our scorers who's sneezing well. Seeing the pink ball in both cloudy and under lights and in very bright conditions like we have here today is very much easier than seeing a red ball or a white ball.
Interesting.
Well, internationally, the pink ball was introduced when I was managing the Barbados team. And what I can tell you about the pink ball, when the sun is shining, the pink ball is quite ordinary. But when night steps in, it has a mind of its own. It does what it likes. The pink ball is a phenomenal thing to watch at night. It swings.
Yes. And how about the seam? Any differences in the seam of either ball?
Black.
I don't think. I mean, the one that we were playing with today looked to have a reasonably prominent seam. I think we have to remember that we are watching 60 pluses here, and
they will not. They will probably not swing the ball or cut the ball as prodigiously as maybe people who are a bit younger. Maybe not such flexible fingers. I'm not too sure.
Harris
I say he's successful.
is slapping this one into the boundary at the wide long on. Gets a short delivery, gets deep into his crease, and allows the ball to come on to him and just lifting it over the infield out to the boundary. 4 more runs to George Harris, 4 more to the West Indies. Total is 141 for 5 after 28 overs. Harris is now up to 69.
Yes, man, the batting is getting remarkably easier here. And you can see Harris, he is going into a second gear.
So cashing in on all of his hard work,
Yes, yes, patience.
diligence and patient waiting. Now batting has become, as Hartley pointed out, somewhat easier for him at least. So Stevens, who was the 7th bowler introduced by Captain John Courtney, will continue from the northern end, and on the pass flicked away. Nice neat looking shot by Amin. Only a single. $142 for 5. Harris getting this one square on the onside for a single. Doesn't appear to the naked Harris, but he's been going around at a very healthy strike rate, a strike rate of 87.5, 70 off 80 balls. He struck some 8-4s.
But he's not. He hasn't faced many dot balls, you know. He scores pretty quickly for a high percentage of balls.
Not a lot of violent stroke play either. Stroking the ball around more than anything else, as Amin dropping onto that front foot and pushing that one into the offside to that short extra cover fielder. Point cover, extra cover, deep cover, long off. I believe there's a man on the boundary at long on, out of my view, as this delivery is outside the arm. Someone driving powerfully, 2 covers for 4. He got the correct length, he got the width, he threw his hands at it, and making good contact, the ball speeding across the ground up to deep cover. 4 runs to Zamin Amin, 146 for 5, and hardly even you would have enjoyed
Yes,
playing that shot.
If I were not playing, when in my day as a wicketkeeper, I would have said, "Well played, my friend." That was a classy shot there.
So ball retrieved, 147 it is, a 4-5. Stevens guilty of a bit too much width with that delivery. In again, and this time Amin is coming forward and playing a check defensive shot. Good, clever play, dropping the ball in front of him, and the 2 batsmen just making eye contact, a slight nod of the head, and that what could have been a fairly sharp single turned into just an easy jog.
Yeah, you can see that Stevens is a swing bowler, or was a swing bowler in his day. So he bowls a very good length, but he's not getting that kind of assistance in this atmosphere. No, he can't swing here.
Yeah, just a little, might hopefully get a bit of drift in the breeze, more or less, but nothing overhead for him whatsoever. No moisture in the air as the sun continues to stream down.
When I have played, you two have played many a match on this at this ground, and you know, with these kind of pitches. Right.
Yeah, it just gets easier and easier. It's going to
When
get
you
easier and
When
easier.
you come to wonders and you win the toss, you back.
except in previous times before, no, except in the times before covers.
Before,
Yeah,
well,
when,
yes. Oh,
when you can run into some quite challenging conditions.
didn't Milton Small play for this?
Milton Small played Milton Small played for Wanderers. I think it is out of Wonders that he made it into the West Indies team. So a change of bowling.
There's Paul Keneally returning from the bottom end, from the Professor Edwards end.
Prof Edwards still very much involved in cricket at the local level. He's part of the.
Consultant.
He's actually a consultant to the Barbados Cricket Association at Kensington Oval in the preparation of the Kensington Oval pitches. There are Prof Edwards. Delivery short, punched into the offside by Harris, straight up to that fielder there at cover. So Keneally, slow right arm. As Harris is swatting this one away into that slog sweep, down on one knee, and finding that wide open area between deep mid wicket and long on. Good manipulation of the field.
That's a hockey shot.
And I suspect that Harris was also a hockey player.
Yes, he was. Well, nothing as good as his brother Peter, but he was a good hockey player also.
Remember these guys, the Harris brothers, born in India, so they would have had their early sports grounding in India, and India very prominent for hockey.
I think they have won the World Cup, the World Championship. It was being shown on television up to last week or like that, like India.
All right, so on the front foot, pushes back along. The rest on the onside of the pitch. No run.
He's been very judicious in his stroke play. He's laid into the bad ball really effectively.
One of the key aspects of batsmanship, shot selection. Choked away, square of the wicket. Nice. I love the form though of Peter Doyle as he goes in pursuit. Yeah, good use of the hands, the hands pumping, the legs lifting up towards the chest.
Yes, Harris is looking very comfortable now. He wasn't always looking comfortable, but he's flowing.
It's 155 for 5. This is the last delivery of the 30th over. Harris having been there for 124 minutes, so he should be batting quite comfortably by now, unless he begins to tire and onto the front foot. But a real batsman hardly ever gets tired batting, and pushes this one into the covers. A dot ball, 155 for 5 at the end of 30. Harris is 77.
You have identified another issue in the modern day cricket. When I hear batters saying that they're tired, and you are batting and you are tired, I do not understand what it means. No batter gets tired.
As a matter of fact, I am of the belief that the only reason you play cricket is to bat. The reason you bowl is to get the opposition out so you can bat. But cricket is all about batting, as far as I'm concerned.
I was never a supporter of winning the toss and sending anybody into bat, because my argument was simple. You go to a ground as a new pitch, the best, so it has to be the best player.
Best it can be.
When you get there, win the toss, you bat.
As a man who's done a bit of skipping, I think I would generally agree with that. Although having seen our team get completely rolled over on a slightly wet wicket by the Australians on Wednesday, there are occasions where maybe judiciously the Australians bowled extremely well and fielded extremely well, but to give away an advantage on that wicket, and it was still doing a little bit even by the time that Australia got into bat.
But if you have done your reconnaissance and you know that the pitch is not excellent, and you are fortunate enough to win the toss, but you do insert your opponent. But look, when you come to Wonders today and see these conditions, you bat and you bat.
I'm pretty sure John Courtney would have batted if he'd have
No
won the
doubt.
toss. He certainly would have had a few looks from his bowlers.
Well, you had to lose the toss. Huh? Yes, but when and I were in our time of playing, and you go to grounds like Empire and Spark, those kind of grounds, and you lose the toss, you know that you had to field. Yeah.
Just keep on more about the hunting and West Indies.
Yeah, but Colin, I was going to also raise the issue. The cricket was going so well. I know that we talked earlier about the state of West Indies cricket, and we are hoping for its return. And we had broken at a time where it comes to the money. And I was about to tell you that, as far as I'm concerned, there are two options ICC has. One, revert to sharing the purse per test, per series, or divide the money more equitably. You cannot be giving England, Australia, and India such a huge sum of money, and then the others getting the rest. So they make up their mind what they want to do.
I'm totally with you. We obviously have a very similar situation in England with Premier League football, where there are a few clubs that are incredibly wealthy. We've just seen one of the clubs who've been struggling this season spend £600 million on players. Now, I actually think that's an obscene thing to be happening, but I support a tiny little club in the second division or championship, Luton Town. That would probably keep them going for about 50 years. But the money's never going to be. I fear that we live in a world where things are driven by money, and everybody wants to keep their share of the pie, sadly. And I'm not sure that there's going to be a redistribution of wealth. I, like you, think it's probably the only way that you're going to be able to support, teams like the West Indies and Zimbabwe are obviously trying to play Test cricket.
And remember, we have just brought in the Netherlands and Afghanistan. These are also test playing countries that will never get the kind of money unless there is a proper distribution of the wealth.
No, it's actually wonderful to see these guys here. That's been spooned up into the air out to deep extra cover, for one. It's a shame that we're not seeing more. It sounds like the ice cream van's going past, which is very good news. I'm hoping my good lady is going to go and purchase an ice cream for us. This summer, England are playing Ireland in a test match, and I saw the first test match between England and Ireland came very close to turning England over. Only an extraordinary last day where Ireland were bowled out for 35 or 36 with Anderson and Broad swinging the ball round corners. And it was an extraordinary spell of bowling. That's a very poor misfield, and the ball has gone through through extra cover there from Harris. It would be wonderful to see them play more test matches against countries like that.
Just to interject here, gentlemen, and report the 50 partnership for this wicket between Harris and Amin,
Very good.
adding some 51 up to this stage. Yes, Colin, you were saying?
Yeah, so it was great to see Ireland play a test match. So they're there again this year. I love it when people like Pakistan and New Zealand come over, and they give England wonderful games of cricket, and they need to be sustained.
What we are fortunate enough for us, when people like Ponting and those high-profile former test players start to get involved in making comments about the cricket, it is at this stage that the powers that be take note. So I'm hoping that more high-profile former players would recognize that we are seeing the danger of the demise of Test cricket if there isn't a more equitable distribution of the wealth.
Whipped away by Harris behind square for 4. Short, angling down the leg side. And George Harris, who is now seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit, comes into his wicket and just helps it away behind square for another boundary. He goes up to 85. The total 164 for 5. Well, gentlemen, I had the occasion only yesterday of visiting the headquarters of the Barbados Football Association and for a chat with the president, Randy Harris. And in that discussion, I learned so much about the workings of FIFA. And when you compare FIFA to the ICC, the fairness as far as distribution and the assistance that football associations, the smaller football associations across the world is able to get. And when you look at it, when you look in that in contrast to the ICC, then you understand the difficulties with the lower ranked sides. And lower ranked, I mean, as far as resources are concerned. As you mentioned earlier, a vast majority of the profits from cricket, from the ICC, going into the coffers of a small few.
Very, very small few. And it doesn't. And I do not understand why we have allowed cricket to become so commercialized that you are now you are refusing to allow the less affordable or the less fortunate test playing countries to flounder because they are floundering.
When you say you, I hope you're not referring to me personally. No, I agree entirely, and redistribution of wealth is a concept that is not always fashionable, but to keep international sport of ours, or this international sport of ours going, it's going to be necessary.
In fact, FIFA, ICC will have to eventually adopt FIFA's model. It's going to be a great pushback because India argues that they have the biggest audience, so they should actually benefit from it. But it doesn't work. It's an international game.
And then again, could you imagine cricket, India against India? What is there to be gained? So they have to interact with the rest of the world. There's competition with the rest of the world that leads to the generation of that wealth. And the health of the game, though, the health of the game universally demands that a lot more of the spoils are shared more evenly. I guess eventually that is what is going to be the outcome.
But the problem is that cricket is only played in the Commonwealth.
Well, no longer so. Test cricket maybe, but no longer. No longer so as far as the shorter formats are concerned. It's now become quite a worldwide sport, cricket.
My position is that once the parents, the headquarters of cricket has to change, has to be shifted for there to be a difference.
170 for 5. George Harris beginning to show some wear now.
Yes,
one notices he's
not running.
Not only not running, but he's also favoring, I think, that left leg. Looks like something happening around the area of the ankle on the left side.
I'm pretty sure he won't want to come out though.
Well, he's 90 now. As this one tickled to short fine leg, offer for a short single, and Harris says no. And you could well understand why. Well, yes, there's the fatigue aspect, along with a bit of a niggle, it appears.
And we've been joined by the West Indies captain, Roy Singh.
Roy Happy with your position at the moment?
Yes, the boys had a good comeback. We were a little worried earlier, but George did what he was supposed to do, stuck it around, and he's got to be there at the end, right? And also we had one of our guys' husbands, boy, he came in there and he just batted fluently, just beautiful stroke maker, right? So class batsmen they are, right? So hopefully George will make 100 and then continue from there.
Any ideas about, any thoughts about what would be a desirable score?
Well, at this point right now, we're looking at another 100 runs from here. So, yeah, it's very doable.
Well,
Boys are not unleashing yet.
yes,
It'll be a case of keeping wickets in hand, won't it, to make sure you can have that final
That's
assault.
why they're batting so carefully. We've been talking about this all the way. It's
171 you've got.
So at 171 for 5 Hartley, the captain tells us he's looking for something in the area of 270.
Rather optimistic. If he can get another century, another 100 runs by the close of the innings, he's actually effectively batted the rest of the world out of the game.
Well, I'm going to ask you to use that mathematical brain of yours. They have been scoring at a rate of 5.37 runs per over. With 18 overs left, could you do the calculation of the possible outcome? Quickly, Harley.
90 runs.
It's about 13 overs.
13.
I'm talking of a 50 over game.
yeah.
I'm talking a 50 over game. 13 overs left. So yes, that is
Talking about another 7.5, 8 and over.
to get to that 270. My mistake again. I'm thinking in the air and along the lines of 50 overs.
You don't really make mistakes. You don't make mistakes here. It's just that you are calculating at the bigger game. 50 over.
All right. In the meantime, a bowling change being effected at the northern end, and Doyle, the left-arm spinner, Peter Doyle, being reintroduced at the top of the 33rd over, bowling to George Harris.
90.
As he's hitting this one in the air, but the ball falling into a space and through the legs of the man at deep cover. Another bad misfield and another boundary gifted to George Harris.
When he made 2 errors in one ball, he did not pick up the flight of the ball initially. So when the ball pitched and spun away, then he was just struggling to get to it.
To get behind it. Pushed into the onside, single to Harris. He gets all strike. $170. So he's going to be Amin back on strike.
He's batted nicely since he came in, pushed the score along and a run of all. Been very good.
Almost silently lost.
He has taken every opportunity, to continue his scoring.
There's a boundary that not that last four that he hit. What is the four before that he had? So Doyle getting his field in place. We're going to come around the wicket left arm, and I'm quite content to just drop onto that front foot, push the ball through the vacant mid-off position, and trot through for a single.
Interesting to hear Roy's comment to thinking that it might get up to 270. 270 will be a big score, but it's not chaseable on in these conditions with a fast outfield and the rest of the world have some decent cricketers. So we could be in for a very good game of cricket.
And my statement was based on the fact that I have not seen the batting of the rest of the world teams. But it is not an impossible target. But what you also have to take into consideration is that the sun the conditions would have taken a lot out of them, and they were feeling. But they
No,
should-
that's definitely true. But again, if they can get a decent start and get on top, they need to preserve wickets early on so they can have a later sort as the West Indies bowlers tire.
yes, but
Clap that one over the head of the bowler for 4. That was hit hard. Short delivery.
I mean, it's hitting the ball hard.
The ball traveled in the air over the head of the bowler, but I'm sure he's glad he wasn't able to get a hand to it.
Yes, Amin has impressed me in he replaced husbands, and he hasn't missed a beat.
He's done his job.
He came in and he has been just scoring as every ball that has come along that deserved to be punished. He has put it to the boundary. He has batted well.
He's done the job very well. 26 from 26 balls, 182 for 5, with 12 overs left. And still in the hutch for West Indies, Anthony Boyce, Emerson Jordan, Hafiz Mohammed, Samad Mutara.
Emerson Jordan and Mutara.
Still to come.
This is the former English cricketer Mutara? No.
Mutara.
Oh, it can't be him. But he's too can't be that old.
This is Samad Mutara, Masters, a veteran cricketer, played for the Wanderers for a number of years. Captain the second division
that Mutara.
to the championship.
Windward, also played Windward.
Okay.
Drink.
So it's Paul Keneally.
96 from Harris there.
It's Harris on 96, yes. Onto the front foot, guiding this one through the vacant slip. Again, we see this lovely action, a running action from Peter Doyle. It must have been somewhat of a sprinter, an athlete in earlier times. He looks that way at least. His running action suggests.
I'm not going to comment.
We're gonna ask him when he comes off.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll ask him if he's an athlete.
I'm sure he'll tell you he was.
Keneally to Harris, put away, out towards deep mid wicket. One more run closer to that coveted milestone. He's 99. 90 and 9, 185 for 5.
Ashton, how quickly has the second 50 come for George Harris?
Another
He seems to be scoring
single.
at a very good rate now.
So George Harris on 99. Facing up to the next delivery. And turns it away behind square. Thinks of going for the single, but advised by his partner to stay in his ground because the ball is traveling much too close to the fielder there at a short backward square. So Harris will have to wait. The over comes to an end. He will remain on 99. The total will remain 186 for 5 after 34 overs.
When earlier in the game made a comment.
Colin.
Did made the comment about George Harris feeling proud to come home to his ground and playing. But he's even better if he does get the century. He will feel even greater.
It'd be a wonderful achievement to score 100 on your home ground, playing in the Maroon of the West Indies. Be a fantastic feeling.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
And he'll thoroughly deserved it. He's chanceless. He's barely played a full shot.
Well, in the spotlight at the moment is Samin Amin. Gets a delivery. That brings him onto the front foot, strokes it back along the pitch. Bowler Doyle fields. There is no run.
99.
Struck on the pad, long onto the front foot. No thought of an appeal from the fielding side. Amin getting this one away through square leg for a single. Brings George Harris back on strike as the West Indies players and supporters wait in anticipation for him to achieve the landmark of a century. Doyle is into him. He's driving outside the off stump and missing, not taken cleanly by the keeper, who breaks the stumps without the gloves, without the ball in his gloves.
So I said he hadn't played a full shot. That's probably the first one that he's played.
You can see that he's conscious that he's on 99, or pretty close to 100 for sure.
Doyle tried
I
to
think,
make
but I think his job here is not just to score 100, but bat through for the full 45 overs.
off the back foot, looking to pierce that gap, unable to do so. Good diving effort in the covers.
David Robinson in the covers.
David Robinson. So quite tight in that the cover and the extra cover are quite close to each other there, set. So it's almost like threading a needle, but that one is outside the leg stump, and sweeping it away down to deep square leg is Harris.
Is that his 100?
We're having it's not 100. So we've got a bit of a discrepancy here as far as the scores are concerned. The score itself is correct, is it? The actual one, the 180 is correct. Right, so he's on 96. So, but some uncertainty, as I think the scores will have to do a bit of editing as far as the individual scores are concerned. So we're going to take it that Harris is now 97. But it's going to be Keneally to Amin. Clipped away to fine leg. That is going to run away for 4. Bang into the wall at the northern end. String in line, Keneally. And
Amin looks like a good batter.
Amin, who has been there for quite a while, just going with the flow, more or less, and getting it down to a very fine position on the leg side. Gets his 4th boundary. Takes the total up by 4. Can we say the rest of the world wilting in the heat of the wonders?
Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, this is the Caribbean heat. But they're fortunate. Good breeze.
Outside the all stump, paid for a catch at the wicket, and he's out. Quickest delivery. Another one of those sliders from Keneally, and Amin looking to get onto the back foot and cut it away behind point. Does get it behind point, but much too close
And
into the gloves of the keeper.
Wayne, commentators curse again, Colin. We were just saying how good Amin was looking.
Yes, this one's worked very well for the rest of the line. He batted very beautifully, did exactly the job that was required of him, and that was a slightly quicker ball from Keneally, and a good catch standing up by Ian Bradburn. So now we have a critical phase of the game, I think, where the West Indies could get rolled over 225, which will make it a very close game. Or they could expand out now and get to this 260, 270 that Captain Roy Singh was after.
32? What do you think? Just check this.
So Amin gone for 32, caught at the wicket
Emerson Jordan.
of Cornelie, and by Bradburn, the wicket keeper, and Emerson Jordan, the new batsman.
This is a maple day. Because as it stands now, we had Gibbons, Husbands, Jordan, they're all from the North Club.
From the Maple Club.
Yep.
Emerson Jordan is the new batsman, and he'll be facing up to the next delivery.
So this is former Barbados fast bowler Emerson
it is.
Jordan. I've still got the bruises from where he hit me a couple of times in the thigh about 12 years ago. He was quite something, even playing over 50s cricket.
Yes, he is. He was pretty sharp. And he's quite handy with the bat also. A few lusty blows.
Gets through for a single. So they have gotten rid of the major part of the batting, the top part of the specialist batsman, one would have to say. So it's down now to the bowlers and the all-rounders. Although, all except George Harris, of course, which is key.
Remember, he opened the inning.
Faced the very first ball. So it'll be interesting to see what his approach is going to be now that we've gotten down to this stage.
Harris?
Yes.
No, only George Harris that we know, his approach doesn't change. He bats.
So we think that George Harris is now on 99. He'll be facing left-arm spinner Peter Doyle, and if he can push around here, this will be a very well-deserved 100, Hartley, don't you think?
Yes, Colin, I'm sure that even at this advanced age in his cricket, this one will go down to him as one of his better innings because it was scored under severe pressure.
Harris settles. Doyle bowls. Harris drives. Beats them out at extra cover. Will get the run that he needs to bring up his 100 now. For sure, he's 100. The applause goes up from downstairs.
Yes.
George Harris, who started at the beginning of this innings, exactly 100.
That was a shake of the hands there from the bowler, Peter Doyle, and the England captain John Courtney. I think they recognise that this has been a very special innings.
Extremely. Held the West Indies batting together in the early stages, and then as the match progressed, opened up to reveal his full repertoire here, and still now at the point of looking to see the West Indies through to the completion of this innings and to a total that will be quite pleasing to the captain and officials. So as I did mention, Hartley, and you did comment, it's still interesting to see how Harris goes about his business now that he's past the 100 and now that he's got the bowlers and all-rounders with him.
Well, remember, he's by profession he's a pilot, so he doesn't know how to be reckless. So he would continue to play the methodical way in which he is. He's going to. I'm sure his intention is to go right to the end.
Calling Jordan through for that quick single and actually earning themselves an extra run and overthrow as the return goes astray. No one to back up on the
And
onside.
the captain dashed in. No, that wasn't
The captain, no. The captain Courtney, number 6 here at mid wicket. Doyle flights this one up. Jordan comes forward, turns it straight up to that fielder coming in from square leg. That's Keneally. So over number 37. As delivery outside the all stump, left alone by Jordan, which means that Harris will be on strike. George Harris not out on 100, and West Indies with 8 overs to go in their innings, 198 for 6. Captain Singh expressing the idea that he would like to see his side get up to about 270, but with just 8 overs left, I think it may be more realistic to adjust that target to say, let's say 250.
I was that was the number that I was throwing in my head. 250 is more, unless he has some swashbucklers to come in to really hit the ball all over the park. I think 250 is a more realistic total than the 270 that he hopes to get.
Well, Keneally will continue. Keneally 1 for 34 from 5 overs.
He's brought that back well, hasn't he? Because he took a bit of a pasting early on, and
Very much so. He's come
brought
back
it
quite well.
Yeah.
I think he'd be happy to see husbands out of the to see husbands back. And gets a dot ball in at George Harris. Very composed innings from George Harris. Compact looking left-hander. And played that delivery as if it was the first ball of the innings. Head right over it, coming onto the front foot, pushing it back on the onside. Again, good stuff here from Keneally. Right on target, wicket to wicket. Not a lot of pace to work with, no room, no width whatsoever. So Harris quite content to bide his time. This one is down the leg side. Quick, a bit more pace on that delivery. Good take by the keeper. But Harris well into his ground as the bails are removed. And in fact, what we get is a wide, signaled by umpire Thompson. 199 for 6. Keneally to Harris. Harris is driving square on the offside. Gets a single, brings up the 200. 200 up for West Indies. 37.4 overs. They have struck some 22 fours in the innings, 23 fours in that 200, and 2 sixes, both struck by Rodney Husbands. Keneally's into Jordan, and Jordan getting one pitch right up into his crease, and is happy to just come down on it. Allows it to run back along the pitch to the bowler. Nothing explosive from Jordan so far in the 8 balls he has faced. Again, he's onto the front foot, so His role is quite clear. He's just there to support George Harris at this point in time. At the end of over number 38, West Indies now 200 for 6.
It's a good couple of overs that for the rest of the world. Just the 5 runs from those 2 overs, where previously they were going on at 7 or 8. So it's just bringing them back into the game a little bit.
Well, going along at a rate of 5.26 runs per over up to this stage, as Doyle will be the man to continue. Doyle.
So you guys won't know, but Peter Doyle is a very accomplished guitarist, and he did a little set for us in the garden of the Dover Beach Hotel when we were staying the other day, and very entertaining. It's very, very, very good evening.
Very good.
Multi-talented group of cricketers you have there.
Well, Peter is anyway.
Down the track comes Harris. When he gets there, he drives this one out to cover. Can't pierce that very narrow gap between the cover and the extra cover. Almost like threading a needle. Again, he's onto the front foot. Doyle taking the pace of that one. Seeing the batsman onto that front foot quite early.
The bounce in that again.
Lanky, loose-limbed individual. Doyle. As Harris this time chooses to go onto the back foot, slaps it away to the left of the point fielder, and they're going to come back for 2 as Keneally, not the arm to really whip that ball back in over the top to the keeper, and the batsman taking full advantage, coming back for the second run on the throw. Again, Harris is choosing to go onto the back foot. This time, a naughty looking shot. The ball goes over the top of the bat into the gloves of keeper Bradburn. You know, it's always said, Hartley, that about wicket keepers, and umpire slapped, it's going to go into the boundary for 4. Much too short, much too wide, and Harris, who has been there from the beginning, doesn't spare it, picks up another boundary, 4 more runs. But as I was saying, Hartley, it is said anytime at the end of a cricket game you don't remember the umpire or the wicket keeper, it means that they have done a good job.
Well, I don't. Well, you're right, because nowadays I'm discovering that some officials believe that people pay their money to come to the town to see them. And so you are quite right there. And the wicket keeper, but once he is as quiet as possible and doing his job most proficiently, yes, that you know you have a good game.
Yeah, because you remember him for his mistakes. That's the point I made. More so. Both of them.
You played a former umpire, wicket keeper. Because you're not a former umpire.
Well, no, I'm not a former umpire. I had aspirations. You never got past that. Actually, in my determination to play a part in cricket when I could no longer actually play on the field, umpiring was one of the options. Somebody dragged me into a studio, behind a microphone, and that was the end of me and umpiring.
It's actually an interesting thing in the UK, where with the spread of seniors cricket and people playing longer and longer, there are few people going into umpiring, and so there are not so many umpires about, and a lot of very good cricketers are now playing under their 60s and 70s. Okay. They would have been very good umpires, of course.
And what has happened in the umpiring field is that the opportunities, if you go into the game late after playing a full career, are very limited, because there's this tendency now to look towards the younger umpires to go on to those higher levels, and I think that might also discourage a few people.
Well, that it was a deliberate act because a number of good umpires were persuaded to give up the umpiring because of the emphasis on youth.
Well, Colin, I can also inform you that Hartley, very involved, very much an umpire himself, and very much involved in the West Indies cricket umpires setup. Hartley, I think you can say a bit more about yourself and about the association.
I was the president of the Cricket West Indies Umpires Association, the only barbarian to ever hold the post. But the umpiring was in fact, it was actually during my time in the association that the decision came down that the umpire, if you are 35 years and you have not made it to the international level, there was no hope for you. But that only happened in the Caribbean because we saw all over the world other umpires well in advance in age. They were still up to now.
There was also a thing where international cricketers were fast-tracked once they went into umpiring.
Yes, Dalton Butler and the youngster from Antigua. Yeah, he too was. They were fast-tracked because they said that for some reason they said if you played Test cricket,
If you played right, if you played
at high
international
level, you should be a
cricket,
good umpire. I don't know how that came about, but I don't know, but because some of the most the biggest persons who don't know very much about the game are probably who play international level.
yeah. Rex Bennett is back. We're gonna. Well, I'm not going to pick you up on that one. Let's put it that way. But Rex Bennett is back. Remember, he started with the new ball. Bowled his 6 overs, and now he's back. Back in the death, more or less, because we've only got less than 6 overs now. First 2 deliveries have produced dots. And Harris still as diligent as ever. Still no risk in his approach.
Doesn't change gear.
207 for 6 the total. Bennett right arm over the wicket. And clipped off the toes, out towards mid wicket. Around the boundary comes the fielder. A diving effort. And at least manages to keep it out of the boundary, away from the boundary rope. And the batsmen come back for 2. Not a lot of diving in veterans cricket.
No.
A lot of what we call diving is just men falling on the ground. Here comes Bennett. And in the air, off the legs, only a single. Well, not as far as Keneally is concerned, because he's done his effort best to see this ball into the rope at deep mid-wicket, and he succeeded too. The umpire signaling for misfield badly. Cardinal sin, though, approaching the ball with the one hand.
Harris had actually settled for 1.
From the time the ball left the bat, actually.
I can nearly say, but I'm going to
But I said, we've always been advised from the time we were youngsters at school, wherever possible, use 2 hands. There's Keneally just attempting the one-handed stop and conceding a boundary.
I don't think Rex Bennett was terribly pleased about that, having bowled a really good over up until that point.
Well, he has a reason not to be pleased. Rubs the ball in his trousers and turns that far end of the ground with his side screen behind him into bowl to Harris, and that one is swatted away high on the first bounce into the boundary, out in that cow corner area. Slug sweep
that looks
for 4.
That was an excellent shot. He bent it on his knee and picked it up, and he didn't pull it square. He just went out with it.
Well, into that cow corner area. I wonder was the advent of this term cow corner. Colin, you have any idea as to why it would have been called cow corner?
I guess it's something to do with the fact that the people were very agricultural and hitting it into the cow field, into the next. All I can say is it's an extremely productive area for people to score runs.
Yes, that. Yes,
My favourite shot.
The slog sweep or just a slump?
No, just everything seems to go there.
217 for 6 after 40 overs. West Indies having won the toss and elected to bat. George Harris, the man at the helm, steering the ship more or less. He is now on 118. Emerson Jordan is there on 3. Doyle to Jordan, swings this one away out towards the mid-wicket area. That's 4 more. Into that gap again, that same corner area to the right-hander now.
This is Emerson Jordan, happy hour now.
Well, I just said it is the happier Doyle floating this one up, and Jordan just getting the left foot down and swinging through the line of the delivery, high over mid-wicket. There's a man at deep mid-wicket and there is a long on, but I think he found the gap perfectly and picked up a boundary. The ball taking some time to be returned onto the field of play. And West Indies go up to 221 for 6. So it looks as if we may have to get a replacement ball. So some work for our man Colin.
He's a utility man. And this is the kind of problem this will happen in cricket, especially with persons of advanced age, when the elements take
effect. We're coming towards the end of 45 overs. 45 overs is a long time in the field for any cricketer, far less cricketers over 60 years. But the guys take the game very seriously and are very happy with it. Colin, the 45 overs, I would have thought 45 overs sound like a long game for over 60s, but you've been part and parcel.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a debate around whether people of this age should be playing 45 overs. It seems to have been accepted that 45 overs is the number. My view is that it's quite hard work playing 45 overs in this heat, and then when you have to start at 9:30 in the morning to get a game done. You're then going to get slightly unusual wicket conditions and everything else. Maybe 40 would be more sensible, but I think the authorities have said 45 is the number, so 45 is the number we go with.
Remembering what I said about my feeling that cricket is about batting, and I suspect the 45 overs gives the opportunity for everybody to get a chance to bat, or as many people as possible to get that chance to bat.
What we have here, in my view, is that because this 45, the over 60s cricket would have originated in England and that kind of, where the conditions are conducive. You can play 45 overs in England. You do not have this sapping heat and that kind of thing, and the weather is cool. When you come into the Caribbean now at 60 and playing 45 overs, you then see where the difference is. So
I don't think the problem is the 45 overs, though. I think it's in a competition setting like this where you're playing basically back to back. That is when the problem comes.
Yeah, you have now made an excellent point. You have now made an excellent point.
They're going to come back for the second round. The return comes in, and Harris is out. Fine return from, I think that's the captain, Courtney there, Colin?
I can't see. I think that was probably Bennett.
Oh,
It's Rex Bennett.
Oh, it is Bennett, but as I said, not normally you see those strong returns, but that was a very a strong return, whipped in from the short third man area, and
he was not. You can't even see he was short of his ground. He was nowhere near.
It was not even in the frame.
He was in the frame.
So Harris comes back to the pavilion after his vigil in the middle, tremendous knock it was. Eventually out for 119, I think.
And good to see all the rest of the world team pulling him off. It really was a very fine innings.
118 run out, George
That was
Harris.
a Herculean effort.
124
When one
balls, 15
considers
fours he
all
struck.
that he
Was
opened
there from the
innings.
beginning. I seen the West Indies through to the middle of the 41st over before he was run out. 224 now for, is that 6 or 7? For 7? 225 or for 7, in fact, as the batsmen did complete one run and were on the way for the second run when the run out was effected. But brilliant work there by Bennett.
Yeah, quite magnificent innings. Structure all around the wicket, and picked the right ball to hit for 4. No loose shots at all. Really good stuff to watch.
New batsman Hafiz Mohammed. And first delivery is outside the off stump. So Harris gone. So with Harris gone now,
That'd be tail. The tail.
the tail or is it more diplomatic to say the lower order?
Yeah, I was about to correct myself. I said, but you do not use that term any longer. The lower
Courtney
order.
Walsh is no longer playing.
I think Courtney probably would have batted 12 if you could have batted 11 in front of him.
I have to ask you, Colin, because just now I see that they had a run out. And talking about the run, are you the organisers of this tournament going to conform with the ICC the MCC ruling, and that now if a wicket falls, no run is added?
Oh, that's news to me. I would have. That was a second run, so I would have thought that was one. I'm not
The first
aware.
one was scored here.
Yeah,
Well, no, that's
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah. So you said it's MCC who was being recommended, but but not internationally.
No, is that once it's done to that? But I'm sure that I will have to check it out. But I am sure that any runs coming from once you're a wicket, but I will have a check out. I will have a check because I know for sure the batter the incoming batter has to go to the crease.
That's definitely a change in the rules that's coming in the last couple of years, and it's I think it's a good rule that you get a wicket. Why should you have to face the guy who's in at the other end? You get a wicket, you earn the chance to bowl the next batsman down.
Well, we know of the ruling now, which is officially accepted at the international level for a catch. A fielder, a batsman going to a catch and the batsman crossing, which is no longer allowed. So I know of that, but the one about the run out situation,
I'm just going to
it really is news to me.
We'll get on to the umpires and see what they say later on about that one. That's certainly a new one on me.
And swung away by Emerson Jordan up to deep mid wicket. They're going to come back for the second run quite easily. The return coming in mid pitch. Backed up in the offside by skipper Courtney. 2 more to Jordan. 225 for 7. Jordan turns it away to that man at short fine leg. They go for the single and get through with it. The return up to the non-striker's end. So Mohammed coming through early and calling Jordan through for that sharp single. The ball traveling straight to Doyle on the 45 at short fine leg, but both batsmen making it safely home by the time the return got in. As now the left-handed Mohammed comes on strike. Yet to get off the mark. Now we see the field. There's that man in at the deep straight mid wicket, cow corner, and then the regulation deep mid wicket fielder, deep cover, long off. Men outside of the circle. And Mohammed is seeing Courtney there doing an excellent job. He has done a fantastic job in that general area inside
He's
the
leading by
circle.
example.
Looks quite athletic even at this advanced stage. There it is. The ball seems to be, it's almost a magnet. The ball seems to be just drawn to him. This is the 42nd finishing of it. In the air, away from Cornelia at deep mid wicket, does well to get around and take it on the first bounce. Keeps the scoring down to just the single of that final delivery of the 42nd over. 229 for 7. Bennett completes his 8th over. And with 3 overs left, Bennett will have 1 more to go. Doyle and Courtney both completing their full allotment of 9. Doyle 9 overs for 62 runs. And still a number of options for Captain Courtney.
I think we're seeing return of Stevens now.
So yes, Phil Stevens will take it up, and he'll probably bowl the last 2 from this end, with Bennett to bowl the 1 left at the far end of the ground. 229 for 7, 3 overs left. Are we still on for that 250, Hartley?
Yeah, yes. Oh,
As a maximum?
If Jordan can give you 2 or 3 lusty blows, he might even get 260.
Okay. So Singh wasn't too wrong then.
He wasn't.
Stevens to bowl to Mohammed. And Mohammed gets a full delivery wide of the off stump, reaches out, and just taps it.
Managed to get there.
Well, that he actually just managed to reach it and tap it out to the fielder at cover. Hit up to Courtney, who has pushed himself now back to the edge of that restrictive circle. So allowing the single, more or less. Quite prepared to give the singles now. Restrict the boundaries.
Yes.
Jordan has shown that he has the ability to give the ball a good clout. And the field spreads, especially on the leg side for him. And he's pulling this one high out towards mid-wicket and magnificently grabbed by Paul Corneely running around the mid-wicket boundary. The ball heading for 6 over the rope, and Corneely running around to his right and grabbing it out of the air, I think with one hand, wasn't it?
But I called 6 from the shot. From
Well-
the trajectory of the ball, I said 6.
Well, but Corneely had different ideas and a magnificent grab. I think Colin had a better view than either of us.
Just talking to some of the spectators who are right above where that was taken, and the ball was actually almost over the boundary when he caught the catch. So he saved, not only took a wicket, but saved 6 runs as well. So that's a fantastic effort by
That's a
Paul Corneely.
tremendous effort by Corneely. Short delivery, pulled out towards mid-wicket. It had 6 written all over it until out of nowhere, Superman appeared and saved it. 230 for 8.
He has made amends and made back up for the midfield from
Previously.
From previous, so he can smile now and all is forgiven.
And he's taken 2 very good catches because he took the slip catch earlier on too.
Everton Batson, the new batsman,
Benfica.
formerly of Benfica and BRC.
BRC, Bato, man.
I can tell you about Everton Batson after this delivery from Stevens is coming onto the front foot, worked away to square leg. Let's see if they're going to come back for the second run. Yes, they are. Everton Batson is one of the first people that I've known in life. We were born both around the same time in 2nd Avenue, Gardens Road, Station Hill, and one of my best friends from very early days. So I've known him all my life.
He's very tall.
Well, yes, very much so. Very competitive cricketer. You're going to see what he has to offer with the ball when that time comes.
Yeah, Bato, I have had many, well, in my umpiring career, because we wouldn't have played together, but umpiring, he was very competitive. He doesn't give a quarter.
Doesn't ask any either. Short off the back foot, chopped away, beats the, well, at least doesn't beat, but parried by the diving fielder there at point. And that brings us to the end of the 43rd over, and West Indies very healthy total, 233 for 8. Of course, we never know how good a total the target is until the second team starts to bat. But at least I'm sure that the rest of the world batsmen would be quite happy with the prospect of batting on this lovely easy pace track.
I think that the 233, what are we going to get up to? Maybe 250 is certainly not impossible. As you say, the heat will have taken something out of them whilst they've been out of the field, but they'll be a lot happier than chasing the 270 that Roy Singh was looking for, that's for sure.
So Bennett to start his final over, to bowl to Everton Batson, and he's yorked him. Fine delivery. I think that one might have come off the inside edge of the bat because it passed him on the full. It yorked the stumps rather than the batsman, but nonetheless breaching the fences of Everton Batson. So his stay is a rather brief one. He goes for 3, and West Indies now with the last man coming to the wicket, 233, and we've got all of 1 over and 5 balls still remaining. A deserved wicket too for Bennett, Colin. I think he...
Yeah, he's bowled, well, he's a very high-class operator. Played for Australia seniors. I think he may have played some first-class cricket in Australia some years ago. And he's a proper handful with the ball, and he's bowled very well today.
Then picks up his second wicket as the last man in is Anthony Boyce. It's not? That name is not Boyce. It's B-O-Y-K-E, Boyke. Because that name sounds rather Barbadian, Boyce. And I kept wondering who was Anthony Boyce. Is a name that I was not familiar with at all. But I saw it here on the score sheet. But it's actually Anthony Boyke. Still have no idea who that is.
Big moments in the game now, because 233 is a very gettable score.
It's a competitive score.
It's competitive, but it's gettable.
Edged, well, it's taken or not, well, not exactly taken by the keeper. The ball probably didn't carry. Not so sure if it came off the bat or the pad, but it brushed something. It died. It actually died on the way to the keeper. I'm going to suggest that it probably touched the top of the pad. Onto the front foot, appeal for leg before wicket, but in the meantime the batsmen come through for a single. I don't know if you can use that word, scamper.
The scuttle, let's go with scuttle.
A single.
But not scuttling a crab because he wasn't going sideways.
So Bennett again. looking to get this last wicket, bring this innings to a close.
No.
Rex seems to be pretty fair.
Bowls a slower ball, nudged off the inside edge of the bat out to mid wicket. And Mohammed gets a single.
He clean ball, fella. Beautifully go.
Boyd is swinging and missing at the one outside the all stump.
I can see why he has come at this end of the.
Well, yes, you see head thrown back.
Yes.
The ball is outside the all stump. That left foot goes away down leg side.
Been watching too much T20 cricket.
At least it influences the bowler into pushing the mid off out of the circle back on to the. Well, actually, a change of plan. The man brought back into the inside the circle, and this time, an immaculate forward defensive shot.
That's a very good spell from Bennett coming back there, and he's finished his 9 overs with 2 for 38, having bowled his first 6 for 25. A very good spell coming back, and a couple of valuable wickets too.
Yes, Bennett has really done a yeoman service for his team today. He bowled up front at the beginning excellently, and he has come back when the batters were going after him, and he held his form. So he has done very well.
So final over to come. Philip Stevens will be the bowler. Hafiz Mohammed, the batsman, on strike. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Slight delay there because the rest of the road only had 3 men inside the 30-yard circle.
Clever play here with Mohammed and Boyk, and taking the pace of the shot, pushing it into the gap. The fielder from deep square cover having to run in, allowing for that second run. Aircraft cruising into the Grantley Adams International Airport. All adding to the picture, down to the ground, looks for the drive, the ball falling just short of the man there at backward point, and his return not taken at the non-striker's end, allowing for an overthrow. 2 more runs to West Indies.
When you mentioned the aircraft, this ground wonders is one of the grounds that you actually see the final approach to the
Yes,
airport.
well, of course, everything has to pass this
exactly.
way. Everything must pass this way. So that's an activity that we're going to be seeing a lot of as the evening progresses, the afternoon progresses.
You two guys are beginning to sound a bit like Henry Beaufort and Brian Johnson.
Well, maybe that is
You have a
that's the
high esteem.
influence. That's the influence of having listened to these guys all these years.
And of course the wonderful Belgian commentator Tony Kozier, who got pulled into talking about buses and all sorts of stuff like all the other commentators. What a magnificent commentator he was.
Actually, you're sitting. Tony Cozier is a member of the Wanderers Club, another one of those esteemed members of the Wanderers Club. He played, no, he died. He played cricket and hockey for and for Barbados.
A beautiful, mellifluous, and very amusing man to listen to.
Oh, yeah, Tony was good. We have been fortunate that to have produced cricketers at all levels. commentator.
A wonderful innovation. Reverse switch hit by Mohammed. I was almost said reverse sweep, but that was more of a switch hit. Switching around as that delivery outside his off stump and getting it into the third man area. Well timed, beautifully executed shot. But yes, Tony Cozier did make listening to cricket a pleasure. It was fantastic. I mean,
One of the great pleasures of living in the UK, and I guess you probably get some of the commentary out here, is Test Match Special, which is still
very much.
one of the great institutions in the UK. And,
Of course.
And there's some wonderful commentators over the years.
Hit up to mid on. They're going to come back for the second. Get it too as they return underarmed from in the deep.
That's a very good last over for the West Indies there. 14 from that. At 233, it was looking very marginal, but 247 is a big.
247.
247 is just that little bit further on. That's a very good last over for the West Indies.
Well, Hartley, not quite the 250, but just about the 250. And if the rest of the world are to make this 250, we are in for a very entertaining second half of the match.
But yes, because, well, I wait to see what the West Indies side is going to offer up in their bowling. But this will be is a challenge.
So, gentlemen, I think we get the opportunity to have a little break now, do we? And
Very shortly,
and have some lunch.
I'll allow you gentlemen to take your break. I will just do a brief review and run the scorecard. And, of course, I expect you right back in your position at the start of the second innings.
Thank you very much, Wayne.
Thank you. So when the opportunity presents itself, I'll just run through this scorecard briefly of the West Indies having won the toss and elected to bat. And the scorecard reads: George Harris run out for 122. Keith Lawrence made 2. Jefferson Gibbons no score. Roy Singh similarly no score. Richard Sushan, he made 4. Ronnie Husbands, a very, very impressive and entertaining 44. Zamin Amin, also a handy knock of 32. Emerson Jordan 13. Everton Batson 3. Hafiz Mohammed not out 14. Anthony Boyk not out on 2, 11 extras, 1 leg by and 10 wides, 247 for 9 from 45 overs. Rex Bennett 2 for 38, bowling the only maiden of the innings from his 9 overs. John Courtney 3 for 25 from 9. Peter Doyle none for 62 also from 9. Paul Collini 6 overs, 36 runs and a wicket. Mark Preddy 1 for 22, he bowled 3 overs. Arnold Manders 4 overs for 28 runs, and Philip Stevens 1 for 35 from 5. So West Indies winning the toss, electing to bat against the rest of the world in the over 60s Big Man Cricket Caribbean Cup. Third round match being played here at Wanderers. We'll be back with more commentary and more description of the proceedings when the second innings begins.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Wanderers Cricket Club here in beautiful Barbados. And we're just about to start the second innings. The rest of the world, opening batsmen Tony Bennett and David Robinson. I would imagine that's Emerson Jordan about to bowl up the hill there. Emerson Jordan, former Barbados player. The West Indies made a very good 247 for 9, having been in some trouble earlier on at 30-something for 3, or 30-something for 4. So we have... Oh, I apologise, it's Rodney Husbands to bowl. Rodney Husbands, who came in and scored a very rapid 40 in the middle of the innings to give the West Indies innings some momentum. So he's starting with 2 slips, square leg, a mid-wicket, very straight mid-on, mid-off, extra cover and a backward point. And here comes the first ball. Husbands in to Bennett, and Bennett props forward, pushes the ball up to short mid-wicket. Second ball, just pushed up to mid-wicket. Ground looking absolute picture here with the flowers in the background and a couple of beautiful houses in the background. His Husbands comes in, bowls to Bennett. Bennett pushes into the onside. No run. I'm just being told by my co-commentators it's actually Sushan who's bowling, so we'll get it right in a minute. Sushan, nice easy action, high action bowls. Bennett thrashes that one down to mid-off, but still no run. Bennett, quite an explosive batsman, plays for Lancashire, was in the top 5 of the English averages last season. And this one he does get away, and it's gone past mid-on. That will race away down the hill to the covers for 4. Fine shot.
Yeah, very good hit by Soshan. That one into the slot, more or less, searching with that delivery, Soshan. And Bennett, who has been quick to get onto the front foot, getting on it, hitting it straight. Hit it in the air, but no danger whatsoever because it was hit straight back on the onside of the pitch. And powerfully out to the boundary for 4.
Husbands in, bowls to Bennett, goes onto the back foot and drops a very quick single. Showing good intent there, the rest of the world, with their running.
Well, yes, clever cricket there on the part of the opening pair. That delivery, pulling back his length on Soshan after being struck down the ground, and just dropping it away into the onside, and a good response from his partner. He maintains the strike. So England off to a decent start in the first over. Rest of the world. Yes, these guys normally represent other countries, but I've got to get myself familiarized with the fact that they are a combined rest of the world team.
We get a bit confused sometimes when we talk about it as being England, but there are only 5 Englishmen in this squad, and ultimately the plan is to have people from all over the world playing in this rest of the world team.
Well, I have today called it England, I've called it Australia, depending on who was the player involved.
The worrying thing when you start calling it France or West Germany. So, who is bowling from this end? Looks like a slow left armer. There's Amin Zamin, who also batted extremely well, came in and took up where Husbands left off. Those 2 guys really gave the innings some momentum where they were able to play round Harris, who batted beautifully for 118 at the other end.
That was eventually corrected to 122
Oh, okay, 122. I'm sorry, Mr. Harris.
Well, no, it's not your fault. Like I said, it was eventually corrected while you were downstairs having your lunch.
Zamin bowling in a cap, somewhat unusual. Very few people you see bowling in caps. Bowls, orthodox left arm, outside off stump. Bennett pushes it into the offside. In, round the wicket, bowls. That's wide of the leg stump. I'm not sure whether that's caught pad or bat. And it's signalled as a leg bye, so the first extra of the innings.
So, are you familiar with female umpires? Quite a relatively new development in Barbados, but a number of young ladies have been venturing into the field.
We do have one or two lady umpires, and it's great to see. They certainly tend to diffuse any awkward moments. Zamin bowls outside of stump, left alone by Robinson.
Colin, he's rather modest, but his daughter is also a qualified umpire.
That's why you mentioned it, of course. I will tell you another of my little stories in a minute. And Robinson goes forward to the next one, pushes out into the covers for no run.
I forgot Hartley was behind me. He got caught out.
Zamin in, bowls. Robinson drives into the onside to mid-wicket. Didn't quite time it. Goes to
That was
wicket.
quick.
It's a very, very steady over. Just the one leg bye from it.
And getting through the over quite quickly too. A feature of this version of the game where we see a lot of spin bowlers, mainly slow and spin bowlers, and sharing the new ball in particular.
Yeah, it's something that's come into cricket. I don't remember facing many spinners as a young man, opening the batting. And actually, I quite preferred not to because I then had to hit the ball rather than let the ball hit the bat. No pace to work with. Husband's coming in for his second over. Oh, Sushan coming in for his second over. Bennett props forward, and Husbands doesn't pick up, and so the rest of the world pick up a slightly fortunate single.
Well, good cricket on the part of the batting pair. The fielding team caught napping somewhat. The ball played between the bowler and the extra cover. I think it was a case of both looking at the other, expecting the other one to pick the ball up.
Seshwan in bowls. Robinson times beautifully. Magnificent on drive through mid-wicket, all on the ground.
That shot deserved 4.
He's a very fine batsman, David Robinson, having played for Nottinghamshire Twos and for Hertfordshire Minor County. Scored a lot of runs in club and county cricket. One of the most elegant batsmen in seniors cricket.
Yeah, that was a beautifully timed shot there. Full reward for it. The outfield here very quick.
Hertfordshire play in the same league as my own county, Suffolk, and we've been on the receiving end of Dave Robinson innings on many occasions.
Edged.
The next one is edge, just short of second slip.
That's Zamin. I'm in there at second slip. The ball just falling ahead of him.
Just playing away from his body there, no real need. Could have just quite happily left that, having hit the previous one before. What do you think, Wayne?
Well, yes, as I said.
That's in, and that's better.
That's the time. A similar delivery. This
And left-
time,
and left alone.
Left alone this time. I guess having learned the lesson of almost being caught. So it says that he is teachable.
Old dogs and new tricks, as they say. Involves lovely, elegant drive by Robinson to extra cover and takes the single.
Yes, a good running between the wicket this pair again, with the West Indies fielders tending to be back on the edge of the circle. And you can see the deliberately taking the weight off the shot and coming through for that single right away.
In bowls, Bennett hits the ball down to mid-on, who's quite deep. So a fairly safe single. Again, quite good running.
Well, right, again with the fielders right back on the edge of the circle. We're not seeing the West Indies fielders closing in with the bowler's approach. They're prepared to just sit back and I guess allow the singles.
They err on the side of caution. It is better to give away one than to rush it and the ball go past you and you have to retrieve.
Or have to chase after it.
Oh God. I
So
deliberately use the
after
word
3
retrieve and not
overs,
chase.
the rest of the world are 13 for no loss. Bennett has 7, Robinson has 5. And it'll be Zamin to continue from the Farmer end of the ground. Stephen Farmer end of the ground, with his left arm round the wicket in front of the umpire, in and bowls now. And he's hit up to long on. There's a long on, long off. There's a long off in place. Nice straight drive there from Bennett.
Have you recognised though an oddly shaped ground? This one at Wanderers. It can sometimes get confused with the field settings. I don't know if the same thing has happened to you, but that has happened to me in the past.
Irrespective of the shape of the ground, it's a beautiful place to play cricket. Another nice, elegant drive from Robinson, who's hit that up to deep long off.
The long off fielder.
Zamin, 3 pace run up. Oh, and aborts. Not quite sure what happened there. Very short run up. Gets through his overs very quickly. Comes in, bowls. And Bennett props forward. Half think about a single. And the wicketkeeper wanders out and picks the ball up 5 or 6 yards from the bat.
62 is if everybody likes.
Coming in. Bennett mistimes the drive. It dribbles up to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket.
These English players, the rest of the world players, this opening pair seem quite proficient, getting that ball down the ground, looking to play the ball into the V, the proverbial V that we talk of.
Conversation there between the batsman Bennett and the umpire, and I have no idea what that was about at all. That's well bowled, good Yorker, dug out by Bennett. He always looked to be aggressive, looks to score runs off every ball.
That delivery seemed to have drifted back in with the arm. You can almost seeing it shape in toward the right-handed batsman.
Zamin in and bowls. Full toss. Bennett sort of smears that really out to long on. Not quite sure that's the shot he really wanted to play, but they'll take the single anyway.
So good steady stuff here on the part of both the bowlers and the batsmen.
And at the end of 4 overs, 16 for naught. A steady start.
Well, yes, the batsmen prepared to just stroke the ball around. Well, not I was going to say into the gaps, but they've been picking up singles by playing the ball straight to the fielders on some occasions. But not a lot of risk in their play early days yet. And good steady bowling from the West Indies opening bowlers. Of course, Sushan offers a bit more pace on the ball. It looks to me as if...
Comes in. About an 8 pace run up. Comes in. Bowls to Bennett. Short. And Bennett just drops it down and may have come off the pad. Good running by Robinson, picking up another single. Ball did not even leave the square.
Yes, always on the lookout for this single, this pair.
Sushan in, bowls, just short of a length. Robinson pulls and misses. Through arms thrown in the air after that one.
Almost it seems to be a premeditated shot because that ball was outside the off stump, a fairway. And as soon as it was delivered, he went into a position to play a pull shot. So it almost seems premeditated somewhat.
Somewhat uglier than his earlier efforts. In, bowls, wide of off stump, left alone, taken by the keeper. Hartley, how do you read the early exchanges here?
Well, you have two contrasting here because I'm looking at I mean ball from this end, and his ball is dipping as soon as it gets to the batter, it's dipping, and that is why it looks as if he's not the batter. The batter isn't timing, but the truth of the fact, the ball is actually dipping, which is forcing him to change his shot.
He has a very pronounced wrist action, doesn't he, on his so I guess he probably gives it a bit of a rip when it pitches.
Yes, he is, because even when the ball appears to be a full toss, it is just dropping
Down, yeah. That's short, and Robinson is onto that, smashes it away just back of the square. I think that's what he tried to do earlier in the over, but he's picked that one up, and that's 4 runs.
And we would call it a hit me ball. He just dug that one into the pitch and it sat up. And said, hit me.
Well, yeah, that his pace can't afford to be bowling that length, and especially on that line, on the leg stump line. And as Colin would have said, Robinson, that is exactly the shot that he would have been looking for off that very first delivery. And this time the bowler complying with his wishes, bringing it a bit closer to him.
I think he'd probably be quite happy if he gets a few more there, to be honest. This one in and bowls to Robinson, goes forward immaculately, plays it back down the pitch. Seshwan flicks the ball with the back of his foot for a fielder to pick up, and that is the end of the 5th over, and the score is 21-0.
So just the boundary picked up in that over. Otherwise, a good going by the bowler Sushan, Robinson, and his partner, both Bennett, still prepared to feel their way in these early exchanges. In a boxing match, you would say they were just sparring with each other.
As you're feeling out your opponent.
Each other out.
Change of Rodney Husband.
This is Rodney Husband's now.
And from the farmer end, we have Husbands replacing Zamin, which is quite surprising, I think, because his 2 overs have cost very little. 2 overs for 3, and he didn't look like he was going to go around the park. But anyway, change of bowling. This may be a pre-planned move, or it may be just for the bowlers to switch ends, maybe.
Most probably, they reckon he has started so well that he has changed and said he's going to bring him later down in the innings. But because Husbands is a quicker bowler, and anything else, he try to use the sheen on the ball and the hardness of the ball to see if he can get a wicket or 2.
Husbands of the field, he has 5 in the offside slip, 4 saving 1. A bit of a cow shot there by Bennett. Replays the shot and plays a completely different shot.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can report this is the very first time I've ever seen Rodney Husbands bowl. Rodney Husbands known as a wicket-keeper bat in his heyday, but he tells me he does a lot of bowling since he's been involved in the veteran side of things.
What I can tell you, he's from a school which produced 3 excellent wicketkeepers and all bowled. He, Durbin Thompson, and Anthony DePisa, all excellent wicketkeepers and end up fast bowlers.
Comes in, bowls, it's full pitch. And Bennett tickles that away down to fine leg. Will the fielder get round? I think they will. They'll finish up taking a couple. And a very good arm back in from the fielder out in the distance.
That's Emerson Jordan over there.
Mr. Jordan, a man who I'm sure we will see bowling at some time in this innings. Very short run up, medium pace bowler, just 4 or 5 paces, comes in, bowls, and Bennett does full pitch and just sort of angles his bat, goes back to backward point. No run. I think he'll be disappointed. He would probably feel he missed out there. Do you think, Wayne?
Yes, it was a full toss. Although the ball probably dipped and hit, got to him a bit lower than he initially anticipated.
In bowls, and that's nudged away with an open face. It's racing down towards the boundary. They'll come back for 2, possibly 3, possibly just the 2. And a very good throw from the fielder in the deep there.
For once, we see a return coming from the deep into the keeper on the full. That's Jefferson Gibbons chasing back there. But Husband's a nice high arm action. Looking, you can almost see, rather releasing the ball from quite high. Definitely looking to get that ball to swing in the air. And he did a little thing there. He got the outside edge of Bennett's bat to one that pitched and probably moved away slightly from the right-handed batsman. So now
Yeah,
Comes in.
put in a gully now.
And bowls. Put a gully in place, and that beats Bennett on the outside edge. And that's a very steady first over.
yeah, I am impressed by what I've seen here from Rodney Husband.
Yes, right. In fact, he said to me at the break when I questioned was bowling. He said, "But I'm a good bowler." But I said, "I know you're the wicketkeeper." But he has given. I am going to give
But
him his
after-
papers, man.
6 overs, the score is 25. Just the 4 from that over.
Still early days, the rest of the world. Still a long way to go and lots of overs to come. And keeping some wickets intact will be to their benefit.
I think that after a slightly disastrous batting performance against Australia on Wednesday, they'll be very keen to at least get through to the 45 overs.
It was quite surprising for me because having, well, I didn't actually witness, but seeing the scores from the first round of matches where the rest of the world did very well. I think they got over 200, and then to see them rolled over for 46, it was quite surprising.
Yeah, I think in hindsight, I'm sure skipper John Courtney would not have batted on that wicket. He probably put the opposition in. I think the Australians are very strong, whichever way around you go. Zamin has reappeared at the Prof Edwards end of the ground, so I'm wondering whether we might see Szechuan bowling at the top end.
Call in those 5 numbers for the Super Lotto, please.
A little dab into the offside and a very quick run taken. Good calling by Bennett, calling Robinson through for a quick single.
You've been calling it right all day so far.
I guarantee if I had 5 lottery numbers, none of them would come up. So Zamin crossing in front of the umpire, left arm round the wickets. Comes in 2-3 paces and bowls to Bennett. It's a full pitch and Bennett smears it away. It's missed by the fielder at square leg. Don't think it's going to have the legs to go to the boundary. So they'll settle probably for 2 here, I think.
Anthony Boyd told me he is originally from Trinidad and Tobago. I would have played youth cricket for Trinidad, under 19 cricket. Played with the likes of Gus Logie, he mentioned as one name. Wayne Daniel was one of the Barbadian players he would have played against.
Oh, it's a fine piece of fielding at square cover. Good square drive from Bennett. And a fine piece
That's
of fielding
Everton Batson.
from Batson. Zamin in, bowls. Bennett leaves a wide one. Very nicely taken by the wicketkeeper.
Well,
Turns, comes in, bowls again. Short. Bennett goes back, pushes it into the offside, no run.
I dare say that the rest of the world opening period look a lot more easy with the pace on the ball.
I think that's probably true of most openers. I don't think you asked any opener in world cricket from under 9s to over 70s who would prefer to be opening against left arm spin or leg spin. I think it's one of the reasons why you see a lot in international T20 cricket and the franchise cricket.
Slower
People will open with a slow bowler.
Yes, because the lack of pace, having to make your own pace.
So at the end of the 7th over, 4 and over, and we have Husbands still bowling.
Husbands.
And that one's nurdled into the leg side and a single, maybe off the pad. Nope, it's given us a run, so that's one more to Robinson, and he goes up to 15. To 12. Bennett has 15.
Suspicious is the reason for the long leg fielder in the deep air at Husbands' pace.
I'm surprised because I think he's just gifting one run, especially if he's drifting it down there. Short ball, Bennett wafts without any foot movement at all, and probably missed out on a 4 ball, I would say there, but short enough.
Giving himself some room, backing away towards leg.
Gave himself too much room.
Husbands in, bowls. Just short of a length. And that one is cut away beautifully by Bennett. Backward of square. That one, I think, is going all the way to the fence.
Not quite.
No,
A
not
slight uphill slope as the ball approaches.
Okay, and they've run 3.
Come back for the third run on the throw.
We may have to send out some oxygen for Bennett there. He didn't look like he enjoyed that third run very much.
Yeah. But a good shot, though, nonetheless. The shot that he would have been looking for the previous delivery.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Got it right into the gap as he would have wanted. The only thing that went wrong there is that it didn't go to the boundary. So there we see that gully fielder again. Done away with. Gone back to backward point.
Husbands in, bowl short, and Robinson whips it away absolutely magnificently.
Trickle.
Crosses the rope now. Really not the place to bowl to David Robinson.
Well, yes, Husband's guilty of being a bit too short in this over. His previous over, he was getting that ball on a fuller length around the all stump. But here he has been guilty of too short a length. And this time, Robinson, who seems to like the pull shot too.
He's very good at it, that's for sure. One of his favourite shots.
Put it away.
So Husbands in and bowls on Fuller this time. Worked away into the onside by Robinson for just a single.
So that is more the length that Robinson would want, that Husbands would want to repeat.
Yes, absolutely. I think this wicket is so flat now. Anything short, unless you're express pace, is going to get slapped away. Husbands in and bowls. Fuller. And Bennett swings and misses. I think he was probably watching us up in the commentary box as the ball went past him.
He saw that one floated up.
He did.
And eyes open wide.
Yes, I think he tried to hit that probably a bit harder than it needed to be hit. But he's still there, and that's the end of the 8th over. And it's 37 for naught, so I think this is a respectable start. Hartley, how do you see this?
Excellent. This is a very good, in fact, this is a methodical start. They recognize what the target is, and they're going about it. And, 4 runs and over, 5 runs and over. Without, remember, they have not lost a wicket yet, so that is most important. They have not lost a wicket yet.
Yes, very key. And if you can put the opposition under pressure by getting a good start, then the heads drop and the heat takes more effect, doesn't it?
Building a good solid platform.
You know what's going to happen now, don't you?
Harris is taking the field now.
And our Centurion takes the field for the first time. I suspect he's had a nice long shower and a massage, if only there were showers and facilities for massage. But he's coming in to slip, and to be honest, I suspect that's where he might stay for a while.
Harris used to bowl a bit of left arm orthodox spin too.
Sammy in
Back in the
and
day. As a
bowls
matter
to
of fact,
Robinson leaves.
As a matter of fact, I remember when he first came to Barbados, he went to the Combermere School. Right. And at that time, his name wasn't even Harris.
Was it Harris?
It was Kutapa. And we heard about these.
Again, Robinson slaps it away and well fielded by the aid of a foot. I'm not quite sure who that is at mid-wicket, but it probably saves another 2 or 3 runs.
That's Motara, Samud Motara. But we heard of these Kutapa brothers out of India with the mystery spin and the like.
Yes,
and
yes.
George Kutapa was well known for his left arm orthodox.
Salmon in, bowls, Bennett Swings it away to square leg, but no run. Straight to the fielder.
Almost deceived there. That ball dropping, as Hartley indicated earlier. Having that ability to get the ball to dip as it gets closer to the batter.
Coming in, bowls short and wide and smashed through the offside by Bennett. Finally he gets one in the middle of the bat, and that's 4 runs past square cover, and that will make him feel a whole lot better, I'm sure.
Overcompensating there. The previous delivery was full, and he looked to pull the length back, pulled it back a bit too much. Actually pulled it down into the middle of the pitch, and given some room, Bennett really smashed it. Found the gap. Collecting 4 nice, lovely runs.
Interestingly, having bowled beautifully, 1 bad ball and out goes the sweeper. I think if it was me as skipper, I might have tried to keep them trapped in there for a little while longer. What do you think, Wayne?
Well, different ways of looking at it, but yes, probably. There it is.
Okay.
The fielder comes in
I
to
got
play.
that entirely wrong because they just hit the ball straight to him.
But not with a great deal of power. Had he been in that gap, he would have been. He should have been able to field it comfortably and restricted the batsman. But the captain playing it safe.
So Zamin in to bowl to Robinson. Floated up and driven beautifully out to long on for a single.
Yes, making the batting look quite easy here. The spear. And not looking in any danger whatsoever.
You're definitely trying to buy a wicket here, I think, Wayne.
I won't say to buy a wicket, but what they have recognized is that with the toll of the sun has taken its toll on the pitch. So I know there's no moisture at all in the pitch. So it has a batting dream.
So far,
The batters are just in.
Just to bring you some scores from the other games, Australia made 258 for 6 in their 45 overs, and the US are 17 for 2 after 9.5 overs. There was an England score. England are 63 for 0 off 12 overs, chasing 146 for 9 from the international 11. So the 2 big guns in the tournament, England and Australia, look like they're cruising to wins here, I would say, Wayne.
well, yes, looking very much that way. And these are the teams at the head of the standings. West Indies and Australia are unbeaten up to this stage. England having lost to Australia in the first round. I think your rest of the world team has a win.
1 win, 1 defeat, 1 very bad defeat, but 1 very good win. I would say that the probably the favourites for the tournament were England and Australia. Australia coming off the back of their national championships fairly recently.
Okay.
But the West Indies look to be a strong side to me.
On their own home patch too.
Yeah,
That would give
absolutely.
them something of an advantage. But yes, I'm looking at the sides I've seen. I think Australia, England, and the West Indies are looking like the favoured sides at the moment. I'm looking at the rest of the world for the very first time here now, and looks a decent side. Looks a decent side. We saw them in the field. They had a very good start beginning with the new ball. It fell away somewhat in the middle as they came back towards the end. And we're now seeing what they have to offer with the bat. And it must be a good batting side if Colin wasn't able to make it.
Colin would have been playing today, but for those that know him, just for a change, he's carrying a little injury, so decided not to risk it in today's game. We probably don't have star batters. We probably have a bunch of guys who are all capable of scoring decent runs, and fairly interchangeable in terms of one's out, one comes in, is just as capable of scoring runs. There's a slight delay in proceedings here, as I think that David Robinson has a problem with a contact lens. He's currently in alongside us at the pavilion, playing with his eye, with the aid of his wife. This is going to be a longish delay. So I think we'll find a subject to talk about in the interim. If I were Henry Blofeld, I'd be looking for buses out of the back of the pavilion on the road behind there.
We can have a look here at an update from one of the regional first class matches going on at the moment. Barbados playing against Guyana in Antigua, match taking place in Antigua, and the Barbadians very much in danger of conceding first innings honors. We see Barbados 216 for 8 in reply to 371 made by the Guyanese who batted first, and some concern here for local fans. The other matches, we see the Leeward Islands and Jamaica. Jamaica all out for 234 in reply to the Leewards 260. The Leewards now in their second innings 79 for 2. So looking to push ahead. Today is the second day in these, well, the third day in these particular matches, and in the match that started on a Tuesday that finishes today, the Windward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad set a target 86 for 3 in their second innings. That match finishes today, having started, as I mentioned, on Tuesday. So all that time we've been able to fill the time.
Good work, Wayne. Good work.
Emerson Jordan, now your guy taking up the attack.
So Emerson Jordan to take up the attack from the farmer end, and he comes in and bowls quite quickly, but down the leg side, concedes a wide.
Still has the that same action of old. Good high left arm coming up, and deceptive pace. I can tell you a story about Emerson Jordan and myself. You know, we're
Bowling off relatively short run up these days, of about 8 paces, comes in bowled. Lovely action. Again down the leg side.
I think that one brushed the pad.
Must have brushed the pad because no wide signalled.
He never, well, again, you know, I was going to make the point, never really came off a very long run throughout his career. And the very first time I came across Emerson Jordan, we were playing for the same side. I was meeting him for the first time. I was the wicket keeper. And there it was, this guy with a new ball running in from about just where he's running now. So judging by his run-up, I decided that I will estimate how fast he would bowl and how far I would stand back behind the wicket. And the very first ball came zipping through at me, and I found myself hurried in taking it. And by the time he bowled his second delivery, I was asking the captain, who is this guy? He didn't explain it, but that is the guy Emerson Jordan, whom I had heard about. But he was very, very quick off that very short run.
A very quick single taken there, rotating the try. It'll be interesting to see what Bennett makes of him. I think he rather likes quick bowling. Just props that one into the leg side. I had the great pleasure of playing against him my first ever game in Barbados in the Gary Savers Masters some 12, 13 years ago. And there's this little fella at one end coming into bowl, and I'm looking for the wicketkeeper. He used to keep us standing up at 50s and 60s level, and he's 35 yards back. And I'm thinking, was he terrified of the ball? As the first one flew past my outside edge, I suddenly realised what he was doing there. He hit me on the thigh. I've still got the bruise in bowls. Bennett just nudges that into the leg side. There should be 2 here. There's nobody within a very long distance of that. And that's 2 to Bennett. Am I mistaken? That kept a little bit low, that one. Just a little bit low. The extra pace will extract anything there is in the wicket, won't it?
Done a bit off the track, because one of the features of Jordan's bowling, despite as fast as he bowled, he always did a bit more with the ball than the average fast bowler, whether it be through the air or off the pitch.
So Jordan, right arm, fast medium, comes in, bowls to Bennett, short, and Bennett has, well, I'm not quite sure how he managed to get that over to mid-wicket, because it looked like he was trying to cut it. Quite sure whether he was a bit beaten for pace there.
All pace. The ball just cramped him and he was more taking evasive action than anything else. The ball just struck the bat and went into the square leg area. In the box.
And that's hit Robinson in a place where you really do not want to be hit by a quick bowler. Let's hope that he had his box in.
I think he's also searching to make sure that the box is in place.
It always a source of much amazement. People get injured and they break fingers and everybody's very concerned. You get hit there and everybody thinks it's hilarious.
So have you ever been hit there, Colin?
I'm afraid I have, yes.
I know the feeling too.
All of us.
I know the feeling.
There won't be a batsman alive that probably hasn't been.
I'm
hasn't been
accustomed, as a youngster watching cartoons and seeing the stars spinning around the head, and thought that was fantasy. I got hit there and I saw the stars. Then I knew that they were for real. Guy called Colin Payne used to play for Barclays. Here I was, 13-year-olds, batting without a box. Got squared up by an outswinger. I struck. My life flashed in front of me at 30 years old.
I think we may have a change of bowling
Yes, it is.
at the Prof Edwards end.
A change of bowler. It's similar kind of bowling because this is left arm orthodox again. This is going to be Samud Mutara.
Okay, so Vatara from the bottom end. Zamin Amin 4 overs 13. Very good spell there. Seshwan 3 overs for 16. Husband's 2 overs for 13. And just the 5 from Jordan's first over.
Slightly different variety of left arm spinning. Mutara more of the floaty type of left arm spinner.
May get some bounce, extract some bounce from this wicket because there is a bit of bounce if it goes up in the air, isn't there?
It goes up there as we have seen so far today. But good start by the rest of the world. 49 without loss, going along very quietly.
Yeah. And that's driven back by Bennett and Matara. Unlike most bowlers who never allow runs off their own bowling, rather dives over one and gives away a single.
I actually made a meal of that. What looked like a simple save.
So left arm spin, bowling from the side of the umpire rather than across the front of the umpire. Comes in and off very short run, bowls to Robinson. Goes down the wicket and drives it into his own foot and is very nearly stumped. But fortunately he manages to get back. Rest of the world 50s come up in 10.1 overs. So a decent rate, not far away from the rate they're going to need to score at to win this game. Matara in, bowls. And Robinson this time goes down the track, but doesn't time it, just pushes the ball out to mid-wicket.
Mutara, as I mentioned, the floaty type of spinner, looked to deceive the batter in the ear with flight. He's going to...
In, bowls. Robinson goes forward. And a lot of appealing from the bowler, not a lot of movement for the fielders, enables the rest of the world to take a very short single that probably shouldn't have been a single.
That's the 50 up for the guys, for the rest of the world.
Very good.
50 in the 11th over, going along steadily at 4.6.
Comes in, bowls, gives that a lot of air. Again, fails to cut off, and the ball's dribbling out towards the man long off, and walks in and picks it up. Possibly a little bit of harder work. Could have got 2 out of that, I think. And that's what's going to need to happen to keep pushing the West Indies. The ones have got to be turned into 2s. Matara in, bowls. Robinson goes down the wicket, plays with his pad. An appeal which probably was never going to be answered.
So Hartley, just to slightly, I'm here looking. I think the West Indies a bit guilty here of waiting for things to happen. They're not being proactive.
They just intend to bowl out the overs.
But none of
And
the
if you look at the field placing, it is not very purposeful. It just have fellas in areas.
none of the bowlers have looked really threatening up to this stage. But of course, we keep harping. The batting conditions are extremely good, very much in favor of the batsman. So it's going to be something of an uphill battle, it seems. We look at this point. It looks as if we're in for a good close game.
That would be a great thing, wouldn't it, for the game if it's a good close game? Might mean we miss our bus to Oistins later, but we can't have everything.
Doing oistings tonight.
Oistins fish fry on a Friday night is
Yep.
for every English cricket tourist. It's a must.
It's a must do. Actually, I was in Oistins a couple of Friday evenings ago, and
In bowls. Bennett turns under the leg side. That should be two.
yeah, you only make two here.
Oh, that's not good running, really. That should be two. Very good arm though from the deep. I'm not sure.
I mean, what I'm seeing here from Bennett, I'm not so sure how many more twos we're going to be seeing while he's at the wicket.
I did say to you wouldn't have enjoyed that three.
Seems a bit gassed, Bennett. But yes, I was saying I went to Oysters a couple of Friday nights ago, and my first observation is that there were more tourists than locals.
I suspect that's probably true a lot of the time. In comes Jordan, bowls to Robinson,
Ooh,
who
well
just
bowled.
engineers the ball into the offside and takes a good single.
Very well bowled, well played too. You can see that ball hitting the bat very hard. The bat actually jerking in the hand of the batsman.
Nice soft hands, I think, is the word you used. Dropped it down in front of him and took a single. Jordan turns at the end of his mark, comes in, bowls, nice high action. Bennett just hopping back, just pushing it into the offside, no run there. He still has a beautiful bowling action, Hartley, doesn't he?
Yes, Emerson. When you start right, your mechanics, you don't ever leave them, and he always had a very fluent action.
Jordan in and bowls. Short bouncer over the head of Bennett. Don't see very many of those in 60s cricket, bouncers flying through to the wicketkeeper.
It's just a reminder to tell him, don't live on that front foot. Don't look at that front foot. I'm capable of this too.
I confess I might have been having a little hook shot at that. Probably would have taken it on the nose. Ball just pushed into the leg side. Another good single from the rest of the world.
The old 1-2 from Jordan. Short delivery, pushing the batsman back, and then the next delivery right up. Well handled though by Bennett. West Indies in need of a breakthrough here.
Very much so.
Jordan in and bowls to Robinson. The fluent, magnificent drive out into the outfield. May just be the one. Probably didn't quite time that, but a lovely looking shot.
Well, yes, getting that left leg forward to the pitch and the flowing drive with that nice top hand into the shot. But just
Hartley, he's a very elegant player, David Robinson, isn't he?
Elegant.
Yeah, very stylish looking player.
He can see. You said he only plays second. He didn't go.
David Robinson plays for Hertfordshire, played for minor county, Hertfordshire. Played for Nottinghamshire Twos, I think, when he was younger. But he looks like...
exactly, this is what I'm saying to you, because he looks as if he's a good
mechanic,
player.
yeah. Yeah, he's a very fine player.
me to switch the. You good with the?
I don't
leading on? No, if you're good with it, stay.
I'm not putting your nose out of joint.
This is not a complaint. I was more concerned about you than me.
Ball comes in. Again, elegantly placed by Robinson. This should be 2, but it probably won't be.
Again, as testament, I told you, we're not going to see many more twos until as long as Bennett is there. You can see him; he's not prepared to scamper.
You're going to have to get a bicycle for Bennett now because he's not going to be up and down very often.
Bicycle for Bennett is the call. Matara, end of his run, comes in and bowls, and Bennett.
Bowled
Play
there.
on.
And he's played on.
Yeah.
And I had a feeling that was coming. He was looking quite tired, and I think that was a tired
He
shot.
was
That
being
one.
gassed. He was gassed, so he could see that. And most probably recognized that they were only getting 1s when it should have been 2s. So he said that he tried his best.
Trying to hit forwards.
Push it on.
Yeah,
Push it on.
yeah.
That is the variety of Samoon Matara. Though. He, like I said, that ball would have been the one with the arm coming back in to the right-handed batsman. Hence, the Bennett looking to go down the ground, probably over mid-off. The ball drifting in and taking the inner part of the bat
Into the
onto
stump.
So Matara, as I said, he's going to float it up outside the off stump. He's going to look to spin a few away, but every now and then he's going to bowl that drifter back into the right-hander, and there we saw it working in his favour.
So Bennett bowled by Matara with the score on 57. And he scored 30 runs from 43 balls, 47 minutes, 2 fours. And we have coming to the crease now former England seniors batsman, Neil Calvert. He will be very keen. He's had 2 lowish scores in the game so far, so I'm sure he'll be pretty keen to make some runs here.
Colin, the truth is, if you are wonders on this batting strip and you do not make runs, you're gonna kick yourself because they can't find much better in these conditions.
I'm kicking myself not being out there in the middle at all.
No, you're doing an excellent job here, my friend. Excellent.
Thank
Maybe you found your calling.
Yeah, I thought probably a lot of people would say I talk too much at the best of times. So going over the wicket now to the left-hander Matara, and Calvert goes forward and plays it back to the bowler.
So there's the wicket that the West Indies would have been hoping for, searching for.
Yes, yes.
Delivered by Matara.
Matara in, bowls, Calvert nudges the ball into the offside. And goes to backward point for no run.
Difficult bowler in these conditions to Matara because again he's giving no pace to work with. The batsmen have to make their own pace and impart their own power into the ball.
Matara in, bowls, Calvert drives. It's half stopped. They'll be definitely looking for 2 here. These 2 will be much quicker between them. Oh, they decided not to go for one. A very good arm.
Jordan has an
So
excellent
probably
arm.
a good decision not to go for a second. These 2 will be a bit quicker, I think, between the wickets.
Oh, yes.
Ready to go.
One of the rest of the world players, Mark Preddy, just joined us. I'm going to ask him just how tired is Tony Bennett. I can see him sitting on the other side of the changing room. Looks slightly red in the face.
And Ashton reminds you Preddy with an E.
Preddy with an E. Preddy with an E, yes. Matara in and bowls to Robinson. Pushes forward, appeals for a ball which from here looked like hit the middle of the bat. Gents, are my eyes deceiving me?
He's struck
No,
outside the
not
off stump.
very much. I think they hit the bat, but it was zeroing in on that on the stumps, I think. And he thought he had gotten through, only for the bat to come down in time.
Well, fortunately for David Robinson it did, and as we come to the end of the 12th over, 13th over, and the score is, if I could see it on the
58
screen,
for
58 for 1. So going nicely along at just over 4.5 and over.
Had a fairly even keel too.
Yeah.
A rate of 4.46 runs. Not really prohibitive by any means.
I'm sure they'd like to have a few more, but they've only lost 1 wicket, and so it's very it's a competitive game. It could be a very close finish, which would be great for all the spectators around the ground.
Jordan be looking for a wicket himself. He's that kind of attacking, explosive bowler, a wicket-taking bowler. He'll not be happy to just be economical. He wants to take wickets.
In, bowls to Calvert and nudged down the leg side, probably off the pad, I think, just for the single. Fielded at fine leg, leg by signalled.
So left-right combination should present something of a challenge to the bowlers as far as maintaining the lines is concerned.
In, bowls, just short of a length. Winston pushes forward.
This guy Robinson, though, looks an accomplished player. Everything about him says, that he has some class about him.
Yes, he's a very, very good player, and hope for the sake of the rest of the world he goes on and gets a very big score here. In, bowls, driven into wide mid-on, and a slight fumble in the outfield and a single taken.
Seems to like the leg side a lot, too. Very proficient at the on drive. We've already seen him execute a couple of excellent pull shots.
I'm going to regret saying this, I know, but he does sometimes work the ball, and he gets LBW a lot, working the ball. Now you know exactly what's going to happen next time he faces a ball.
A lot of the great players were like that. That was a feature of Ricky Ponting's batting for sure. Got across to that off stump and made a lot of balls.
I think I seem to remember a certain IVA Richards used to work the ball from anywhere through mid-wicket. Jordan in, bowls. That kept very low and bounced before it got to the wicket-keeper.
That's a couple of balls we've seen stay down from this particular end. It's something that the rest of the world batsmen would want to look out for.
I think they'd rather not see it at all, to be absolutely honest. That's going to make life very difficult if the ball keeps that low, because it's so difficult to get under the ball to give it any distance. Jordan in, short. Calvert goes back, plays into the offside. No run.
I think with this variation in bounce, the clever bowler that Emerson Jordan is, you're going to see you might probably see him bowl the ball into the pitch a lot more, hoping to exploit.
Yes,
and inconsistency.
This sort of slower bouncer into the pitch has really come into the game more with one day and
the
T20 cricket,
yes.
where you see balls that you would think are horrible long hops finish up taking a lot of wickets. The game has moved on massively in the last 10 or 15 years since the advent of
the T20 in particular, and.
So good over there from Jordan. He now has 3 overs for 10, so he's put a bit of a break on the scoring.
It would be interesting, Ashton, if you could provide us with the required rate at this point in time. Help to keep you busy.
She's bringing it up on the screen.
Required rate just below a run of ball, so game reaching quite even proportions.
So Matara in, bowls to Robinson, goes down the pitch, drives, very well fielded at square cover.
If I've seen the man perfect the one-handed stop in the covers Everton batsman has. That's his second or third time we've seen him employ just the one hand.
That battle was an excellent field.
In, bowls, Robinson comes down the wicket, drives down to long off. Calvert looking for 2, not sure that Robertson is. Some hesitation between the batsmen there.
He's just trying to create a little excitement for the crowd. Just a little excitement.
Not doing much for my heart.
I'm not out there in the middle, and I had settled for one.
Going over the wicket to the left-handed Calvert. Bowles floats it up. Calvert drives straight. Again, probably just for a single. Little better from Calvert, who's
Zamin Amin.
looked a little scratchy, I think, since he's come in. Neil Calvert, the left hand.
Yeah,
Not quite on it today so far.
he for sure he's not as fluent as the two right-handers.
No, he's a very fine batter once he gets going, but he's just found it a little tough going so far. That shot will have helped. Tara in, bowls. And that's another elegant shot by Robinson. That's gone out to wide mid on. Oh, a slight misfield. Probably could have been two there. Discretion being the better part of valour.
Very much so.
I think Robinson is very wary about running, having had 3 consecutive innings where he was run out playing for the rest of the world, including against the International 11 on Monday of this week. Tara in and bowls. Calvert goes back and cuts to the man at backward point. Field fairly standard for this stage of a one-day international. Backward cover, mid-off, long on, deep cow corner, mid-wicket, square leg and a slip. And Calvert now nudges into the, takes a good signal into that mid-wicket region. Another good over though from Matara. Not really being collared at all here. Just the 4 runs conceded. But I think that the rest of the world will be very pleased that they are at least keep ticking the strike across. And we have a drinks break.
They have not reached panic stations yet. They recognise how many overs have gone now?
That's 15.
15 overs gone. Have another 30 to go. They're pacing themselves well.
So having thrown you two guys a bit of a curveball at the first drinks break of the game, wondering what you'll think of England's new style of Test cricket and Bazball. Have you been watching the England Test team?
England Test team has not impressed me in any way, you know. All these fancy titles that I hear you all introducing into cricket, England continues to play like England. I am happy that they are playing more attractive cricket. I have always liked Roy. The batters I have no problem with. I have an excellent all-rounder for the captain. Captain, he's world class. If your fast bowlers, well, Anderson, he's a legend, but he's a legend in England. Anytime I thought you're going to take over 800 wickets and 600 in England, you know, but the English, you all are so intent to look to be world beaters that you are praising this poor team, and whenever they come out against serious opposition, they fall. But now you're coming in with words, you know. So this bad cricket, no, I don't understand what does it mean.
I'm not sure that even the coach, who it's named after, knows what it means. I will say that in the last few months since McCullum has been the coach, they have played a style of cricket which most English people find quite hard to believe. The amount of times when England are chasing 300, 400 to win in a second innings, and they win the game, the games that would have been bowled out for 110 previously. So he's obviously worked some magic. They do have a very fine crop of fast bowlers, a lot of whom have been injured. And I think once they get their full armoury with people like Archer and Wood, who are both very quick bowlers.
Archer just took 6.
Yes, I did. Yes, sorry, got 6 against South Africa. Wood has done a sterling job, and he seems to be getting quicker and quicker as he gets into his mid-30s.
But he breaks down too many times.
Well, that's very true. I'd rather he was playing out in the middle than facing him, though, because he is seriously rapid.
England's team looks good. For our cricket level, I am pleased that what I'm seeing coming out of England, because that dour time wasting and waiting for something to happen cricket, McCullum has thrown it out. Thrown it out. So, and good, fortunate enough for the England and the England supporters, the players have bought in to his style of cricket because they would have seen Australia, they would have seen the West Indies, they see everybody playing attacking cricket, but they do not play attacking cricket.
Well, I think everybody in England is looking forward to the Ashes, forthcoming Ashes series. There's real belief that with Wood and Archer and Ollie Stone, another quick bowler who bowls at 90 miles an hour plus, with those guys around, we'll have the firepower to match the likes of Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins, who probably three of the best quick bowlers have been around for a while.
I was just going to say that the jury is still out with me on this ultra-aggressive approach that the English have taken under Baz McCullum. But interestingly, just before you introduced that topic, you talked about the influence of the white ball, the T20 cricket, and all the different new features it has brought to the game. And I think that what we are witnessing actually is the influence and the effect of the white ball game, the T20 game is now having on the other forms of cricket. First of all, we saw it with the ODI, the 50 over game, and now England in particular. I think the Indians in some way are similar, and well, of course, Australia is Australia. And I think what we're seeing is T20 cricket influencing the Test game.
And if it's played, we had half a dozen fantastic Test matches in England last year against South Africa, New Zealand, and India, and if it brings the crowds back to Test cricket, then long may it continue. Jordan in and bowls, and he's clean, Calvert up. The drinks break is done. Neil Calvert, no favours, unfortunately.
Yes. Yes, he never got in line. He never got in line.
No, that's well bowled, Emerson Jordan, and that's what he's there for.
As I said, the attacking bowler, he's looking to take wickets, and Calvert staying on that leg stump, not venturing across his wicket and just pushing away from the body, and the ball taking the top of middle and off.
And as Neil Calvert walks out to replace by Mark Preddy, just an update on some of the other scores. Australia 258 for 6, and the USA struggling a little bit. 46 for 5. They need 213 of 164 balls. So I feel somebody's going to have to play a fairly impressive innings to get them home from there. And in the other game, the invitation 11 scored 146 for 9. England 106 for 2 off 20 overs, so they just need 41 runs in 24 overs. But nice for the invitation 11 to pick up a couple of wickets. This will be now an interesting confrontation. Mark Preddy from Australia, obviously used to facing lots of quick bowling out there, so hopefully he'll be in line.
But Colin, you had made a point just before you gave it a bit of the other games, and when you said that as long as the spectators, the crowds return to cricket, and that was the hallmark of the West Indies cricket. People love to see attractive cricket, and once they are seeing attractive cricket, they are going to come and see it.
It's at the end of the day, it's a sport, but sport is only really a branch of entertainment. And people can pay their money to go and see all sorts of things. So going and boring people to death for 7 hours.
For the kind of money that you're asking in England, because we can never pay that kind of money in the Caribbean to go to cricket.
So Jordan in to Preddy. And he lets one go outside off stump. Good carry through to the keeper, who's a good, 15 yards back there, Hartley?
Yes, he is. He is a good 11, 12 paces.
That's why I stick to that point that I was trying to make earlier, that the West Indian cricketers have become very high in demand because of the brand of cricket that we've been playing in the T20 franchises. And I am suggesting...
Oh dear. That's not a great shot. Short ball by Jordan. Far too quick for Preddy, and he spooned it up in the air. And now there's a very different complexion on the score. As Sir Geoffrey Boycott used to say, just look at the score with 2 wickets on it, and 64 for 1 is now 64 for 3.
Well, that one, and another, I do not understand why Brady, who has just gone in to bat, would want to go for a hook shot. He's not even wearing a helmet. They said he was comfortable, so he saw the length of the ball, it was short, and he went into the hook shot initially, but he wasn't convincing, so he never got it wrong.
It was. He was beaten for pace. I think we could.
Yeah,
we
he
could
was
say that.
beaten for pace, and then the other thing about it is that the ball was a delivery pitch outside the off stump, so he had to go across the wicket and fetch it. And
Bad shot selection.
right, it would have been a lot more on had that ball been closer to the leg, somewhere he'd been able
Oh,
to
yes.
use the
Oh,
pace
yes.
of the ball. He might have gotten it away, but choked because of the extra pace Jordan offers.
I think that you need to, even though this is a beautiful batting wicket, there is still enough in it with somebody like Emerson Jordan bowling that you need to have gauged it before playing a shot like that.
Colin, it's a Barbados pitch. And contrary to what you would hear over the news about how the pitches are not quick, and it's not really true. The test pitches are not quick because they are prepared the last 6 and 7 days. But for pitches that are prepared for 1 day or 2 days, you will get them bouncing. They will come bouncing.
And as we said before, Emerson Jordan is probably one of the quicker
Yes,
bowlers bowling at this age group.
He's not getting
Anywhere
old.
in the world,
He's
it
not
would be.
getting old.
Anywhere in the world, absolutely.
But he's well fit, He's well fit. He loves training.
He's got a most beautiful, smooth bowling action. And whereas in England we've had something like 7 or 8 fast bowlers all out with stress fractures of the back, I'm reckoning with that beautiful action, he's never had anything that remotely resembles a stress fracture of the back.
I've never heard him complain about his back.
Yeah, he comes in and bowls to Pete Moses, and he clips that down to long leg for singers off the mark straight away. Pete Moses, who plays, I think, captains the Scotland side, very new into seniors cricket. I think it won't be long before they have a side playing at international level. But fortunately for the rest of the world, we have a couple of Scots here and a couple of Scots on the sidelines, aiming towards the next World Cup in Chennai. Hopefully we'll see them all there. Jordan, in.
You mentioned Scots and Irish, but Wales, you have any Welshmen in here?
Yeah, we have 2 Welsh guys here because they are actually originally invited to the tournament, but then didn't send a team. Wales have their own team. They competed in the September 2022 World Cup, and they have some very good players. Paul Keneally, who took that wonderful catch, has played for a long time for Wales, and Peter Doyle, the left-arm spinner, bowled very well when he came back for his second spell. Because it's a very small nation, they probably don't get quite the supply line they needed, and people have to pay to come on these tours, and I think a lot of people have just paid out money to go to Australia, and there'll be those that are looking to Chennai, which is now only 13 months away, maybe even 12 months away, and not everybody can afford to
So
to
you're
keep paying
going
out money.
to have a World Cup over 60s?
There is another
In Chennai?
over 60s World Cup in Chennai. That's extraordinary. Matara's just gone straight through Moses, and from 64 for 1, the score is 65 for 4. Resembling an England batting collapse of old. That was an extraordinary dismissal.
Well, yes, I would love to be able to see that
see
again.
that, yes.
Because what is I'm unsure about. Did that ball pitch and spin past the outside edge, or was it the drifter coming in and had him playing down the wrong line and hitting the stump? What we know is that the ball just brushed the top of the stump with the batsman playing what looked like a perfect defensive shot.
Poor Peter Moses there that's the second time in 3 days he got an absolute Jaffa playing against Australia.
tell you,
The pitch middle and clipped the
I
top
think
off.
I'm going to accept your explanation, Colin, because the batter did not recognize what happened. He stood there for a few seconds looking up.
Well,
looking
yes,
to see-
actually, I think for a few seconds, for a second or two there, he queried whether
And
that
the
ball,
keeper-
if the ball had struck the
Yeah,
stumps or if it had come back off the
Exactly.
keeper.
Exactly.
It was,
So he himself, he doesn't ask him very much what happened.
yeah, but it would have been nice to have another look at that one.
Yes, we'll have to look on the replay when we get home tonight, Wayne, I think,
go on
for
YouTube
that.
and have a look at it. But while the game now taking on a completely different complexion,
Oh, yeah,
especially
yeah,
since that refreshment break, as you said, he's one of the best partnership breakers there ever has been in the game of
Drinks
cricket.
wicket, always a drinks wicket. In this case, a drinks 3 wickets. And coming to the crease now is Arnold Manders, former Bermuda captain, president of Bermuda Cricket, and we will see how he copes with the spin of Matara.
Bermuda had its time where Bermuda, everyone was talking about Bermuda's cricket. I don't even know what's happening in Bermuda cricket now.
I'm not sure. I think they're a little bit of a way down the
Yes.
ICC divisions.
Outside off stump, loud appeal, and the ball is on his knees, but
Pleading.
and umpire David Thompson is unmoved.
Yes, we had quite a lot of LBWs in our game up here on Monday. I think we had 5. The umpires were
Very generous.
congratulating themselves on getting a 5 I think, at the end. From the sidelines, of course, you can't tell
Well,
what
no,
the
especially
decisions
if
are like.
you were here. This earlier man was asking you about this, how this pitch was laid. Is very. You can't even get. It's very difficult to set a field on this pitch.
The
on this field,
angles,
the pitch is
the
north-south.
ground is shaped.
It's a north-south pitch, and you're bare. It's all trouble.
Yeah, Wanderers has always been a tricky ground to visitors as far as the getting your angles right, setting your fielders and getting your angles right.
Many a team has visited Wanderers to play, and the captain will set the field, and then the ball will be going different places. But the ball should not be going there.
That one swiped into the outfield, and that may go all the way for 4, or it may just be 2.
Interestingly, David Robinson playing George Harris-like innings. I mean, could that
If
be
he does
possible?
as well as George Harris, I think the rest of the world will be very pleased. I'm not sure we've got anybody that can come in and play the husband's role, though. We'll see. Short and left outside of stump. That's a very good spell here by Matara. He now has 2 for 11 off 4 overs, and he has been the man that's really put the brakes on the
Yes,
rest of the
he
world
has.
innings.
He has set the cat among the pigeons because he has come in, and the opening period had looked rather comfortable, very
Yes.
comfortable, and batting at a good 4.5 over. But now they have to readjust. Yes, they have to readjust now, and their approach now to reassess. I suppose you say they have to reassess the approach now, because with the wickets falling and the overs are going so quickly.
Jordan in and bowls to Robinson down the leg side. That may be a wide. 'Tis a wide.
That required rate beginning to inch up now. 6.46. Last we checked, it was just about a runner ball.
It was 5.3.
Jordan turns, comes in, bowls. Robinson engineers the ball into the offside and takes a quick single. Hasn't been much of that in the last few overs, the quick singles to rotate the strike.
Yeah.
Well, Robinson is quite clean keen to scamper those quick singles. I'm not so sure if his partners have been.
I think when Jordan is bowling, I don't think the partners really want to go down there.
Well, Jordan now in his 5th over. Of course, he had his spell interrupted by that refreshment break, so that would have given him a bit of time to spell himself.
Jordan in. Bowls to Manders. Manders goes forward. Plays it back down the wicket to the bowler. I think that it would be true to say that drinks break has completely disrupted the rest of the world innings. And there were 3 wickets in the space of 5 balls. And that's disruptive to any any innings. So always very difficult to recover from that position. Jordan in, bowls, Yorker, well kept out by Manders.
That's his trademark. You know, regardless to what level of cricket, whenever that refreshment card goes on the field, you can rest assured something's going to happen because the batters relax. You must relax because in comes the water. The bowlers then go and have a little talk with the captain, and then everything comes back.
Jordan in, bowls. Down the leg side, must have flicked the pad.
Yeah.
No wide signalled.
No,
Good reflex take by keeper Lawrence, though,
one hand.
getting that left hand to it,
Very tall man for a wicket keeper.
clutching it cleanly. Yes.
And, you know, but yeah, Gibson's also a wicketkeeper. In fact, he has kept wicket for years for Maple.
Jordan in,
Has most
short,
of the-
Going short.
fires up, just short of gully.
So the team is not short of wicketkeepers at all. Good wicketkeepers.
Surprising the batsman there on that
Yes, that
occasion,
one.
Jordan.
Coming on the front foot.
And that one lifting up towards the right shoulder. Taking the shoulder of the bat, but falling in front of the man at gully.
Many, many moons ago when I was a young man, I played down in Devon, beautiful part of England down in the southwest, and the Dutch wicketkeeper was playing for the opposition, Jordan, in bowls. And that's down the leg side. That will be called a wide. And the Dutch wicketkeeper, whose name I can't remember, was there on holiday and was playing for the local team, was 6'4". That's very tall
Very
for a
tall,
wicketkeeper. Very hard on the knees, bending down all the time for that.
6'4".
Didn't see him, but I heard of Clyde Walker, a big, not only a tall man, but he was a big man also as a keeper.
Jack Higgins was also big.
In bowls, and finally Manders touches one away, and that's
could be
going to go
4.
all the way to the boundary for 4, was it?
Not quite.
A bit of football there.
Not
Good
quite.
skills.
And they ran 1, probably should have been at least 2, was very close to being 4.
70 for 4 after 18.
So definitely slipping behind the rate a little now, the rest of the world, but they have to rebuild after those 3 quick wickets.
You know, you mentioned that because when I was thinking about tall wicket keepers,
Yeah, his
I
son.
immediately talk about Jamal
Jamal
Smith.
Yeah.
Very lanky young man. But Mike Finley was a fairly tall.
Yeah, he was tall too.
Mike
but-
Finley. We had our Richard Lewis who kept for the West Indies a few Test matches. He
Yeah,
was also
yeah.
a fairly tall guy.
But in the Spurs, then we had some real short one.
And then you had the little men. I mean,
Little-
I don't think they can get much smaller than Dave Williams.
No, you can't get this one.
Pint-sized, they call them. I had my challenges, but I keep telling this story of keeping wicket to Joel Garner in Queen's Park. And Garner really bounding in within your ball, and the ball taking off. He was bowling some mountainous balls. I mean, and at one point it was one of my darkest days, darkest moments in cricket. They had to put in a long stop for me, and it wasn't that I was not keeping well. It's just I could not reach the ball. The balls were way over my head, you know. But and that is one of the moments I will never forget.
Matara in for Robinson, walks down the wicket, and it's Manders, I apologise, and he thrashes the ball out to deep cow corner for a single. Wicket keepers were always thought to be little people, the Jack Russells, the Alan Knotts, who was a
Oh, yes, very much so.
Godfrey Evans, quite a small man. But to see one of 6'4",
Yeah, that is
and
extraordinary.
he was almost as tall as me, bending down behind me when I was batting. Matara comes in off his short run, bowls to Robinson, slightly quicker ball. Robinson
Well
nudges
played.
into the leg
Well
side,
played.
takes a single, starting to get the score moving again. After
Robinson
So,
just checked down.
There was a guy who got wicket for the Windward Islands. Very.
Oh, you mean
was it-
Leon? Not Leon. Could
Not
they?
today, no, in more recent times.
Oh, recently.
Yeah.
And that's a fine blow by Manders.
First shot
Pitched
in
up.
anger.
He's thrashed that down to the long off boundary. That's the first boundary for how many overs? Quite a long time, I think.
First boundary of the bowling of Matara for sure. First time that he has been collared by any of the batsmen.
Do we know how many boundaries there have been?
Yeah, I can tell you that. 6.
6. I don't think we've seen one for 5 or 6 overs at least. Maybe longer than that.
But Bennett would have struck 2. He's been out quite a while now. Robinson has scored 3 of them. He hasn't struck one recently. And we just had that one by Manders. So it has been quite a while.
Matara has bowled extremely tight lines.
Yes.
Right, so it's Jordan.
Extremely
Kieran.
tight lines here. And I think that he will be a candidate for man of the match if he carries on the way he's going here. Although Mr. Harris may have something to say about that. 5 overs, 2 for 17 are his figures. The other bowlers, Emerson Jordan, 5 overs, 2 for 14. Another fine spell from him. Ronnie Husbands, 2 overs, 13. Zaman Amin bowled very tightly, 4 overs, 0 for 13. And Richard Szechuan, 3 overs, 0 to 16. There have been 6 extras, 3 leg byes and 3 wides.
I think after some
Whilst we're
discussion.
Just a little bit of a discussion. I'll quickly whip you through the scorecard. Tony Bennett was bowled Matara for 30. Neil Calvert bowled Jordan for 3. Mark Preddy, Corton bowled Jordan for 0. Peter Moses bowled Matara for 1. Arnold Manders is 7 not out, and David Robinson is 29 not out.
Well, after a meeting of the high command of the West Indies team, they have now decided to make a change at the northern end, the Stephen Farmer end. And I think this looks like Sushan.
Yeah, the one who opened the ball in.
Sushan in, bowls. Robinson engineers that back behind square cover, down towards the third man region. Cover trots round, picks it up, underarms it back to the wicketkeeper, and 1 run is taken.
So Jordan, I guess the captain, not looking to expend all his energies at one go. Maybe expecting him, if necessary, to come back with another burst later in the innings.
I'm sure the rest of the world's 9-10 Jack are really looking forward to facing him. This one in bowls. Manders pops it into the long side and hobbles a single.
Jordan has bowled how many overs? 5. So he has another 4 to go. Why? He would have had to bowl all, unless he's complained and said he wasn't able. But if he takes 1 more wicket, I mean, the writing will be surely on the wall.
This one in bowls. Robinson drops it just down in front of him, looks for a single. Manders isn't interested. It's fielded by mid-wicket.
But it shows you how at the fall of wickets, because right now the West Indies team, they are moving around very sprightly now.
Yes, and given
Very much the West Indies on top in this game. Szechuan in and bowls. Good length ball.
Well
Robinson
bowled,
thinks about
well
playing.
left.
Pulls his bat out of the way. The ball goes through to the keeper. No run.
only 4 bowlers used so far. So we're still to see the likes of an Everton Batson, for instance, waiting in the wings.
This one in. 5-6 pace run up in. Bowls. Wide one. Robinson prods it up the pitch. Past the bowler up to mid-off, and they take a single. And in true Henry Blofeld fashion, a plane gently floating its way in towards Barbados Airport. A Szechuan comes in. Wide one, which so wide the Manders can't reach it, and is signalled a wide.
The airport situated at the southeasterly tip of the island. Grantley Adams International Airport, the official name. Grantley Adams, a former Prime Minister.
First and only Prime
As a
Minister
matter
of the
of fact, the
Federation.
Szechuan tried to bowl a slow ball there, and it drifted down the leg side, so wide ball signalled. He's going to be bowling a lot of balls in this over because that's his second wide.
If we are being critical, he has been the least effective of the bowlers of the West Indies so far.
Catch!
Oh, well taken. Oh, he gone over. Hey.
Well, I'm not sure whether that was a chance or whether it actually one of the over the top of second slip, but a sort of chop shot. It was a very strange looking shot. It wasn't really a cut shot, was it?
No, he just wanted to get his bat on it.
I think the ball bounced awkwardly on him too. The bowler extracting a bit of extra bounce with that one. I believe the fielder in the gully might have just gotten the fingertips to it. Very difficult to call it a chance as such.
So that is the end of the
20th.
over. The rest of the world are 82 for 4. And Robinson is 31 not out. Manders is 9 not out. And I suspect it'll be Matara to continue. I suspect he will not be able to get the ball out of his hands until he's finished his 9 overs.
I think West Indies very happy with the way things are going at the moment.
Yeah.
Just moseying on along. The Englishmen, the rest of the world,
Rest of the world.
not.
Wayne will get this right before we finish.
His problem, subconsciously, he is looking at the uniform, the color of the uniform, and it looks very similar to England. So,
In. Manders, I
That's
have no idea where that's
gone.
gone. And that's a 6. Manders has finished up flat on his backside.
a Rohan Kanai shot.
That was a quite remarkable shot. He's having trouble getting to his feet, and he's hit that over. I think it may have bounced back off the house. An extraordinary shot.
Actually, interestingly, the ball just about made it up to the boundary.
Oh, did it? Oh, okay. I'd lost sight of it.
And the mid-wicket fielder, it went over his head
Yeah.
for 6 when he's supposed to be right back on the fence.
Yeah, it was definitely 7-6.
Six,
Matara
seven,
in.
yeah.
Amanda's. I think if that had been at Kingston, Jamaica, or at the Kensington over here, there would have been a no, having hit the previous ball for 6. The crowd would not have appreciated that. Away he goes again. He's clubbed that away out to mid-wicket. It's quite sort of favouring mid-wicket. Takes another run.
You bring back memories. I don't think that the atmosphere at Kensington has been like that for a while now, except those are the days of the old Kensington, the old Kensington stand. And as I know what you're talking about.
Decker.
Matara in, bowls to Robinson, who pushes into the covers, looks for a single. Manders, probably still suffering from falling on his backside a moment ago, declines.
Hardly remember the
Nothing is
days
done.
of who built the ark? No.
I was going to draw your attention to that because when you hear the no from the crowd, there's a minute.
Robinson dances down the track, pushes out to long off for a single.
You will hear the crowd, who built the ark?
No.
And you hear no. Go on, come again.
Oh, so those.
So over the wicket now to Manders. Probably trying to cramp him for room, I suspect. Pushes up. A very optimistic appeal for a ball that pitched well outside leg stump and therefore should not be given out. Not to say that it wouldn't be, but should not be given out.
He wouldn't even get anyone to assist him with the appeal.
I've seen them given.
Oh yes.
We have all seen them.
Oh yes, my friend. We have seen somebody.
But Manders bringing a different element to the game. He has been the only batsman so far who is prepared to take the attack to Matara in particular, and you can see his effect, because Matara, who was quite prone to float the ball up, has been struck over the top a couple of times, and now we've seen him resort to bowling a completely different trajectory. So
Remember, he is a Western Hemisphere cricketer. He's from Bermuda, so he would know this type of cricket.
This one into Robinson. Robinson, let's go outside off stump, and that's signalled a wide.
signal a wide.
Felt a little on the harsh side, but
Did difficult to tell sometimes with the keeper standing up.
very much so.
In her defence. Sushan, just a gentle medium pace. Not going to worry a lot of batters.
The only worry is himself.
Comes in, bowls. Slightly slower ball.
Takes the pace off.
Nurdled into the offside by Robinson, but straight to extra cover, no run. Just steady over this. Not quite such a rhythmical action, this one, but he comes in and he bowls, and that's very straight, just pushed into the offside. No run again. Very effective.
Variations, different variations of pace. Pushing on, pulling the next.
Just 5 or 6 pace run up. Comes in. Bowls full.
Out stump. Out stump. You run down the pitch.
Well, that's a very disappointing dismissal for David Robinson. Seemed to trip himself up and fell out of the crease and was stumped. Not really attacking the ball, not really.
He was trying to reach the ball, and somehow he lost his balance.
It's a great shame, because he batted very nicely for holding the side together nicely.
Well.
So in answer to your previous question, Wayne, no, he's not going to do a Harris and bat all the way
Harris-type
through
innings.
and score 100.
Yes, a good
But,
stumping too by the keeper, Lawrence.
Yeah, very good sign. A valiant effort from Robinson.
Robinson. I think now the
Maybe he was just tired, which is why he fell over.
No, I trying to replay in my mind, because we do not have the benefit of the replay. I thought the ball had just gone through to the wicketkeeper and he was covered, but then I saw him stumbling on the ground.
well, the way I read it, is actually that he was looking to advance down the track to the bowler, or at least feign coming forward. You know, sometimes trying to feign coming forward, and somehow or another he lost his balance. But once he missed the ball, he lost his balance, and looking to get back into the crease, but falling over and stumps.
Ran out of steam, I mean, at the end of it.
Fair enough. You were right.
Well, confirmed.
Confirmed
By the
by
batsman.
himself.
He was out stumped, tired.
Complimented how good the pitch is. Complimented, perfect for batting, but the weather, the heat. He's not accustomed to the Caribbean weather.
And I think that is definitely a factor. It got slower and slower as the innings went on, and we're taking a lot of ones, some of which might have been twos.
But this weather does take its toll.
Very much so. So, into the crease comes Paul Keneally of Wales. bright red Welsh helmet
Yes.
on. Very distinctive. We won't lose him if it gets dark.
That helmet is rose red.
So far, not troubled the scorers very much on tour. So, facing his first ball from Szechuan. Short, and he just prods it back down the pitch.
As if to prove us wrong, Sushan, who had looked so innocuous.
You're doing the same job in the second innings that I was doing in the first. That's the second time that you've taken a wicket.
Guyana, Matthew Nandu.
In. Bowls. Keneally touches it into the leg side, and they trot through for a
So-
single.
When what was Baba's final score? 220, what? So, because the keeper, Doubt still is, Sam's round, right? He got injured, keep him okay?
So, at the end of the 22nd over,
Brooks got wicket.
is the end of the 22nd over,
22nd, 27th. Can't be
That's
22nd.
22nd, isn't it?
No, it's 22nd.
The score is 92 for 5. Manders is 16 not out. Keneally is 1 not out. Matara has the wonderful
92
figure, 6
for
overs,
5.
2 for 25, despite being hit for 6 over a cow corner. And having been hit for that 6, he's been summarily removed from the action. And we are now seeing a
I think it's going to be
fifth
Boyk.
bowler,
Anthony Boyk.
Anthony Boyk, as against Anthony Boyce, which is what we
Against
thought it
Anthony
was to
Boyce.
start with. Anthony Boyk from Trinidad, you said?
From Trinidad,
Is going to bowl. Tall man, greying hair, very slim. Just organising his field, which comprises of a long on, a cow corner, a fine leg, a mid-wicket in the circle, a slip, and 3 on the offside in the circle, and a long off. So I'm reckoning that he's going to bowl pretty full here.
Going right arm. Has a look like a Clyde Butts, a similar build to Clyde Butts. But actually he's going to bowl
5,
some.
6 paces, comes in, bowls short, wide, and signalled a wide, and quite rightly so.
Well, no, he's bowling a little seam up, it appears. Just a little seam up.
Boyk comes in, bowls to Keneally, straighter, hits the pad, drops into the leg side. Wayne, are you surprised that Matara came off? He seemed to be having good control.
Well, yes, one would have anticipated, even though Manders would have taken the attack to him, one would have anticipated him going all the way through. The ball, he really hasn't been collared as such.
No, just one
I think
hit.
the captain has reassessed again, recognized that right now they're in cruise control, and is giving every bowler a chance
Yeah, then,
to get a level, and he's good condition.
Looking to get in some cheap overs too.
Boyk comes in, bowls just short of length, nudged away into the offside by Keneally, but fielded, backward point. Going to be a tough ask, I think, from the rest of the world to get home from here.
Yeah, I think you're looking for the proverbial miracle now.
Short, big swing. An appeal from slip. Nothing from the bowler. Umpire showing
partial bit.
absolutely no interest whatsoever.
For a moment, there was wondering who the keeper would have been appealing to because he was looking behind him. He's looking at neither umpire.
Boyk in, bowls, slightly fuller in length. Pushed into the covers by Keneally, but no run.
Just a bit of slow medium served up here by Boyk. Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting for his second over. I can't assess him on his first over. So I'm going to wait for his second over.
Boyk in, bowls. Keneally under edges, runs down to the man at fine leg. But it is a run. Very good first over from Boyk, just the one from it.
Actually, just the one run and a wide. I think he also considered it.
And a
Or
wide.
it was
yes,
was
just
it
the
a
one
wide?
run. No.
I had called wide for that first delivery. The
Yes.
umpire didn't. The umpire had not. So the game beginning to take some shape, very much in the favor of West Indies. And
I think you are being very modest when you say it's beginning to take some shape. It's taken all shape.
all there.
Because, 93.5.
So heading hard in the direction of West Indies.
Yeah. If we were given the percentage gauge, it would be well up in 90.
Seshwan in and bowls to Keneally. Lets it go outside the off stump.
Two slips in place, interestingly, at this stage of the innings.
I think with the amount of runs required and what's actually happening out there, it's probably justified. Try to bowl the rest of the world out, save a bit of mileage in the legs for the next game. In, slower ball, that swung. Keneally pushes it into the mid-wicket region, takes a single. That definitely looked like it swung in the air into Keneally.
Curve, huh? Well, it had enough time. He gave the ball the opportunity to swing. Quite clear conditions, though, here at Wanderers.
Yeah, brilliant.
Another lovely evening, tropical afternoon. The shadows of the mahogany trees are beginning to encroach.
Rolls, that's smote into the outfield by Manders. Probably just for a one. It's a long off.
Fielder at mid-off coming around.
Second slip goes back in for Keneally. He'd come out for Manders. Seshwan in. And bowls. And it's a slower ball. Oh, looked like a sort of off spinner from a medium pacer there. Very much a T20 type delivery. In. Bowls. Forward comes Keneally. Pushes it back past the bowler and takes a run.
So who is going to provide the power that the rest of the world are going to need if they are to approach this target?
These two guys can both hit the ball very hard, but they've got a bit of a repairing job to do to get us into a position to make a launch. That's a short ball. She's tucked away on the leg side and all the way down to fine leg.
Once
good
again,
throwback.
some mysterious field setting. Still can't understand why they find leg for Sushan, who's bowling pace off. And the pace is coming off more and more with each delivery.
I suspect that it's probably because there's some shade down there by the boundary, and he's taken to saying, "Oh, I think I should be out here, Skip," because they might just try and whip one away off the legs and it'll go in the air. Certainly, that would be in my thinking if I was out there fielding now.
If you look and see now, they have a long on.
But I can see the long on, but I can't understand why they find leg right back on the fence. For boy, no.
Somebody that pace, no, I agree with you.
96 for 5 after 24.
Boyk in, bowls full, driven, half stopped by the bowler who took that one on the foot, and Manders trots through. Right down the middle of the wicket for one. I wonder whether the umpire might speak to him about that.
Painful knock.
He should have fielded the ball with his hand. It would not have gone into his leg.
Boyk is now limping. And that's
Bang!
smoked down the ground by Keneally. But again, just for one, long on in place. So having seen most of the teams now, Hartley, do you fancy the West Indies' chances of winning this tournament?
West Indies have not won cricket for so long. At any age group, any gender. I do not fancy West Indies because the other teams are playing very good cricket.
That's the 100 comes up. 100 up in the 25th over. My response to that, Colin, though, would be having seen all except the invitation 11 up to this point, I think West Indies, England, and Australia have separated themselves from the rest of the field. I would want to think. So right now we in the two groups. So the winner should come from that trio of West Indies, England, Australia. Just going on the form that we have seen so far. Of course, this is cricket, and some of these teams are going to get better as the tournament goes on. We're only just about reaching the halfway stage of the preliminaries. So I'll be a bit cautious in making my predictions.
Amanda's striking the ball very nicely, but seems to be finding the fielders on the boundary, unfortunately for him.
On the boundary, I think what you said, Colin, about the shade is exactly what is happening. They're all looking for the shade. There should be mid off and mid on.
Like in. Left alone.
Hartley,
by Keneally.
your cricket career, you didn't get to do much shade because you were a wicket keeper.
Yeah,
There's not a lot of shade out there behind the stars.
None whatsoever.
It's very pleasantly temperate here in the pavilion. Little breeze blowing. It's actually very nice. I think it's probably a lot nicer in here than it is running around out there.
No. This is fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Boykin bowls. And Keneally has hit that a very long way in the air. Just one bounce. Picked the longest bit of the ground. Keneally has hit a very nice four. First boundary for a little while.
Lovely strike, though, by Keneally. Really enjoyed that. Laid into a half volley right into the slot, the area of the slot. And you can see him getting that one out of the middle of the bat.
He actually wanted to see if the batsman could hit him. So he just floated that one there right in the air to say, hit me.
I think you used a term earlier in the afternoon, Hartley. You talk about hit me deliveries.
Yes.
Balls asking to be hit.
It has to be hit.
That one was just lobbed up and asked to be hit.
Yes.
Cricket sometimes could be a tricky game. This game seemed out of the reaches of the rest of the world. But if you can probably get a partnership going here, and to use the popular phrase of late, take the game deep, there's always there are always possibilities.
There's always hope. Always hope. Seshwan in to Keneally with his bright red helmet. He flicks it away off the leg side. It's gone all the way down to a very long leg.
A very slow moving long leg
Very
fielder.
slow moving long leg fielder. A slightly slower moving batsman. I think perhaps in their younger days they'd have been looking for two. But it is very warm out there. Amanda's batting very nicely, going and run a ball, has 21 off 21 balls. Another one. Very similar shot. Tucked down to long leg for a single.
the bowler has gone back to bowling both sides of the pitch. He's now, for those are 4 balls, he bowled leg side.
Szechuan into Keneally. Just short of a length. Played nice straight back. Keneally back up the wicket. No
But
runs
it is a
scored.
privilege, though, to be playing the game at this stage.
age.
At this age, I mean, I myself, I'm not up to it. I retired from playing quite a long time ago. I admire you guys who continue.
It's a slow ball, floated up outside off stump. Keneally batters it away into the offside, but just for a single. Yes, Wayne. My body, I think, is telling me I'm very close to having to give up, because you do get injuries and they do take a long time to heal. But it's a bit of a drug. It's very difficult to give it up.
I actually stopped in my very early 40s, Harley.
But you are quite right, you know. I played over 40s up until about 45, I think. And I said, no, my knees would not make it.
My reason was more to do with the fact that I got involved in the reporting and commentary side of the game, and it was always difficult to be both sides at the same time. So I chose this option, and it wasn't much of a debate either.
Well, fortunately for me, I had another interest because I was an umpire and also a match referee. So I had other areas in which I could have been involved with the cricket, but no.
I think we were mentioning before a shortage of umpires in the UK, and that is distinctly due to the fact that a lot of guys are playing a lot longer, and a lot of these guys are still playing club cricket. Some even still playing first team club cricket on a Saturday afternoon for their club sides.
But I take off my hat to them. I actually doff my hat to them.
Well, there is an over 70s competition as well.
Over 7-0.
I don't think the Windies are quite in that there, but hopefully it will come.
No, don't hope. You will never see it. You will never see no West Indian playing cricket over 70.
Well, it's slow, but the guys still absolutely love it. And you get guys as old as 78, 79, 80 playing in it.
That's the beauty about being in England. It's a beautiful country to play sports. Ideal for playing sport. You can actually extend your life, your chef life in England. In the Caribbean, in this heat, do come, Colin. Come. No way.
I would love to come and play over 70s cricket out here in 10 years or
You're
5 years'
welcome.
time.
We will do the tourism. We will look for the tourist aspect of it.
Big blow from Manders. And that's gone all the way through, down to the Prof Edwards sign at the lower end of the ground. That's 4 runs.
Southeastern side.
Southeastern side.
When you had made not too long ago mention about trying to get chip overs in. I don't like chip overs cricket. When you have your opponent on the ropes, you beat them to death.
Go for the knockout.
This idea about taking off your bowlers and bringing in these fellas now to come and try to see what they call it. All the captain here is doing, in my view, is reducing, trying to get the overs down to under 10 overs for the remaining of the game so that he can bring back his main bowlers. I don't like it.
That was a lovely shot by Manders, though, just to think about it.
Boink in. Full. Man just drives square. That looks
Great.
like full ball. Lovely shot.
If not the shot of the day, the shot of this innings for sure.
You can
That's
see
a
the
lovely
face-
square
you can
drive,
see
wasn't
the
it?
face of the back open as he went through with his shot. Square the wicket. Beautiful shot.
Let us not forget that this is a man that has opened the batting for Bermuda in the Red Stripe Cup against the likes of Walsh, Garner, Holding, Marshall and co.
But all
So
those
he
names-
knows which end of a bat to hold.
All those names you have called will never play cricket again. You could imagine seeing Garner, Holding, a Croft.
So Boyd comes in, Bowls short to Manders, and he'll be annoyed. He short one. He tried to chop it away behind square and made no contact. Very soft hands. The keeper looks very good. Just kept very well in this innings. Good stumping too. Boyk in, Bowles. Manders, that's gone a long way in the air. Can the fielder get there? He can't. And he has a very good effort letting it go for 4. Fortunately for him, there's a little slope up to the boundary, and that's what could have been 4, just is 1.
The score is 119 for 5.
In, bowls to Keneally. Turns to the leg side for another single.
Now I see the reason for the fine leg.
True.
Because even if the fielder were short fine leg, it's still the single, so may as well put the fielder right back.
Save him from it.
I'll save any possibility, remote possibility of the boundary.
So Tony Voigt, 3 overs, 0 for 21. If you were skipping here, Hartley, would you bring back one of the premier bowlers?
Every since, my friend, from the time I got rid of Stephen, I would have called up my frontline bowlers. So let's finish this thing and let's go this son.
Guys, we'll take Molly drink, please.
You see, the gamble here would be for the captain. If you're
You getting down, Dollar?
If you're a major bowler, even if they only get 2 wickets, they would force the run rate would then go so high. And then the batters would then be forced to chance their hands and give him more chance to get them out. But as it stands now, they can easily continue to keep reading the scoreboard and 4, 5, 6 runs are over, the occasional 8 runs are over, and they will get emboldened.
So the rest of the world need 128 to win off 18 overs, which is a rate of somewhere around 6.5 and over, 7 and over. 7 point. Thank you for pointing that out, Wayne, on the scoreboard. This looks like a change of bowling.
New bowler, Everton Batson, yes.
Everton Batson bowling. Slightly unusual action.
Batson.
Bowls of about 3 paces, maybe 2 paces. Bowls all shoulder. Very little front arm usage.
Has bowled like that all his life and used to be a much quicker than that. Actually, bowled in new ball most of his life.
And very effective.
Bowling from that length.
Took a lot of wickets.
And I'm sure, I'm going to tell you, the keeper was not standing up to the wicket.
But he's getting it through quite well off his 2 paces even now. Everton Batson in. Bowls to Paul Keneally. Pushes up to mid-on. And they take a single. As Harris, the Centurion, pops in and fields. Keeping quite a low profile in the outfield.
Very much so.
May have slightly sore legs, I think, after his mammoth innings.
100 at the first 100 of the tournament, huh?
Bowls. And that's, I think, off the wicket-keeper's pads. And they trot through for a single. No, off the batsman's pad, so it's a leg by. Manders is going up quicker than 1 a ball, which, under the circumstances, is very good. Ably supported by Keneally, who is facing now. That's an in. Bowls. Keneally nudges into the offside, straight to cover.
Partnership now worth 31.
This time he does get it away from cover, and they manage to take a single.
delaying the shot slightly. Previous delivery played straight to the field, and this time just opting to wait a bit longer and to guide it just away from the man at point.
So after 28 overs, the score is 124 for 5. Not out batsmen are Arnold Manders with 33 and 27 deliveries, and Paul Keneally 14 from 26 deliveries. And a very good first over from Everton Batson, just going for 3, which is very impressive start.
Our run rate of 4.39 and the required rate of 7.35. So despite whatever the West Indies, still very much in control. And
But yes, if they continue to get to concede only 3 runs, maximum 4 in over, the run rate will continue to climb.
Again, the heat will play its part, and the batsmen will be beginning to feel it in their legs now, having fielded for 45 overs and batted for a period of time. Well, both of these guys quite heavy-set guys, and it'll be hard work out in that heat, I think.
Who coming to bowl now?
Zamin Amin.
The return of the man in the hat. So Zamin Amin returns at the Prof Edwards end. He is bowling with a long on, long off, a cow corner, a sweeper on the off fence, 3 men in the circle on the off side, 2 men in the circle on the leg side. He's in, he bowls, and that's a horrible full toss, which I think has been bunted almost back over his own head by Keneally. It's been called a no ball, not a deliberate, so that's 5 runs off 0 balls.
One got away from the bowler Amin and up towards the shoulder, the left shoulder of the batsman. Managed to get it down to fine leg for 4. Not seeing the free hit being signalled. There's
no free hits.
No free hits in this competition.
No, can we introduce them now? Now is a good time to introduce them. Don't see many beamers bowled at over 60s level. People can't reach that far. He's in, he bowls. It's short and it's wide and it's left by Keneally.
So we see the difference between Amin and Motara. Amin more prone to push the ball through a bit faster.
Short, and that has been belted past cover, past square cover for 4. A lovely shot by Keneally. Really got the full force of the bat onto that.
Well, rather innocuous comeback by Zamin Amin here in this first over of a new spell.
I guess he's probably seized up a bit, having been off for a little while, having bowled beautifully early on.
But that one really smashed through the covers.
That is 10 runs in that over.
About, 2 4s and a wide for sure.
So that's effectively 9 off first 2 balls of the over. Again, the bowler under a little bit of pressure here. Won't want to concede another boundary, that's for sure. In. Clearly pushes forward. Drops it in front of him. Bowler trots through and picks up. No run.
I know you like burnings, but you must not on a battery.
I mean, bowls. Short. Keneally cuts. And he gets that through. A slightly weak effort at backward point, and that's a further 4 runs. Or rolls away over probably the shortest part of the boundary. So this is probably slightly concerning for skipper Roy Singh, who had the game seemingly totally under control. There's still a very long way to go, but conceding now, that's 4 deliveries, and that's 13 runs.
I say all the time, whenever you have your neck, your foot on the man's neck,
yeah.
Keep it there. We have now, the West Indies have now, they're going to start a panic soon.
In bowls. That's very wide, and that could finish up being 5. And that will be 3 wides. So this is an extremely expensive over. They ran 2, Wayne. Ran 2. So Zamin under a little bit of pressure now, comes in, bowls, and Keneally nudges that down. They'll come back for 2, I think. Not sure that either of the batsmen are enjoying running these 2s, but they're all valuable runs for the...
Valuable, that's an understatement. But this over hasn't ended. And this is about 16 runs, is not over?
As in bowls, pushes forward to complete the over. So 16 runs from that over, 18 runs from that over. That's probably more than were taken off the previous 6 overs.
It happens in cricket.
Question would be, does this represent a turning point in the game? We would only be able to reflect on it later, but I invite you to take note of what transpired in this particular over. All of a sudden, again we talked earlier about momentum. And right now, at this point in time, although it's still a way off, the momentum beginning to shift back towards the rest of the world.
And the body language.
I think that may be a little optimistic, Wayne, but certainly it's helping to make it a more interesting game. That's for sure. It was drifting a little bit, and hopefully that will bring the game back to life. Manders has 32. Keneally has 29. 29 overs gone. 141 for 5 is the score. And Batson is, of his extremely long 1.5 page run up, it will continue from the farmer end. Comes in and bowls. And that is down the leg side. Again, not certain if that's off the batsman's pad or it is the batsman's pad, so a leg by. Bowling a very tight line, isn't he, in at the pads there?
Yes, but if you're going to find any kind of fault in his book cricket, he goes too much leg stump.
In bowls. Ball nudged away to cover. No run there. One's quite surprised. He's only got the 4 fielders on the leg side. If he's bowling that line, that maybe he could do with another one out at deep square or even in at short mid on. In bowls. That's short and wide outside off stump. Smashed away through the extra cover boundary. Just about has enough. Teased the fielder into thinking he could get there. 4 runs to Paul Keneally, who now overtakes Arnold Manders.
The old cliche, given room to free his arms, the batsman. And put it away well. Very well timed shot.
Yeah, excellent shot. But he's an international cricketer, a farmer.
Forced a change in the field. A man pushed back on the sweeper position at deep cover.
I actually think bringing in the fine leg will be better for this bowling because he's aiming it in at that leg stump, and you're giving away one every time, every ball he bowls almost. Maybe he's going to straighten his line up and bowl a bit more mid and off stump. In bowls, nudged into the covers. No run there. Coming towards the close of the 30th over, so there will be some drinks shortly. Batson in. And that's smoked out into the outfield. And that's another 4 runs for Kennedy. A very fine shot through mid-wicket.
On the pads and using the pace of the bowler this time is Keneally. and whipping it away square. There is a man back on the boundary at deep mid wicket, but he unable to get around to his right. So very good last couple of overs for the rest of the world team to bring us into the refreshment break. 30 overs gone, 150 for 5, going at a rate of exactly 5 runs per over. The game is on because the sun is still shining, and the rest of the world now some 98 runs away from the target. I hesitate to say from victory, but from the target, with 15 overs still to be bowled. My optimism tells me that the game's still not quite finished as yet as a contest.
Well, we very much hope not, for the spectators' sake, I think. It would be nice to see a very close game. I'm sure the guys in the West Indies would totally disagree from that.
Do the three of us count as spectators?
I don't know. We're commentators. We're neutral. I would love to see these two guys take it very deep. There's still a little bit of batting to come within the rest of the world side. It could be a very close game, or a couple of quick wickets, and it could be just a dull ending, drifting down to nothingness. But these guys have made it a lot more interesting than it was half an hour ago, that's for sure.
Well, in all seriousness, I have a great respect for this game of cricket. I've seen so many things happen, some of the most unlikely occurrences, and as much as it appears as if this game may be a bit one-sided, I don't ever call a cricket game until it is finished. I have been accused of being what we call in the Caribbean a peeling cock, sitting on the fence.
Let me just quickly run through the scorecard of the rest of the world innings. Anthony Bennett was bowled Matara for 30, David Robinson stumped, Lawrence bowled Szechuan for 32, Neil Calvert bowled Jordan for 3, Mark Preddy caught and bowled Jordan for 0, Peter Moses bowled Matara for 1, Arnold Manners is 32 not out, and Paul Keneally is 37 not out. There have been 15 extras, including 5 leg byes, 9 wides and 1 no ball. And the bowling figures, Szechuan 7 overs 1 for 31, Zamin Amin 5 overs 1 maiden 0 for 31, Ronnie Husbands 2 overs 0 for 13, Emerson Jordan 5 overs 2 for 14, a fine spell that was too. Samad Matara 6 overs 2 for 25, another very fine spell. Anthony Boyk 3 overs 0 for 21, and Everton Batson 2 overs 0 for 10. 150 for 5, another 98 to win at 6.53 per over. It's tall order, but possible, gentlemen?
Well, it is possible, but I have, in my years of being around cricket is played in phases. So, and once again, this is a refreshment break. So we're going to have to see now what is going to happen, because while the refreshment cart was on the field, Barbados, the West Indies team went into a huddle. So it is clear that the captain was making some sort of suggestion, having a pep talk. So we're going to wait and see now who we're going to have now. And
so the new bowler is Drinks Break. D Break.
D Break.
A prolific wicket taker.
Yeah, boy.
He took 3 before in 5 balls, didn't he? I wonder now, if you were captaining the side, Wayne, would you bring back Emerson Jordan for a little spell at the top end here?
Well, it depends on his freshness, his preparedness. As long as he is prepared to, I think he may be an option for even just another couple of overs. Even if he's got 4 overs left, you can split up those 4 overs in 2 spells of 2. Ask him to give you a burst coming into the next spell. But I think he's opted to go with Matara, his other wicket taker.
He certainly wouldn't want this partnership to go on for too long, because albeit it is still a long way from the target, It's the psychological pressure that starts to creep in. The doubts start to creep in.
Yes, the batsmen begin to get a bit more confident, and
Very much so.
So Matara returns to the attack. He's got a couple of wickets already, and he's in and bowling to Manders, and he's short, and Manders tries to chop it away without success. It is the most glorious afternoon here in Barbados. Absolutely beautiful. Few fluffy white clouds, beautiful blue skies, as Caribbean as it can be. Matara in, bowls. Manders pushes back to the bowler. It's a good start from Matara after drinks.
He has actually changed his style of bowling. Matara.
In, bowls. A lot of wrist action on that one. Big wrist action. I didn't see the ball spin, but he certainly was trying to give it some rotation there. 3-dot balls, good start from him. Comes in and bowls, whirl of the arms. That's chopped away.
No.
Oh, and they should have been a run out there.
Come.
Throw to the wicketkeeper's feet. Bit of a misunderstanding between the batsmen. They have achieved one run, but the drinks break nearly got another wicket there.
Colin, I'm not going to blame the fielder at all. That is all wicketkeeper. You come to the side of the stumps, collect the ball, and then stump. He was standing over the stump and tried gathering the ball with one hand.
Matara in, short, and that's chopped away, but straight to through the fielder. And they'll gently trot through for one as the cover sweeper comes in, collects.
so that chance to break the partnership goes a begging.
Because
Ball travelling straight to Batson. His return was on the half volley, and keeper Lawrence unable to take it cleanly with the batsman. And there he goes.
LBW.
And there the drinks wicket is. A half-cock defensive shot from Manders, and he is adjudged LBW to Matara. So the change has worked, and a very fine innings from Manders of 33 from 36 deliveries, but he is out LBW to Matara. The score is now 152 for 6.
Judging from after the impact, the ball went straight onto the offside. It would be very difficult to argue that the ball, unless he was struck outside the off stump, it would be very difficult to argue that that ball would have missed the stumps, because that ball came up the pitch, struck him, and then just dribbled on the offside. This is completely different if it had gone on the leg side.
A fairly lazy-ish looking shot, though, by the
It did look
batsman.
a tired shot, didn't it?
Well, very much so.
What didn't really, he's been getting a decent stride in.
Well, right. No definitive stride on that occasion. Just allowing that ball to drift into his path.
Exactly.
I wonder if there's some psychological effect. The drinks break, right? Mustn't lose the drinks wicket. And where before he was just sticking one foot down and giving it a good swipe.
Colin, if you can give me an answer, I will give you some money. But it happens so often in cricket. That the drink, what you call it, Wayne? The drinks break is a serious break, right?
Yeah, not only he's one of the most prolific wicket takers.
Yeah, drinks break.
And partnership breakers.
Partnership breakers, yeah.
Partnership breakers.
So that was the last ball of that over, and Paul Keneally is still there. The rest of the world lost a cluster of wickets. Early on. They'll not want to be doing the same thing in this innings at this stage. Otherwise, the game will be very much dead and buried. So they need to just consolidate a little bit. At the wicket with Paul Keneally is Ian Bradburn, known as Braddy. Former Australian seniors wicketkeeper.
Emerson Jordan.
Jordan has come back, which I don't think is much of a surprise to any of us, really. Now is the time, as you say, to go for the jugular. He pushes his first ball into the covers for one.
When I was reading your hand right in earlier, Colin, when you submitted the 11 for the rest of the world, I saw the Ian Brad, and I wasn't sure if I was seeing Ian Bradshaw. I was wondering if Ian Bradshaw was part of your unit. Ian Bradshaw, former West Indies all-rounder, former captain of the Wanderers Club again. We have that connection with Wanderers, Ian Bradshaw. West Indies youth captain, Barbados captain also. I think he was West Indies vice captain, senior team at one stage. Quite distinguished career.
Jordan
Loud
in.
appeal.
Big shout for LBW. Nothing given. These umpires have done a pretty solid job, haven't they? Really, they've been not too much noticed, which, as you just said earlier, is always a good thing.
It's always a good, yes.
So Jordan in and bowls to. Ooh, right on. Manages to squeeze it just past his own leg stump.
Jordan looking to bowl straight, looking to bowl wicket to wicket. He's got his fine leg in position. He's got a deep square leg.
We can't really tell from here. Did you? We couldn't really tell from here. Jordan trots in, bowls, full. Again an appeal for LBW. Nothing given.
Well, bat and pad close together. There's lot of activity in that little area.
When the batsman said he was struck outside the arse, how would he know if he struck?
That's a
Jordan in bowls.
outside.
And Bradburn tries to play a cut shot. Misses. Ball goes through to Lawrence. Behind the stumps. Very tidy Lawrence today. Can't, apart from the run out, which was a bit at his feet, can't think that he's mishandled the ball in the whole of the innings.
Generally, though, the keeping in this tournament has been of a somewhat high standard, I thought.
Jordan in. Bradburn goes forward, pushes into the offside.
Wicket keepers are normally good all over the world. Right? Wicket keeping is a specialist position that very few teams or areas would have a makeshift wicket keeper. Wicket keepers are normally good people.
Yes, so most keepers at this level would have been doing this for a number of years.
Yep.
You know, not a number of people who will be introducing themselves to keeping wicket at this stage of their careers.
So I think you'd probably say that West Indies have their two frontline bowlers now.
Well, yes.
And these are the two that are
So they're
likely to take the wickets.
definitely on the lookout for wickets at this stage now. That idea of cheap overs has been done away with.
Matara in. Keneally
Oops.
drives slightly uppishly to mid wicket, no run. And again, trots in, bowls. And Keneally pushes that one wide of mid wicket. They'll look for two. Well, Bradburn will look for two. Keneally not looking very interested.
He didn't even turn his back. He just kept going opposite direction to the field about his colleague.
He got to 40 now. Paul Keneally's batted very nicely. Looked a little scratchy early on, but has played some nice shots since.
40 had to run a ball too.
Matara in. Bradburn cuts. And missed by the fielder, but picked up by the sweeper, so just the one run.
Was Mutara earlier bowling between the umpire and the stumps? Or
No.
was he always bowling
Zamin,
just around?
Zamin was bowling.
Oh, it was Zamin. Oh.
Matara. In he comes. Bowls. Keneally pushes him back down the pitch. Now here they may look
Keen
for
to
two.
come back for the second round.
Because Keneally, the slower of the two batsmen, is not running to the danger end because Matara in and bowls wide of the off stump, but somehow Kennedy squeezes the ball down to fine leg. I'm not sure that's where he was aiming that one. What do you reckon, Hartley?
Well,
I reckon he was
At this-
aiming that over extra cover
at
somewhere.
this stage now, the rest of the world they're looking for. The runs don't care how they come.
That's very true. Last ball of this over. Matara in and bowls. And Radburn slaps it rather out to long off, who scoots in, picks up on another single. And there were 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 runs from that over, so just behind the asking rate. I think the problem for the rest of the world here, they may well score at 6 runs and over off other bowlers. I don't see them scoring 6 runs and over off Emerson Jordan.
7.4 runs per over required. I think as long as they keep it here and below, they're still in with something of a chance. Only the 4 wickets left, though. I think we've got to bear that in mind. But anything more than 7.5 is the game definitely getting away.
So Jordan coming in for his 8th over. Seventh over. Take it back. Jordan coming in for his 7th over.
Yes,
Currently
he-
has 2 for 15, which is a very fine figures in this form of the game.
Captain brought him back looking for a wicket.
He's in, he bowls full Yorker length. Bradburn keeps it out. Keeps it out. My impression of Bradburn, and I haven't seen him bat very much, is he seems to fall over a little bit. It's sort of his head's beyond the line of the ball.
Oh, take a look at him.
Jordan in.
And
And that's a very thick edge, which is going to race down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. Had there been a slip there, it would have been straight into the slip bread basket. But it's 4 runs, very valuable 4 runs for the rest of the
genuine
world.
edge there. I've heard it described as an educated edge, away from the 3rd man, who is quite fine himself. But that ball going through the first slip area and traveling quickly with Jordan's pace down to the boundary. So the luck going the way of the rest of the world on that at that point.
Jordan in. That's tried to bowl a bouncer there, and the ball hardly got up above stump height. Kept very low.
Yes. All the life sucked out of this surface now.
Is a practice pitch now.
Rest of the world just about keeping themselves alive here.
163 for 6, chasing 247 in bowls.
Outside the
Big swipe outside the off stump, no run.
Yes, with the direction of the other 2 games being played today, with Australia and England looking very much to be on their way to victory, West Indies would want to keep pace with these 2.
But for sure, if you are in a contest, you do not want to lose from a position like this. You made 247, and you had your opponent really 80-something for 5.
Full ball, driven up to extra cover. This is another good over from
Excellent.
Jordan, just the 4 from it. And he, I think, will be the key man here, should the
There's
rest of
no
the world
doubt.
get close.
It would be interesting to see what the captain does here. Does he continue with Jordan at this point, or does he hold him again for later?
Hartley, what would you do in this situation?
I always go for ball. I do not believe in holding back ball, because once the batters are set, don't care who you bat, they're going to bat. And you remember, by the time when you're holding back, the runs are being accumulated. So the target gets closer and closer.
Matara then, in to Keneally. Well bowled.
That target
Very tight
now,
line, just touched away into the covers.
85 runs from 11 overs.
If you were looking at a professional game, you'd say that's a doddle,
Easy win.
but it's not so much so in seniors cricket, I don't think.
Remember, 65 balls left now to make those 80, well, actually 85 runs.
Matara in and bowls. And Keneally slaps that out into the man who juggles with it.
Oh dear.
Just the one run.
The colleagues are shouting run hard at this time of evening. How much hard running do you expect here?
I'm not sure Paul Keneally's going to do very much more hard running, to be honest. But he's played a very good hand here. He's 44 not out. It's all right. It's hop, skip, jump, in, bowls. But it pushes it just into the covers. Still to come, Rex Bennett, John Courtney and Phil Stevens, all of whom know which end of a bat to hold. Matara in, and Bradburn swings that away into the leg side. It's fielded just backward of square, for a single.
The rest of the world, they're going to need some boundaries. Singles alone won't do it.
Rates crept up over 8 for the first time now.
But actually,
And Keneally comes back for a second. This is a bit of a misfield out at mid-wicket. He moves up to within a boundary of a half-century, a well-deserved half-century. And that one has gone through. Extra cover. They'll look for 2 here, I think. Not sure Paul Keneally is enjoying these 2s very much.
Just give him one more two, and he's dead.
Matara has come to the end of his spell. His stint, 9 overs, 3 for 39. I think this is an important juncture. It tells us that the captain is going to have to now look for some overs from some of the lesser bowlers.
Husbands has to come back to bowl. Husbands has only bowled 2 overs a day, isn't it?
Well, yes, he has bowled 2. There's still a lot of overs left. Sushan has got 2. Amin has a number of overs left. But these have basically been lesser bowlers in the face of Emerson, Jordan, and Matara, who have been the outstanding bowlers up to this point. So it looks, Colin, as if the captain having a chat with his strike bowler, Emerson Jordan, who is going to continue.
I would think that's probably the right decision, because another wicket or 2 here, and the game is killed off. And even if he doesn't get wickets, he's not going to go for very many runs.
Push the
So
asking
he's putting pressure on. The Jordan in, bowls, full, big swing from Bradburn. The ball lands off his body just inside the popping crease.
Looking to go with the angle there. Jordan bowling right arm
He
over
has
the
to be
wicket, bowling
careful
straight.
hitting across like that, and he's not wearing any head protection. He has to be careful. The ball can even come off the back and strike him in his face.
Jordan in and bowls.
Out caught. He's out
And
caught
he's
behind.
nicked it. And Lawrence takes a very comfortable catch. And exactly as we were saying,
You're a
Keep your
man
Premier
bowler.
bowler
Yes,
on.
yes, you're a man bowler. But you saw what he did. He won on his body. He swung at it, took it in his midriff, and the next one hung it outside the off stump. He swung at it.
with very little foot movement, unfortunately.
So once again, another twist in this game with the batsman being out. Those are 7 out now. And you calculate how many more overs Jordan has?
Jordan has another one after this one.
One after this. So you have something 11 balls. So if he were to be fortunate enough to get 1 wicket out of these 11 balls, and as you stated, Colin, you're not going to get 11 runs out of him. So
No, he's bowled very well, and it's what you'd expect. A man that's played professional cricket for a long time for Barbados, and he's a class act.
Persevering. He did trouble the batsman on that off stump line earlier. We remember that edge that went to third man for 4. We also saw Blackburn drive and miss a couple of times outside the off stump. And finally, his perseverance paying off for Jordan, getting that little nick and the simple catch taken by keeper Lawrence. As young Zakai has joined us. Zakai Reefer.
what kind of name is Zakai? Who named me Zakai? Your mother? She should be in prison.
We have
I hope that didn't go out on air.
the scorer's young son here, dressed in a very smart green
Zakai,
football kit. It's not
A
quite the
cricketer in
colours.
his own right.
And that, I was going to say, we really should have him in some cricket gear in this box here. So, this will be interesting then. Jordan to Captain John Courtney. Courtney goes forward, plays back, slightly tentatively.
Break up to the dot. I mean, he has met it as a captain would have met it. Played it with some degree of confidence. This will be interesting. This over. Jordan turns, goes past the umpire and the bowls, and again the captain's on the front foot. Lock the back tight into this pad. Ball goes out on the offside into the point area. No run.
John Courtney scored a very good, very valuable 20-odd runs here in a 9th wicket partnership with Arnold Manders on Monday. They put on the best part of 40 runs, so he knows which end we're about to hold, and he's turned that one into the leg side. They'll be looking for 2 here. I'm not sure it'll be there, on the basis that Paul Keneally has just run one of the slowest ones seen in a cricket ground for a very long
I was
time.
thinking you were very plural. You said they are looking for a second run. Then in truth, and if I only the captain who was running for 2. Keneally was just hoping to get to the other end. Has played well though. He's 48.
Last ball coming up of Emerson Jordan's 8th over. He has 3 for 20 so far. And he hits Paul Keneally on the pad, and there's a leg by. And that is the end of another excellent over from Emerson Jordan.
So at 171 for 7 from 36 overs, 77 required from 9 overs with just the 3 wickets in hand. One can say the game very well in the pocket for West Indies. But again, I remind you that this is cricket. And someone once said, it is not over until the fat lady sings. And I don't know if she's on that airplane heading to the Grand Leanders International Airport, but she certainly is not here at Wonders as yet.
I don't think she's coming either, I'll be honest with you.
But she's got to sing.
I think she might send her some recordings.
Maybe she'll be down at Oyston's later.
So once again, it's Everton Batson who has switched around
Batson has gone now to the Prof. Edwards end.
to the other end. So Jordan with just the 1 over left. We see how the captain deals with that.
My imagination appears to be a bit of a breeze got up this afternoon. The Blue Waters, one of the sponsors of the competition, their signs, flags are waving.
No, but the feather banner has been doing a good job for the entire day, but we've had a fresh breeze for the entire day. It was, as Wayne and you have been identifying, a picture perfect, an ideal day for cricket.
Batson hits Kennedy on the pad, quite comfortably outside the leg stump. He appeals more, I think, to try and stop the signal, but that fails to happen. And brings John Courtney down on strike.
Wayne, would you please try to describe this field for me? Because I don't. People are just standing on the field.
Well, there is, let's see, no one at third man. There's a short third man, a backward point, deep cover, extra cover and mid-off. I think the West Indies definitely conceding the single on the offside. Then there's a long on, mid-wicket, and into one of the few gaps.
And John Courtney, very clever little dab shot over the keeper's gloves for 4, would have been straight into first slip. But I think 1-4 won't be quite enough. We need a few more to see the rest of the world get into this contest. But that was a very clever shot, wasn't it?
But you see, Wayne, the reason why I asked you to describe this field, if you do not have any slips, your third man cannot be that square.
Well, right, the
And
third
that's
man was
exactly
a
what
bit
happened
wide.
there just now, huh?
Now he's come a bit finer.
That's an in. Courtney pushes into the covers. They trot through for a single.
Talking about closing the door after the horse has bolted.
I've seen quite a few skippers do that in my time.
Yeah.
Ball goes for 4 and down goes a man.
So,
Batson in. Bowls to Keneally. Keneally whips it away into the leg side. Will he come back for 2 here?
He must come for 2.
Come back for 2. And that's a very well-deserved 50 for Paul Keneally.
Very good. Yes, that's an excellent 50. In fact, as you had described, Colin, when he first came out, he didn't look very comfortable, but he has stuck in, and now he's playing very well.
Yep, 50, 53 balls, so pretty much run a ball, 5 fours, done very well. And the next one, he's very out. He won't carry too long on, but he'll take another single. He's done very well. He's not been in great form all tour. Even the practice match, he managed to get bowled twice, but he's batted beautifully today after a scratchy start. Really good effort.
What he has done, he has played fine condition for this is cricket. This is a cricket day, and he has shown you that he will not insult the gods by not performing.
have you ever seen an entire cricket game go on pause? We just saw that shot pushed into the offside. The ball went to short extra cover. The 2 batters stopped. The bowler stopped, and the ball was just in no man's land. Nobody recognized that. The bowler should have fielded the ball, or the batters then realized it should have been a single. The game just went on pause for a couple of seconds.
Welcome to the world of over 60s cricket. There were 8 runs off the bat and 1 leg by from that over.
80.
So the score is 180 for 7. There are 68 runs required to win from 8 overs.
Not an impossible equation.
Remember, we've already had an 18 runs over. If we can get anything like that again, you would know City panicking.
Well, that would bring it right down to basically almost a run a ball.
Exactly. So.
The ball is there on the pitch now.
But no, it can't be the ball.
I've got spare.
For the family element. For the family element.
They just cannot stay on the square, and if they're communicating with the pavilion or the support staff, they must come closer so they will know, because right now we don't understand what is the ball is.
But what
is on
happens?
the
The
field.
scenario, the umpires have not actually consulted about it. If you notice, the umpires have remained in their respective positions. So, whatever the issue might have been,
It had nothing to do with the ball for sure.
I think the discussion may have been who do the West Indies bring on to bowl.
Unless they were asking how many overs Jordan, if he had them, because Jordan is being taken off.
Well, Jordan still have
He has one.
an over left. And it looks like if it's going to be
Sushan.
to come back for his third spell.
Return back to the conversation we had before. Emerson Jordan bowling beautifully. He's just taken a wicket. Restricted the runs to 4 off an edge and nothing off 2 overs.
You can't.
And
take
why
him
take him
off?
off? Why take him off
Because
for
but
1 over?
if he even has to come back and bowl 1 over, he's going to be so stiff. He can't bowl. He's not going to get in the ball.
So the first ball from Szechuan hits the pad, dribbles out just backward of square on the leg side for 1 run. Not really damaging the West Indies here. It's boundaries that will get the rest of the world in the game. I wonder if we'll come back to that last over where there were 14, 15 off the last over of the
18.
innings. Could be no. There was an over in the last over of
West Indies.
West Indies where they scored
Oh, yes.
13, 14, 15,
Yeah.
and maybe that finishes up being the difference between the two sides. It's amazing how often these things come to be. Anyway, Szechuan in, bowls to Courtney, who dabs into the offside, takes a single to backward point.
If this were a horse race, one would have to say the West Indies have led all the way, running a front running.
After the 30 for 4 early on, but certainly since then, in short, and Courtney slaps that up to long off, just for a single.
West Indies can't afford to give the singles.
Yeah. The singles cannot really bother the West Indies because the scoring rate now is up. It's 8.56. Huh?
Szechuan in, bowls, slightly awkwardly.
Ooh.
And Courtney pulls what looked like to be a good length ball and was very nearly bowled. That really, you rehearsed the shot, John, and it still wasn't the right shot. I would say the other thing about letting the opposition score singles when you're chasing 8 and over is it saps the legs as well. That's a slower ball, and that's nudged away into the offside for a single. The constant running in that heat on the hard ground is...
It's not very hot any longer. After 25 minutes after 4 in the evening, we call this cool sun. It is cool sun now in a day.
It's not in any way, shape or form cool, other than in the that's cool man sense.
But right now it's about 28 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. That's about 20 degrees more than it is at home today.
Oh yes.
But you know what I mean, in terms of these guys have been out there a long time. Paul Kennedy's been batting for I don't know how many minutes.
Remember, Dave, you're quite right, because the rest of the world, they took the field first. And so they had the brunt of the hot sun.
Yes. Yeah. And taking the field for 45 overs in that heat is very strength sapping. First ball of Everton Batson's over is pushed into the onside for a single by John Courtney.
And to strengthen your argument about the West Indies are not worried about the single, normally the bowler should have gone and fielded that ball.
Next one, that's driven down the ground. Now, there are two fielders out there, and between them they make a complete mess of it, and it nearly goes for 4. One of them gets a foot on it, and Paul Kennedy ambles back for a second run. And if one's a debilitating, running twos, that's an in. Bowled short. Kennedy cuts. And there is a sweeper out there, so there's just one run. Field seemingly very well set for where Paul Kennedy wants to hit the ball.
Batson not very effective in this match so far. The batters have been able to score relatively freely against them.
Yes, it is. And he's bowling very short. Very short. But then again, most of his life he has been bowling short. But because of his pace, he used to bowl at, he would be more effective. But now he's like an old dog. You can't teach him any new tricks now.
This is the 39th over. 2 deliveries left.
Kennedy advances down the track, slogs that out to mid-wicket. Another single is taken. So far off this over, we've had 6 runs from 5 balls. And the rest of the world really need a boundary here to give themselves any chance. The rate up now up over 9. A boundary is very important here. Batson very much doing the job his skipper after him. Bowles. Courtney pushes forward. They will look for 2 here. I think they'll get 2 too. So 8 from that over. Not quite up with the asking rate.
Carrying the game down, taking it deep.
This is what Colin has asked for. He had to go deep into the innings.
So we're down into what would definitely be the death overs now. 6 overs left to get 56 runs.
Your batters don't look very. Your batters look rather exhausted out there, though, Colin. They are taking as much water.
I'm exhausted just sitting here in the commentary box. I haven't taken a set foot on it. I haven't even done my normal 6 perambulations of the ground. So I'd hate to think how they're feeling out there. I think this might have been a good one for me to miss, to be honest.
What I can tell you, though, Colin, is that the way how that pitch is situated, the sun, as it sets, it hits you square. That sun hits you square from the west. There's no respite at all out there. So you are quite right in your assessment that it is hot. It is hot out there.
I think if I was captain, I would certainly be looking to be fielding on this western side of the ground, where there's now a little bit of shade from the beautiful, you say mahogany trees?
Mahogany trees.
Lovely. And the shade is creeping up towards the square. In fact, the shadows are lengthening a bit. It feels like evening is coming.
Yeah, even is here.
No, heading to 4:30.
Yeah, 4:30 it is.
Sun will be setting in about an hour or so.
And that is smashed out into the outfield, but just for one. That was the one, the short ball that could have gone.
Fielder they will be happy for that very generous bounce that he got.
He has taken 2 wickets, isn't it?
Sushan,
One.
He's taken
One.
one. He's on 35.
He has not.
This is last over. 35 runs. He's bowled pretty okay. He's
Decent.
steadily.
Decent.
I think that one probably should have gone for 4.
Oh yeah, that was a hit. That was a hit me ball.
That was the one, wasn't it? Session in and bowls to Courtney. Courtney slices that away. That'll certainly be 2. It may go all the way for 4. No, the fielder's caught up with it. Slight fumble.
And no throwing arm whatsoever. No throwing arm. He tries to underarm it from the boundary.
He's in his 60s. Give the poor man a chance. Szechuan in and bowls. The corner, slower ball,
good ball.
which is nudged. Yeah, there's, quite a lot of bounce on that.
Yeah, that-
It was almost like a top spinner, wasn't it?
Once the ball goes up, you recognize that pitches and springy bounce.
And John Corney almost punched it away for one into wicket. You feel Keneally has to go now and score some boundaries. And somebody walking behind the bowler's arm. We can't see them, but batsman pulled away. In bowls. Kennedy slices it up in the air. Pitches it beautifully between two fielders for one run.
So some urgency being shown here by Keneally.
It's not for want of effort, that's for sure. And to get up 197 for 7 for where they were is a good effort. Another slower ball. And that's unfortunately been pushed straight to square cover. Dot balls really of no use to the rest of the world at this stage. Szechuan, believe this is his last ball. Comes in, bowls. Another slower ball. There's a lot of arm waving and not much in the way of appealing. So
A lot of excitement,
that's
but
the
no
end
result.
yes, exactly. A lot of excitement about absolutely nothing.
A flurry of movement.
Yes.
And
Wicketkeeper
but
tried
the
attempted
batsman
to stump the batter, but he never left his crease. So
exactly
just a little excitement.
that right foot grounded in the crease. So we're down to the last 5 overs. 51 is required. Big brother. $197. So 197 for 7 in 40 overs, and Everton Batson will continue from the far end here. Southern or Prof Edwards end as the field gets in place. 51 runs required from 5 overs. Quite a lot of getting it will take by the rest of the world of batters, as again the field getting in place. There's the third man on the edge of the circle, a backward point on the edge of the circle, a cover on the edge of the circle. The man is going to go into that sweeper position at deep cover. Then there is going to be a long off. There's also a long on, a mid wicket straight on the edge of the circle, and then a mid wicket about square on the boundary, as Batson is seeing the batsman tailing away and slashing this one out to deep cover. After some difficulty, Captain Singh brings it under control, and they only get a single.
Wayne, can you explain to me why the bowlers are changed from one end to the next end?
Well, no, I really wouldn't attempt to try to explain. I wouldn't want to have to explain. I guess it has to do with some ideas that some of the people out there in the middle may have.
It looks quite strange to me that the bowlers just continue to change ends, or the captain's not really thinking very much.
Well, we've also got to take into account that there are restrictions on the number of overs each bowler may bowl. So he has got to get his calculations right to get exactly what he wants out of each bowler. I would venture to say that much.
I will accept your explanation.
2, 4, 6, some 7 overs. Yo's off the back foot again, out to deep cover.
And that's the 200 up for the rest of the world. At one stage, they didn't look like they were going to get terribly close to that. So that represents something of a comeback.
200 for 7 in the 41st over.
But having said that, Colin, the difference between the two innings is Harris's century.
Absolutely, somebody batting all the way through.
Yes.
I agree. That's an in.
Down the
Can
ground,
smash that
straight
down
down
the
the ground,
And
down
that's
towards
fine,
the
with a
side
very fine
screen,
shot.
one bounce over the rope.
Very fine shot indeed.
The rest of the world could use a bit more of this as we come down to the end of the innings. But Keneally has looked really good, and that was another fine shot.
Oh yes, he has. He has come to the party in this match. He has played an excellent innings in these circumstances.
He goes to 65 of 60 deliveries. That was his 7th boundary. Here he is going again, high out towards long on. Fielder comes around and takes the catch this time. Looks like Zamin Amin down there on the long on boundary are coming in. Well judged catch it was too, because the ball did travel high in the air. He had to move in and around to his right, but he did that well, moved well, took a good catch, and Keneally's innings comes to an end. I think that will also put paid to the chances of the rest of the world in this match, I dare say.
I'm sure that's right. A very brave effort by Paul Keneally. Kept the rest of the world in the hunt for a while. It's not entirely dead yet, but that's a really good effort by him. 65 off 61 balls, and getting a very well-deserved round of applause as he comes into the pavilion.
Very fine effort coming to an end. Paul Keneally caught Zamin Amin, bowled Everton batsman for 65, 61 balls he faced. He struck some 7 boundaries, and the rest of the world now 205 for 8 at the end of the 41st over, requiring a further 43 runs to win from the 4 overs left. But of course, only 2 batsmen in the hutch. Quite a brave effort by the rest of the world. West Indies basically. So it will be. So we've got those 4 overs to come, and I think we're going to see Zamin Amin once again.
I would think after that over where we went for 18, he'll be quite relieved to see the back of Paul Keneally. But it's very difficult now. Rex Bennett, not unknown for him to score runs, but he's got a lot to do to get the rest of the world into this game.
Well, Captain Courtney is in the perfect position
To lead the team to victory, huh?
He's the man at the helm. He's the man with the wheel in his hands. Facing it to Amin. Amin is going to bowl with a long on in place, a deep mid wicket, a deep backward square. There's also a deep cover. Those 4 fielders on the boundary. And the first delivery struck up to Jordan at extra cover, and the batsman opting not to go for the single. So Courtney holding on to the strike as
Zamin Amin still bowling in his hat. Very unusual bowls. Courtney pushes it into the covers, takes a single.
walking down the wicket on that occasion to Amin. So it brings the new batsman Rex Bennett on strike. What are Bennett's credentials with the bat?
I think he knows which end of a bat to hold. He scored runs for the Australian seniors previously. He's nurdled his first one away for one. He could be run out here. And he is run out. Unfortunately, he hesitated halfway down the wicket. And he who hesitates
He knows his fate.
is lost.
He's lost.
Ball watching.
Yeah.
Actually watched that ball go into the hands of the fielder. And it was by the wicket keeper. That's Sushan. Yeah,
The thing is that
looks like Sushan.
Yes, Sushan. The problem is that when the batter played the shot, and but when he recognized that the ball was going to the fielder, he actually gave up right there and then, because he said, "Well, listen, I am not."
No,
going
but
to get
by that time, Courtney had committed
he
to the
committed
run.
himself exactly.
Right, and
And he
again,
knew that he
again,
could've
one
run
of
through.
disobeying one of the
No.
basics of the game. The
Yes,
ball
yeah.
going behind the wicket, so it is the
It's not
call
your
of the
call,
non-striker.
yeah, yeah.
All he had to do was respond to that call and get to the end, and he would have been well home. But guilty of ball watching and hesitating.
Yeah. Well, I think the West Indies now can actually say that they are in. They're going to win.
I just received a report that the fat lady is in a taxi on her way here.
Exactly. I think, but she might not get here quick enough.
Just doing her scales outside, is she? Sure, it's politically correct to call them fat ladies anymore. It's not allowed, is it?
Well, not in the Caribbean.
Well, no,
you can
not
call
really.
her let down here.
No, the fat lady is an imaginary person.
Yeah, so not the actual person.
It's not a real person, imaginary.
Zaman involves and John Courtney
But of
steers
course-
the ball into the leg side for a single.
But Colin makes a good point. You've got to be very careful and very politically correct in what you say these days.
Oh boy, especially if you're broadcasting too.
Fortunately, there's only 100 million listening to this across India and Pakistan and whatever else.
Makes a good point though.
I mean,
The
in,
word
round
is-
the wicket, bowls, pitched up, full toss, turned into the leg side by Stevens, just for one. So I think this is where you say good game to win to the rest of the world. Of a good game to win this one.
Well,
I'm not quite sure which miracle would need it. If you had 5 wickets left, it might be interesting. I mean, in. Wide, and Courtney drags on, and that is the end of the game. And Zaman Amin picks up his first wicket. A brave effort by the rest of the world, but not quite enough. And they finish up 41 runs short, a 41-run victory to the West Indies. Well deserved, on the back of a wonderful century from Harris.
George Harris, yes.
And some good middle order bowling, as well as some
We had Husband scoring a good innings himself.
and some very fine bowling from Emerson Jordan, and also from Samad Matara.
Yeah, yeah.
well, yes, gentlemen, the man of the match. I don't think if you were to be the adjudicators of the player of the match, even if you don't come narrow it down to just one person.
Well, there are a few candidates, I think, on the West Indies side. Probably looking at the wicket, Emerson Jordan's 3 for 20 is something special, but no doubt the match winner was Harris with his wonderful 122 on the because they have a player of the match for each team. John Courtney bowled beautifully, 3 for not very many, I think.
But Canelin batted well.
Canelli also batted well.
He batted very
with,
well.
60 odd.
Yes. Okay, my friend.
So, gentlemen,
Good week. He took 2 catches. Canelin took 2 catches too. That
Two
one,
great-
that
beautiful
one he
catch
slipped.
over the boundary. Yeah.
Yes, but when it comes to remember Harris, he would have opened the innings and saw wickets tumbling around him, and he never flustered. He never phased it. It didn't phase him.
but it passed the 40th over.
Yes. So, and he was dismissed, run out.
So we're going to allow Colin to run through the final score sheet for the rest of the world innings? Well, yes, we can. We'll ask Ashton to oblige us if we can get the first innings scorecard.
So, the proceedings today, West Indies made a total of 247 for 8. George Harris, 122. Keith Lawrence, 2. Jefferson Givens, 0. Roy Singh, 0. Richard Sisran, 4. And at that stage, the West Indies were around 30 for 4. Ronnie Husbands came in, struck the ball very nicely before he was LBW to Mark Preddy for 44. Zaman Amin came in, continued on where Husbands had left off and made a very good 32, between caught behind off Paul Keneally. Emerson Jordan crunched a few into the outfield, being caught by a wonderful boundary catch by Paul Keneally off the volley of Phil Stevens for 13. Hafiz Mohammed was 14 not out. Everton Batson was bowled by Rex Bennett for 3. Anthony Boyk was not out 2. There were a few runs knocked off the last over, which I think was what finally put the total out of reach of the rest of the world. In terms of the bowling figures, Rex Bennett 2 for 38, John Courtney 3 for 25, Peter Doyle 0 for 62, although bowled very well. Paul Keneally 1 for 36, Mark Preddy 1 for 22, Ardle Manners 0 for 28, and Phil Stevens 1 for 35. And if we can ask Ashton just to turn the second innings on, we'll read through that card for you. So the rest of the world managed 208 all out at the end of the 42nd over. Tony Bennett was bowled Matara for 30. Good innings that. David Robinson struck a very elegant 32 before he was stumped, falling over his own feet. Stumped by Lawrence off the volley of Szechuan. Neil Calvert was bowled by Emerson Jordan for 3. Mark Preddy was caught and bowled Emerson Jordan for 0. Peter Moses bowled Matara with what looked like an absolute beauty for 1. Arnold Manders played a very fine hand at roughly a runner ball before he was LBW to Matara for 33. Paul Keneally had a wonderful innings, kept the rest of the world in the hunt until right at the very end before he was caught in the boundary by Zaman Amin off Everton Batson for 65 off 61 deliveries. Ian Bradburn was caught by wicketkeeper Lawrence off Jordan for 7. Rex Bennett was run out off his one and only ball. John Courtney played a very good innings, 19 of 22 balls. Phil Stevens was 1 of 2 balls, and there were 17 extras, 7 byes, 9 wides, 1 no ball. The bowling figures: Szechuan 1 for 40, Amin 1 for 34, Husbands 0 for 13, Jordan 3 for 20. A very, very fine spell, gentlemen, that one. Matara 3 for 39, Anthony Boyk a little expensive 0 for 21, Everton Batson a little expensive 1 for 34, but finished up with the final wicket. And I think that just about rounds up proceedings, does it not?
Well, yes, from this end, once again, I would have to say sincere thanks to you, Colin, for joining us here. It was a pleasure having you as part of the commentary team, and maybe we should do this again. So thank you once again. Hartley Reid has also been part of our team. We thanks to our scorers, Ashton and the Graham from the rest of the world team. They have also been very much part and parcel of what we have been doing here. And a good win for the West Indies. Good fight put up by the rest of the world. And here's wishing you, Colin, a very good evening in Oistins later. And of course, please get into the sea over the weekend. And get that body fully recovered as we come into the second phase of the second week of the competition next week. Thank you so much again. Congratulations to West Indies. What is going to happen is that there's going to be a presentation, a short presentation function after, once everyone is gathered on the other side. And then after that, that will be it. So thanks again, gentlemen. Thanks for all those listening. Don't you go anywhere, though, to our viewers and listeners. Please stay with us for that presentation ceremony.
Presentation.
Depends on if Raj asks me. If you want presentation, you can do it.
It's not going to be much.
How I get in? Just feel it. The people hear me already, so they just want get some variety. I just want to offer some variety. But I don't know, sometimes.
It comes on.
Yeah, that really just on there. So
On
just
there?
leave it on. I don't think
Yeah.
that should be much. You're not going to
Ready?
hear it. You're not going to hear like little PAs because the feed goes back to the stream.
Okay,
So
no
we
problem.
don't have an open PA
All right.
system. So we'll just have them face the
Y'all face the,
right, because
for the
cameras
cameras,
there
right,
picking
please?
up,
Yeah, come. Good afternoon, guys. We've come to the end, and ladies, sorry. We've come to the end of a really beautiful and thrilling match. It's on. It's the feed is going upstairs. So you won't hear it here. I got loud enough voice. Yeah, guys, it was a really beautiful match. Rest of the it swung one way when it's on. We're getting the feed up here. It started out with rest of the world pegging back the West Indies for 33 for 4, I think it was. Then the boys had a brilliant recovery led by George Harris and the others. Excellent batting, George, registering the 4th century of the tournament, 122. Excellent knock, George. Other supporting knocks, Zamin and Ronnie a brilliant innings with George. That innings was, that partnership was like about close to 80, I think. Excellent partnership, guys. So we recovered eventually to beat 247, which was a very competitive total, but the wicket was very good. I mean, it gave us an excellent game of cricket today. And you guys started off very, very strongly, stuttered in the middle, but then John and Paul Keneally, right? Yes, and a few others. You guys did very well to stretch the team, all right? So thank you very much for a wonderful game, guys. I'll now call on the losing captain or the manager, Colin, to come forward and make his presentation to his man in the match for the West Indies.
Raj, thank you so much. I've said this a few times already. I'm going to say it again. It's a great honour and pleasure to be here in Barbados, playing in this wonderful tournament, which has been brilliantly organised by yourself and Roy Singh and others. And I think from my team, I'd like them all to say a big round of applause to the organisers. This is the second game we've played at Wanderers. It is a beautiful cricket ground. We saw a very good cricket wicket on 450 runs scored on it, so that gives you a clue as to how good a wicket. Outfield was a bit faster today than it was when we played on Monday. A decent game of cricket. I've had the great joy of not having to run around in the heat like everybody else, but sit in the commentary box, which I thoroughly enjoyed. And Wayne and Hartley have done a brilliant job keeping everybody entertained up there, so well done to them. But I'd also like to say thank you to the Wanderers groundsmen and the Wanderers bar staff, if they're listening, and everybody here who produced a quite superb place and day for us to play cricket. So, before we go to the man of the match, we always produce, you've seen one of these before, only this one is full. We have these little jumpers which have become the symbol of the rest of the world in that we've shrunk, a bit like most people do as they get older. So I think I will present this to Roy. This is a little gift from the rest of the world with this one's got a teddy bear in.
Thank you. Thank you.
As for the player of the match, there were a couple of candidates on the West Indies side. I've still got the bruises from where Emerson Jordan hit me about 12 years ago on the thigh pad. I've not been able to walk straight since. That was a magnificent spell, and probably in the other circumstances would have been a match-winning spell. However, from a position of 33 for 4, to bat through in those conditions in a we described it upstairs as Larry Gomes-like innings. The man of the match for 122 runs is George Harris.
Yeah.
Very, very well batted. Thank you.
Well batted.
Oh.
Thank you.
Raj, thank you.
Thank you very much, Colin. I missed out congratulating the ground staff, the officials, the caterers, the umpires, the club, Wanderers Cricket Club, for producing such a wonderful venue. I know you guys did pass the 200 mark on Monday also. So you guys are well prepared and well oiled for Monday's match, all right? Get it, my friends. I'll be rooting for you guys, all right? I'll now invite the captain of the winning team, Roy Singh, to say a few words and make his presentation of the man of the match for the rest of the world.
First, I'd like to start off by saying congratulations, West Indies, for a great victory. George, your batting was magnificent. You know, a lot of pressure on you. It was a chanceless innings, and it's really what made us set that goal. The supporting cast, Jordan with his bowling, and Richard Suchen and Matara, and the other batsman, Ronnie, batted well, Zamin batted well. So, you know, we've got some depth, and it's a good thing we have because we needed every bit of it today. The rest of the world pushed us very hard. That game could have gone either way with a little bit of break here or there. But, boy, it was fun. John, man, you made it tough early. You had that ball moving both ways. I still didn't know I missed the ball I missed, but I guess I did. But anyhow, it was something else. We present clearly it was very close, you know, with John's pressure early on, but we thought Paul Keenley batted magnificently, right?
Well done, Paul.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'd like to call on the captain of the rest of the world, Lopez and John. Yeah, before we get going, I just wanted to thank our sponsors, Blue Water and Atlantic Market Inn, for supplying all those drinks and everything to us. It was fantastic, and they continue to support us and more than amply provide us with drinks that we needed. We certainly needed today in this heat. We'd also like to thank, and a little gift here from BTMI, right? And Casey Candy. Casey Candy is from Trinidad. They are also sold in England. It's a little pan, right? West Indian pan,
Brilliant.
but it is full of candy,
full of
so it's a
candy.
sweet pan.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome,
Well done.
John. Thank
well
you.
done.
Juice up for Monday.
I'll give them a round. Well done. Thanks, guys. Well done. Thanks very much for the game.
Yes, guys. Congrats to our sponsors, Blue Waters, Atlantic Marketing, and Bajan Vending, along with BTMI Barbados Tourism Marketing. Congratulations to you guys. I hope you guys have a wonderful game on Monday, all right, and the entire next week. Thank you very much.
Time for some beers, guys.
All right, thanks, my brother.
Great.
Come on, man, he can be back the money. You were getting. He come back on right when he called it up, he just stopped. I saw he went like.
Hello, yeah, Carla, c'est bon, c'est un gars, yeah?
Honestly, man, don't buy it.
Yeah, put on pause. Oh, fait quelqu'un on pause.